Solutions Architect at AWS, and I'm your guide to everything reInvent this week. So please stay tuned and watch out for interviews, some man on the street, even checking out the swag booth. Can you believe it? And you know what? We should go check out the registration right now and see what people are up to. Let's go check it out. Oh yeah, I'm here for registration. Can you tell me what the process is?
Yes, welcome. So the process, if you want to do on-site registration, you go on our computer and you sign in with an account.
I have an account already.
Okay, perfect. And you already registered?
I am registered.
All right, so you're going to go on here and you're going to sign in with your email or QR code.
Even better. Okay, I'm going to try my email address. All right, found me. Awesome. Okay. Do I have to take a photo?
Yes, if you already didn't upload it. Did you upload a photo?
I did not.
Well, you get to take one now.
Okay, cool. We're going to take a picture. Okay. Okay, so what color is my lanyard again?
It's orange.
And orange is for?
AWS employee.
Awesome. Okay, we're getting my badge put on.
And you're set.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Rudy.
Cool, I'm registered. Wow, let's go, folks. Yeah. I'm here with Bridget talking about the coveted AWS reInvent hoodie. Bridget, please tell us more.
So these are great this year. These are much thicker than last year. They have the great branding on the inside from reInvent. We have the AWS label, which makes it really cool.
Okay.
This one here is a size XXX, but we've expanded it this year. So this year we are going all the way up to 4XL. So that's new this year.
Okay.
And down to double extra small.
Okay, so double extra small up to 4XL. Please come and get your swag if you're here at reInvent. And as you can see, it's got this awesome design. These are coveted hoodies, folks, and every year is a different design. Bridget, thank you so much for showcasing the hoodie.
My pleasure.
Wow, okay, I've got my badge, I'm ready to go. And as you can see, there is a ton to do on this Sunday. We've got an arcade, a photo booth, we've even got a Hydrate and Help activation hub. That sounds really interesting, so let's go check it out. I'm here at the Hydrate and Help activation hub with Alan. Alan, please tell us what you do here.
Hey, we're here as Philip Forward to help inspire people to reuse and at the same time give back to communities in need.
Awesome, awesome. And can you tell us a bit more about how it works?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, everyone here is going to be getting one of these amazing reusable water bottles to fill up during the event. Actually, during the event, you scan this QR code, and every time you reuse, every time you fill up, pull out your phone camera, scan it, and every time you scan, you're actually going to be unlocking a $2 donation to one of Charity Water's amazing clean water projects in Kenya. So a $2 donation is unlocked just through that simple act of reuse, and you can start to understand your environmental footprint at the event.
Hey guys, who's winning?
Right now, Erland.
Erlen, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here, but,
Okay, let's see if he's gonna get it.
yeah.
Oh! Where are you guys from?
We're from Norway.
Norway, all of you.
Yeah.
Norway?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you came a long distance to come and check out reInvent, yeah? So, what's your favorite AWS service?
Right now, ECS Fargate.
Lambda. Fargate or step functions.
Okay, forget it. It's a lot of serverless theme that I'm seeing here. Okay. And anything you want to say to the attendees of reInvent? Like, what excites you with being here, apart from golf?
It's our first time, but it seems like this is going to be a blast.
Yeah?
This is really looking forward to it.
Yeah?
Meeting new people, learning new stuff, all that.
Okay. And you?
Yeah. It's I don't know what to say really, but the excitement of the Vegas,
The Vegas excitement.
yeah, the Vegas excitement.
That's awesome to hear. Well, I hope you guys have a fantastic first reInvent.
thank you.
And whoever wins has to pay for drinks for everyone else. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from Africa.
Yeah, but
West Coast Africa, Guinea-Bissau.
Guinea-Bissau. And you know me, I'm from South Africa. So we're representing, right?
We're representing African House.
So what brought you to reInvent?
I will be presenting a workshop on Wednesday for app modernization, breaking down monolithic to to microservice.
And anything you're looking forward to at reInvent?
Oh, I'm just excited. It's just kicking. I was like, okay, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Let's dance it.
I didn't see you on the dance floor.
Yeah. Oh, I'm about to get there.
I'm about to go to the dance floor. You gotta say West Coast represents. Yeah. Let's go see if I can sit down on one of these chairs. If anyone doesn't get into it, let's see. Oh, yep. Woo! That is a comfortable chair, folks. I reckon. Ooh, whoa, hello. Okay, maybe don't. Oh, whoa, okay. Okay, I say it's a comfortable chair, but it's pretty dangerous. Don't sway too much from side to side. But please come and stop by the foyer of AWS reInvent 2022. As you can see, there is tons of stuff to do. Play in the arcade, check out the community events, sit in a chair that really makes you question what is the meaning of life. And then go draw on the doodle wall and tell everyone what you feel. Thanks for joining us for day one of AWS reInvent 2022. Once again, I am Rudy Chetty, and I'm your guide to everything AWS cloud computing this week. So please stay tuned for more content.
Hello. How's it going, everybody? I am A.M. Grabelny. I'm one of your hosts for AWS On Air here at reInvent. It's just me, all by myself. How long is this going to last, though, actually? Because I have tons of co-hosts that we're going to meet today. Let me introduce them one by one. And let's start with the incomparable Aaron Hunter.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a senior technical trainer with AWS Training Certification. Really excited to be here live at reInvent 2022. Thanks, AM, for bringing me up.
You got it. And moving on, we've got Jillian Ford.
Oh, hello. So excited to be here at reInvent. I'm a startup solutions architect, and we've got some exciting talks from some startups that are going to be coming up today, too.
You know what's great is I have full power right now, and I can just pull anyone in at any time. And so everybody has to be on their toes. They don't know who's next. It could be anyone like, I don't know, Farrah Campbell.
Hey, everyone. Hey, I knew you were going to pick me next. I was ready. I was waiting. Hi, everyone. My name is Farrah Campbell. I'm the head of the modern compute community here at AWS. So excited to be here at reInvent. There's a lot of fun things happening throughout the week, and can't wait to share it with all of you.
We cannot forget Robert Saul.
Hey, thanks, AM. Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Saul. I am the Threat Detection and Incident Response Practice Manager. Is down on the floors yesterday, kind of looking around, and the intro from Rudy this morning was pretty amazing. Really excited to be here. Can't wait to talk more about what we're going to see this week.
Jeff, you're up.
Hey, everyone. My name is Jeff Marushak. I am a Senior Solutions Architect on the DoD Air Force team. This is my second AWS reInvent. Really excited to be part of this AWS on Air show with all of my beautiful co-hosts above me. So, AM, thanks for bringing me on.
You got it. Chad, how about you?
Hey, man, Chad Lacey. I'm a global sales strategist with AWS. So excited about this time of year. I love being back in Vegas and seeing all the people walk around. It's huge. There's already so many people walking around on the floor, and it's like just begun.
And that's it. That's all our hosts. No, I'm just kidding. We've got one more. Last but not least, I just had to do it to him. My buddy, Steve Roberts.
You did that deliberately, and you made me follow that shirt. Hey, everyone. I'm Steve Roberts, the developer advocate for .NET and PowerShell. Awesome to be back. And I've got two things. I've got to go and check out those chairs at the end of that video. That looked really cool. And secondly, I am hugely relieved knowing that at least one of my workshop staff for the .NET track is here. So thanks to Lily for taking part in that video.
Speaking of that video, that gave us a pretty big highlight of some of the cool things to check out at reInvent. But look, we gotta give our own opinions here, right? Like we can't just rely on Rudy. I mean, that's Rudy's great. But what are you all looking forward to? And since Steve came on last, let's start with Steve.
That's not fair, but okay. Well,
I
actually,
thought you were gonna say Steve left again.
I'm not going to tell you anything because I write for the news blog and I could accidentally slip something that's launching this week that I'm particularly excited about. So,
but launches,
we're everything.
We're going to be talking about launches all week on AWS On Air, right? Like, not just physically here at reInvent, Steve.
I'm not leaking anything. I'm just looking forward to the buzz and wandering around the halls and seeing all the excitement.
What about we've got a few code corners.
We do have 2 code corners. That's true. I am kind of excited for that. You're going to be teaching me something about a game day next, I understand. So that'll be interesting. So
teaching is a very generous word. Yeah. Jillian, what about you? You mentioned startups. You want to talk a little bit more about what's going to be going on AWS On Air with startups?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So today we've got 2 different startups that we're going to be interviewing. One that's going to be related to compliance, and that's Drata, and then another one that's going to be related to data sprawl. How do you handle when your data is all different places and you need to be able to analyze it all in one place? So that's going to be with SelectStar. And both of those are going to be happening today.
Very cool. Very cool. Jeff, what are you looking forward to? This is your first on air, right? For reInvent.
I'm looking forward to walking probably 25,000 steps a day, going up and down to different avenues and steps a day. But I'm also excited to help out some of the workshops and builder sessions on the IoT track. I'm a member of the IoT TFC, so really will be exciting to help around some of those builder sessions and workshops. So check your session catalog if you're here and find and attend one of those builder sessions.
Robert, you're a new face here on AWS On Air too. What brought you here and what are you looking forward to?
I am. This is just taking it all in. So far has been a lot. So I look after the customer incident response team. So my team is actually hosting a builder session this week, and it's automating incident response preparedness for customers. So I think that's really what I'm most excited about is talking with customers and figuring out where they're at and how we can help with their incident response. And then also later on this morning, really excited about we'll be it's kind of a launch. It's not a service, but we'll be launching some CERT modules, some on Workshop Studio. And my good friend and colleague Steve DeVera is going to be on that. So just taking it all in, meet with customers and helping customers get more secure.
I love it. Farah, when I think of you, I think of 2 things. I think of a lot of things, but 2 things specifically when it comes to AWS. I think of the modern app dev movement and AWS Heroes. Is that what you're looking forward to?
I mean, yes, I'm definitely looking forward. I've already been hanging out with many of them over the weekend, and we have some really fun things. We have a couple of heroes that will be joining some sessions throughout the week. There's 2 later on today. I think AM, you'll be hosting the first one that we get to have on there with us. But I also have the modern applications and open source zone here in the Venetian on the 3rd floor. There's a DDR machine. So like if you want to show off your dancing skills, we have a claw machine with all sorts of different swag, to get. We also have experts across the modern app service teams there to, answer any questions. There's snacks. There's so much fun to be had. We're celebrating Fargate's 5th birthday tomorrow. I'm super excited about that. So yeah, it's going to be a really, really good time. And yes, definitely fun to connect with the heroes.
Chad, it's been a while since you've been on AWS On Air. I'm always happy to see your face. What are you going to be doing for this reInvent?
Well, the keynotes are kind of near and dear to my heart. So that's an easy one. I think the secret sauce to reInvent is really all the chalk talks and builder sessions. I mean, there's just so much to learn. And there's so many great knowledgeable people from customers and partners and AWS employees to learn from. Selfishly, I'm really kind of excited about that slide that was in Rudy's piece at the end of the video there. I'm going to go check that out as soon as we get off the air here. But if I had to pick out one thing, I mean, I might have just this guy.
Near and dear to my heart, Chad. Wow.
I'm a little excited about
it. Yeah, over in Mandalay Bay. Go check it out if you're here. And I didn't forget you, Aaron. I would never forget you. Never. Okay. So our friend in training and certification, Aaron Hunter, what's training and cert got for us?
So training certification, TNC has a whole lot in store, so much that I really wish I could list off every single little bit of everything. But check out the Spotlight Labs, where you can actually go learn. You can get walked through by an instructor in person. If you're attending virtually, we also have some virtual sessions available too. Check out the online calendar. We also have self-paced labs. So if you're more of a doer and you want to build, you want to have a set of instructions and follow them, you can do that. Check out both rooms. We have chalk talks, we have builder labs, we have a whole lot of stuff from TNC. But with On Air, we also have a couple of unique things happening. So we're going to cover specialty certifications as part of the Get Certified Specialty Challenge. It's happening right now. Industry Quest, that's going to be a new launch that's going to come out. And we also have Jam Journey. So really, really cool for AWS Jam Journey. We have Cloud Quest for free and subscription roles, a whole lot of stuff, and more sessions coming up with AWS On Air. But, I think I was the last person. And did you save the best for last?
I would never admit to that, even if I did.
Well, he did on the intro, right? He did on the intro, so he may have done it there.
He did.
My favorite part of reInvent, of course, is every year coming to the Cosmo and getting to read the fashion book. It's called Fashion. Look it up, and I can. That's why I like it so much. But yeah, I was just poring over this last night in prep. Anyway, moving on. So AWS On Air, if you've never watched before, other than obviously what's happening in fashion, we'll keep you up to date on that. But why should I watch? If I've never tuned in before, if I just clicked on this link, if I'm not at reInvent, what can I expect over the next few days? We'll be here Monday through Thursday live with you all for hours at a time. Specifically me.
Hours and hours and hours.
Yeah. We have a lot of fun on the channel, but I'll throw this to anybody who wants to answer. What can I expect? Why should I watch?
Ooh, I'll go. So, it's learning. Just getting to hear from a bunch of different folks about a bunch of different things. So here's some diversity for you. So doing cert modules this morning, and then talking with the Amazon incentives team later on today. It's just there's like I said, a bunch of different content and a bunch of different folks talking about it.
Ooh, I'll go next. Can I? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So watching AWS On Air, specifically live, if you watch it live, you get to actually comment, and you can check the comments. You can chat with us. I see pronouns in bio. I can see great talk. I can see thanks for joining us today. Actually, that was us saying it to you. So I read our own comment. But I see everything. I see all the different comments. So type the comments. Let us know where you're joining from today, from all around the world. You don't have to be in Vegas to attend reInvent. You can join it through us, through AWS On Air.
That's right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll add to that. I think my favorite part is because it's one thing to hear about a service and then you go and read the documentation, but it's another when you actually get to hear from someone on the service team. A lot of time it's the product manager, it's maybe an engineer, someone who's been working on it, and then being able to hear in just another perspective about what is this service really all about? How can I actually apply it? And then maybe we'll be able to answer some questions if you ask questions like Aaron called out, or us as the host being able to ask questions that maybe don't seem obvious if you were to just go about it by reading the documentation. So that's definitely something to look forward to.
Yeah, I'd add to that as well. Actually, this is where to come. If you can't be here in person and watch, this is where you're going to get the access to the team members. And because we put ourselves in the place of the audience, where often we don't know what the new release is, right? We ask those questions like, well, what is this? What can it do for me, right? That maybe you wouldn't get in a breakout session. So this is the place to be.
Often I don't even know what session I'm on until the session starts.
Well, that's that's true. Even when we tell you.
I think this is nice because it's not just a presentation that everyone watches. This is going to be a conversation, a give and take between the members of the service team, the people mentioning the releases, and then your co-hosts who are trying to be the voice of our audience. So this is going to be a genuine conversation where, as Steve said, we are learning ourselves. So a little rough around the edges maybe, but I think that's a good thing.
For sure. I'll try and set it up real quick because we're running short on time, I believe. For me, I love AWS On Air, and I keep coming back every year to do it because reInvent specifically, there's so much that happens here. It's very difficult to keep up with, not just the launches, but the customers, the partners, the startups like Jillian's talking about, the AWS heroes like Farah was talking about. There's so much at reInvent and that AWS provides at this event that it's really hard to follow sometimes. But I always feel that AWS On Air does a really great job of giving a summary of what it's like to be at reInvent, all the launches that are happening, and really feeling like you're still part of the community, even though you maybe physically aren't here. Even if you are physically here too, it's nice to watch, to keep up with what's going on. But yeah, that's my take on it. I don't know.
Don't forget the host too. I mean, you should watch it because all of us hosts are here, and pretty awesome to talk to.
Yes,
I was talking to Tabitha too, our executive producer, and I was like, Tabitha, are you gonna get on video? And she's like, no. But I was like, hold on.
Yeah, we can fix
She
that.
is now.
There you go. Yay! There it is.
All right, everyone.
Wow.
Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here because there's a whole lot of stuff happening at reInvent in person. I'm going to step away, but thank you so much for having me here, AM, and take care, everyone.
We'll miss you, Aaron. Can't wait
to
to
see you, buddy. I'm going to see each of you. I'll be here all week.
Might be the last time we ever see Aaron.
It might be.
You never know. All right, so up next, what do we have up next, Steve?
We have an Amster and the Brits Code Corner. Yay, the first of reInvent.
What is code? Well, I guess we should save it for when Code Corner starts here.
We should save it when Code Corner starts, yeah.
So if you're a fan of code, if you're a fan of live coding, stick around because we got something for you. But we will be right back. And just like that, we're back. That was a very quick transition, wasn't it, Steve?
It was a very quick transition. In fact, I'm still moving around because I realized I was blending into the curtains. So
I'm AM Grabelny. I'm one of your hosts. You will see my face a lot, either fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you feel. But we're here today for the show within the show, right, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Who are you, Steve?
Correct. So I'm Steve Roberts. I'm a developer advocate for .NET and PowerShell. But I mean, the previous code corners that we've done have been focused on .NET and PowerShell. But this morning one is going to be different, right? You're going to be teaching me about game days.
Oh, it's going to be way different.
I've forgotten. I have not switched the persona. So on goes the Brit hat. There we go. We're off.
There you go. Amster and the Brit.
Square. All right, we're off.
Wow. quick wardrobe change for you, Steve.
Quick wardrobe change. All right. So game days.
Amster and the Brit Code Corner, the show within the show. We're taking over the stream for just
it's ours for 20 minutes to show code or something technical or just chit chat about life in general. You know, we do that sometimes.
You just want to talk about life? Okay. No. We'll do code.
I think we should. Yes.
We're going to do a game day. So game day.
It's all right, a game day. Yes. So you've been telling me all about these game days. So,
I have.
but but I'm not familiar with a game day. I know what a workshop is, and I know what an immersion day is, where we go to customer sites and we do an all-day thing, right? But what's a game day?
Well, Steve, I'll walk you through one right now. What do you think?
All right.
We'll just do it live.
Let's do it.
Okay, cool. So this is the game day console. You might be wondering, first off, how do I get to this? How do I?
Well, that was going to be my first question. How exactly would I get to this? Yes.
Well, unfortunately, it is an event, right? So basically what ends up happening is you have to come play somewhere, right? So it might be at a meetup. It might be at your company, for example. If you have an account team, they can put on a game day for you. Or it could be at an event like reInvent, for example. So we are playing game day right now. And this quest that I'm showing you right now, Steve, is going to be played. It hasn't been played yet down at Mandalay Bay during reInvent. So you come, you line up, you either can line up with a team or you can get assigned to a team, but it's a team sport, so to speak.
Oh, so you wouldn't do this individually in your own time. You're gonna do this with a bunch of other people on site at an event.
Funny that you say that. We actually have what's called Quest Fest on I believe Wednesday of this week, where you can come play by yourself. So you don't have to have a team, and you can just play through the quests at your own pace. But usually, and I'll pull this up real quick, usually what we've got is a scoreboard, and there are no other teams playing right now because it's just you and me, Steve. But you'll have teams on here and you'll be playing against other teams. It was one of the things you asked, how is it different than a workshop, I believe? You were saying you're familiar with workshops.
Yeah.
One of the big ways, you get points, Steve. You get points. So
do points make prizes?
Yes, if you're playing at reInvent, for example, there are fabulous prizes to win. Oh, and there we go. Our quest just kicked off. Okay, so I don't know. Steve, do you remember Apple II back in the 80s?
I am that old. Yes.
Wasn't implying that, Steve. Wasn't implying that. But
yes, I do remember the Apple II.
There are a lot of like text-based games back then, right? Where you're in a clearing and
you've entered a clearing and there's an axe on the floor or there's something over here. You go do something with that,
and you type in move forward.
I remember those. Yeah, I used to like those. Yeah.
These quests in game day are kind of like that. It's pretty text heavy. There are obviously some images and things. We're already seeing an image here, but you have to do a lot of reading. And I don't know if you noticed this before I clicked deploy. This one's supposed to take 60 minutes. We don't have 60 minutes, do we, Steve?
No, we do not. No. We have about 15 minutes at this point in time.
Tabitha's
Just going to read all this text, I think.
Tabitha's going to be very upset with us if we take 60 minutes, I think. So I'll be your guide a bit. I'll be your Virgil, so to speak, through the rings of the underworld. But we've got here a quest, and each quest differs. I also should have pointed out before I clicked deploy there. It lists what services we'll likely be using. And for this quest specifically, they call out S3, EMR, Lambda, and Event Bridge, I believe, is in there too. EMR, I know this about you, Steve. That's not one of the services you're very familiar with, is it?
That is way out of my wheelhouse.
This is going to be pretty data analysis heavy, which, again, I'm the same way. That's not our strong suits, is it?
Nope. So this is a good way of actually stepping out of your comfort zone and trying something new, right?
Yes.
But you're still being guided, right?
Yeah, there is some guidance, right? So if we check this out, right, we've got already a call out to EMR Studio. So we know we're going to be using that if we scan this text really quickly. We've apparently been given a bucket, right? So we should probably go investigate that bucket at some point. we're calibrating refiners or something. There's like casings. This looks kind of like a puzzle, I guess. They're telling us S3 select here. I see EMR serverless jobs. So I'm kind of getting an idea, right, of like what will be at least touching from the AWS side, right? Maybe not so much the Quest challenge yet, but I also feel
the tools you're going to use.
That's right.
In some combination or some order. It's not giving me you're going to do this, then this, then this. It's kind of setting up a scenario and then letting me figure out which combination of things that I want to go use to solve this problem. Would that summarize it accurately?
Yes. And look, we've got a hint here too. And this one's free. So look.
I always take free hints.
Steve, if it's free, it's for me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to reveal it, even though we haven't read anything yet. Maybe we can skip ahead. So this is a pro tip for you if you're playing game day. If you want to move quickly because other teams are going to be scoring points and you want to score more points faster. Seems pretty obvious, right? But if you can, navigate around and find clues quickly, do so. You may waste some time reading all of the text. You may waste some time explaining pro tips like I'm doing right now. So hopefully, while I was talking, you were reading, Steve, but what did you learn from this hint?
This seems like a pattern matching task, spotting something in a stream of data from somewhere.
Okay.
And then identifying something of relevance in that data.
What's this?
Well, I know that's a Python script, but I don't know Python. The only Python I know is that it ends in .py. So there's a good start.
Okay. Where is that Python script? Do we know?
I would suggest, based on, I've been reading this while you've been talking, I would suggest we go take a look at that bucket, right?
Okay.
Let's go take a look at that bucket first.
Oops, I already had it open.
That's handy. Okay.
I told you I'm your guide here, Steve. I won't let you.
Scripts.
There it is.
Mining payload job. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So we're mining some data for some data that's inside here. Let's take a look at this.
I'm going to download it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move this here. Downloads mining payload job. And then I'm going to move it right here. I set up a little folder for us.
That was nice of you. Thank you.
You got it. I've always got your back, Steve. Okay. So what do we got here? Python, your favorite language, right? That's accurate?
Do we have a PowerShell version? No, I guess not.
No.
Okay,
I'm
fair
sorry,
enough.
Steve. Because this is going to run an EMR, as we saw earlier. An EMR supports Spark.
Okay.
So
there's another clue, right? We're going to be using EMR to do something
with
against that data. So we have a clue there. All right.
I'm going to skip us down. If you're unfamiliar with Python, like Steve, if you see something like this in Python, generally speaking, this pattern right here tells us that this is meant to be run from the command line. So this, they call it dunder, those double underscores. Some people call it dunder. When you see dunder main, that means if I run this from the command line, what should I do? So we can see there's an argument here, right? So command line arguments. We've got a description of those command line arguments here. The script counts the number of times a given element. So let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. Where were we?
So we have a script that we can run at the command line if we wanted.
Yes, correct. But remember,
and it looked like that S3 bucket had some data files in it, right? So my guess is that we got to run that script against those data files somehow to identify something, right? And it looks like the thing marked in green here, manner, is the thing we have to identify.
Yes, but it looks like there's a pattern here, Steve. So it looks like you've
got
a
pattern, right? Yeah.
A block of text, the mana text, and then another block of text. So like if you want to think of it as chapters in a book, right? So that the order is important, right? You've got chapter 1, 2, and 3. And so if you look at the top where it's got the correct version of this pattern, you've got chapter 1, 2, and 3 in order. If
Yeah.
you look at the bottom where it says bad casing, that's like having chapter 1 and chapter 3 with no chapter 2 in between.
Okay.
So that's
I can
not right.
see the first column and second and third column from that first row
Yes.
munched together in the final row. So that's
Right.
not what we want. We want like the first row.
Yes. And it looks like we have to identify this using, I think EMR, right? Yeah, look.
Yeah.
Take a look at the Python script in your bucket for a way to count elements.
And use EML serverless. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is that free hint, right? So we may as well take it.
Yeah. So let's open EMR.
Oh, no, it says there that, hang on, a little bit
Oh.
further down in that text, it says there's some help text on that script.
Oh,
If
should we run
I
the
run
help text
Python.
first? We were kind of reading the help text here already, but I'll run it too, just to.
So yeah, run it, and it makes it easier to read then.
Okay. Yeah. See, look, it's a command line tool.
Okay.
And it tells us the script counts the number of times a given element, string of characters in a set of payload. So this is exactly what we need to use.
Yeah.
But we need the spectrometer job, I think. All right.
That was a switch, right?
Yeah.
The mode. Yeah, operating mode. Okay.
Oh, and look, we've got some example usages too. So this will tell us how to use it. Payload source. We got the bucket, operating mode, and then an output destination. Okay.
All right.
Cool. So I'm just going to copy these.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't sound like this is something I'm going to run on my local machine. I'm going to run it in EMR, right? By the sounds of things. It's where it's trying to lead me. So, okay, let's go check EMR out then.
So I am not an expert in EMR, but I know that it told us to go look at EMR Studio.
Okay.
And EMR Serverless specifically, I think, was in the text too, right?
Right.
Oh, there we go.
Manner processing. Okay.
So
This
we
has been
have
set
one.
up for me, right? As part of the game day.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I said that earlier or not, Steve, but when you're playing a game day, you are granted an AWS account, like for free. And it's a real AWS account that you could play in. Now, it goes away after the event, so it's an ephemeral AWS account, but it lets you truly experience all of the things that you would in a regular AWS account.
Without any cost to me. So I can go to a game day, I can do this, and I don't have to give anyone a credit card number. I get an account for the duration of that game day, and I can just go.
That's right. It's free for you. Just for you, Steve. No, I'm just
for me.
anyone who plays. Anyone who plays, it's free for them to come play. All right, so we've got this mana processor. It told us to run a job, right?
Yeah.
So I guess we submit job,
right? Yeah.
What do we call it? This is the hardest part. Naming something.
Mana. I don't know.
Okay, look at you, Steve.
Mana. There we go. All right.
We need a role.
Well, I guess that's been set up for us.
Hey, that's nice. Thank you to the quest builder here.
Yeah.
I actually know the quest builder. His name's Brian, so shout out Brian.
Okay.
We got
So we need the
script
bucket,
location.
right? Because that's where the data files are.
That's right. So I know it's called New Frontier.
Okay.
We already saw this one, but we
Yeah.
need the script,
payload.
right?
Because
Because this is where the script
location here.
Yeah, look, script location.
Oh, script location. Okay, so you have to give it a name. Okay, all right, that
Very
makes sense.
carefully.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, you
now
do have to read a lot in this.
The
Okay.
script arguments. This is what we copied and now I'll paste it in.
Yeah. But that bucket name isn't going to work.
No, the bucket name's not going to work. And I also know this about EMR because I've used EMR once or twice. I'm not an expert, like I said, but you have to separate the arguments like this as like individual elements in an array.
Okay, so it's an argv array. Okay, so if you're actually going to go and do this game day at the event, this is a good tip to know.
Yes. Yeah, if you've never used EMR before, definitely. And because this is passing this in as arguments to, it's going to call, just like we did on the command line over there, Python 3, the name of our script, and then it'll pass all of these arguments.
So it's like an argc, argv processing loop in an old C program.
That's right. That's right.
Including extract.
Exactly.
Now
I know exactly what that is. So we got to change the bucket, right?
Yeah.
So we saw our payload. I don't know if we actually looked at that in the bucket or not, but we can go check it out real quick.
There was payloads.
We've got, these are, okay. And I think
Okay.
We don't have to download this. We could, or we could inspect it with S3 Select, is what it told us. But I'm pretty sure all the data just looks like this.
Well, I've got
Anyway.
a feeling that S3 Select might be for later because it said something about ties, which I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I didn't get that either.
This feels to me in some ways like the setup of exams in England when I was at school, where you have a scenario set up and there's a couple of different paths to take. Depending on how you read the text, you could go one way or the other. And some things are just there like, well, you might want to consider using this, but it's probably not the right tool. I'm not saying that for S3 Select here, but
Steve, we've been neglecting to check chat at all. Is anybody trying to help us?
Oh, I haven't looked.
Can you see chat right now?
I cannot see chat right now.
Okay, I can't either because I'm sharing my screen. But well, if you're out there trying
if
to help
Tabitha's
us,
out there watching and there's anything there, Tabitha, post it up for us.
if you're not trying to help us, also thank you. I mean, that's okay too. That's fine.
And if you're looking at this from your hotel room at reInvent thinking, this sounds cool, I should head down to Mandalay Bay, absolutely you should do so.
Yes, go play. There's multiple events. While this is pending, we've got a job in the pending state too. I'll talk. We've got partner games, Steve. We've got partner games. So not only will you get to test out AWS services like EMR, like we're doing right now, if you go play at Mandalay Bay, you'll also get to learn about some of our partners' tools. Like, I won't name everybody because I can't remember everybody off the top of my head, but we've got Datadog here, for example. We got a Datadog Quest, so you'll get up and running with some of Datadog's tools. We got MongoDB, for example, too. So not only are you going to learn about AWS services, you'll also learn about some of our partner services too, which I've played a bunch of those quests. They're immensely fun. Anyway. All right. So
one thing that struck me about this that we've not mentioned, and I'm not sure how we're doing for time here, but while we're waiting for it to run, is that I mentioned earlier on that I'm familiar with workshops, right? And workshops tend to lead you step by step down a certain path, right? If you learn the tooling. This seems to be a little bit more open-ended in terms of I could do this a couple of different ways potentially. I mean, there's obviously a best way of doing it, right? But I could potentially do it slightly different ways. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I just downloaded the data. If I wanted to, I could like brute force.
You could pause this. Yeah.
It would be a little difficult to do. There's a lot of data here, but I could just download it. I don't have to run it through EMR either. That was just a suggestion. If I want to write a PowerShell script, for example, that runs through this data and tries to, then I could use Lambda to do it if I wanted to. So these are general guidelines. Oh, we're running now.
Somebody asked if Dunder was a Python. Somebody asked, think real hard, and somebody else asked if Dunder was a Python convention or an AWS terminal convention. Unfortunately, we didn't respond. So
sorry, it's
Python,
Dunder
right?
is Python. Yes. So Python has I'll call them. It's probably not the correct term, but it's magic functions. So the most I think known one is called Dunder init.
Okay.
Dunder.
That's finished.
It's done. So it's a common thing in Python. We got 3 minutes.
All right.
We got successful. And remember, we had that output destination, right? So,
yes. Right. So we should have a new file, right?
Oh, spectrometer. That wasn't there before. One.
Okay. One.
Okay. We got a bunch of files here. I don't know what these files are.
All right.
You know what? I'm a man of action, Steve. So I'm just going to download it. Just downloading everything. So what's this called? Part 000. I'm going to move this to our.
So Johnny Code has asked a question about the first time he's heard about AWS Game Day. You all mentioned this is for events. Any plans for opening us for private team builders?
Ooh, talk to me. Send me a message. I'd love to. We currently right now, how it works is to put on a game day, you have to have an employee from AWS present. So you have to have somebody like a solution architect come and put the event on for you. But we have, so I'll give you a great example, Steve. As a European, Steve, you will probably be aware of F1, right?
Yeah.
You know Formula One.
Formula One, yeah, yeah.
Formula One put on their own game day, specific to
Oh.
it was Formula One themed. So all of the quests, all of the tasks, all the challenges were around like working with a pit crew and all kinds of stuff in
Oh, that's
Formula
cool.
One. It was super cool. Riot Games put on one too. So yeah, there's definitely options. You'll have to connect with an AWS solution architect or somebody who's ready to operate. Okay, Steve, we got some casings here.
Okay, so I'm seeing pairs of data, right? 745,
Yeah.
700, 618s. There's something underneath that it's a mismatched count. So it sounds like it's spotted some of those casings. So what I would suggest, it wants us to enter the casing. So let's just try one. Let's see what happens.
I'm doing them all. I'm doing them
Yeah,
all,
do
Steve.
them all. Do them all.
If I do it wrong, the worst thing that'll happen, we'll lose points. And I'm really sorry if we lose points, Steve. I apologize. These points don't matter, but for us, but for some reason, they still matter to me.
Mm-hmm.
I
think real hard is responding. He says, thanks for the crossover call out on Dundas. He's coming over from Java and C#. So, but hey, if you're coming from C#, check tomorrow's Code Corner because we're going to be looking at some new .NET Lambda support.
Steve, we got points.
Hey, we got points, and we're still first. That's good. We must be the only ones playing.
We're always first. If you're not first, you're last, Steve. All right, so we have to wrap up, unfortunately. But it looks like this is just a tease anyway. You need to go down to Mandalay Bay and play if you want to see the rest of this. Soon there might be a show here on AWS On Air where we play quests just like this. So stay tuned for that. And we'll be playing more quests throughout the event as well. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen.
We got 3 minutes apparently to go, so we can.
Okay.
So let's summarize this then. So game days, right? So if I take a workshop, right? Well, let's roll back to workshops for a start. So if I take a workshop, I'm coming at it with my own AWS account. I follow a prescribed series of steps, and I learn something, but I'm following a prescribed set, right? I get from A to B, I get to C through B. With a game day, I go to an event, I get a temporary AWS account, it costs nothing to me. While I'm there, I play as part of a team. And the challenge is somewhat scenario based, and I have a collection of tools that are suggested that I can then use to solve the puzzle.
That's right.
And earn points, and then points make prizes, right? So this sounds this is really cool.
And glory too, Steve.
Sorry?
And glory. Points make glory.
Glory, yeah.
So we got 4,000 points.
Did you find all the casings?
No, it looks like we didn't. I don't know.
Oh, thank you, Charles. Yeah, our ASL interpreters are awesome, especially at managing to cope with the randomness that comes out of myself and AM on Code Corner.
Yes. So I was trying a different combination there, and I think I messed us up, and I might have actually cost us some points, Steve. But I don't know.
Really?
I'm sorry.
You had one job, AM.
You sound like every manager I've ever had, Steve. So it says we've got one pair of casings.
I thought we had 2 pairs at one point.
We did, and I messed it up, remember? So let's see.
I am very disappointed, AM.
Let's see.
My first game day, and you've messed up my first task.
Hey, you're not driving over here. These points aren't yours, really. They're mine. I earned these points.
They're mine in spirit.
We're a team, Steve. I'd never.
We're a team. We're playing as a team, except you're going down.
I don't know that I lost any points, actually.
We still says 4,000.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Hey, by the way, I have a question about this. So those points obviously are accruing as we're successfully completing a task, but do any points ever get taken away? Like if I get it wrong, do they take points away? Or if I'm slow, do they take points away? Like there's a time-based challenge?
Yes. Yeah. So, you might have something like I got to keep a web service up, and I'm going to be from the Game Day Central account is the behind the scenes way that we look at it. There's an account running in the background that can mess with the team account. So it can come in and turn things off. It can.
Oh, that's cool. So it's like chaos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's
like
a lot of chaos.
The reason I asked that is it popped into my head. I remember the old cave adventures where you would go into a room where there was a limited oxygen supply and you had to think really fast as to how to get out of that room.
That will happen for sure.
Right.
Yeah. I think maybe that S3 select thing is important for finding out which of the casings are actually the right casings.
Okay. So there'll be an extra step to do here, which obviously
we don't have time.
Yeah. All right. So we've got a minute left. So awesome. Thank you for showing me game days.
Did you thank me for showing you game days?
Yeah, it was cool. I like it.
Did you like it? Will you play a game day, Steve?
I probably would go and play again. Yeah. I'm not walking all the way down to Mandalay Bay though, but it's a future event. Yes.
You can't. You're on AWS On Air with me.
I am. So I can't move. So
that's right. So we are going to be back with lots more content for you. If you're here, go check out Game Day. If you're not, hit me up on LinkedIn, message me, talk to me. Let's see, if you want to put on a game day where you work or in a meetup group or something, let's try and see if we can get something working. But yeah.
And I think we are talking to our friends from Adobe next. Well, not we, but our other hosts.
Actually, I am.
Yeah, you're doing it. Okay, you're staying. I'm going down to the hall. So I'm going to go check out those chairs on the slide. So I will catch you all later.
Okay, let's hear from Adobe. For another session on AWS On Air. I'm joined by Lisa from Adobe. We're going to get into some really, really cool topics of conversation here around Amazon Connect and the big project that Adobe just undertook, changing over to Amazon Connect for their support organization. But first, Lisa, do you want to introduce yourself to our audience, please?
Sure, happy to. So I'm Lisa Hazelton, and I'm the Director of Global Support Operations at Adobe. Glad to be here.
We're very excited to talk with you. Amazon Connect, obviously a call center as a service type service here at AWS, for lack of a better term. Why even consider Amazon Connect over at Adobe with the support organization? What challenges were you all facing? What went into the requirements gathering process before you even started evaluating any kind of solution?
Sure, yeah, we were having stability issues. That was first and foremost. Obviously, you need a stable platform. We want customers to be able to contact us at any time. So that was key to us. That was our primary driver. Now, one of the things then you talked about the requirements, when we were looking to implement a new tool, the first thing that everyone does is you come up with that requirements document. We all love doing those. We have something at Adobe called Voice of the Agent. So our Voice of the Agent program, agents literally put in tickets for things that they would like to be made better. So that can vary. That can vary about the tool they use. It could be about a process they use. It can be anything. We happen to have 70 tickets that were open when we changed platforms. This is before we changed, on things they would just really love their platform, and they spend most of the time in that tool, what they would love it to do for them. So we simply took those 70 tickets and we used those to make up a requirements document, made setting up the requirements document a little bit simpler. And it literally was a document that was Voice of the Agent. Those were our requirements.
That's incredible. I mean, that's actually taking the people who are in the tool day to day, doing the work that need it to function in certain ways, and giving them a way to give you that feedback directly. It sounds like, honestly, a lot of work to put that together. How many of these tickets do you get on average? Is it just a lot? Are you seeing a lot of agents? Yeah, that's
a lot. We get about 150, 200 a month come in because it's all of the different tools and processes. And obviously we can't get to all of them, but this was a great win. So the even better thing was all 70 were implemented at phase 1. So when we went live, all 70 were implemented, which I didn't even think was going to happen. And what was really nice is we were able to send out, as part of change management, a note to the team saying, we have this new tool coming, here's what's going on. And then we put down all.
Instead of just here's the new tool that you all have to use rollout, right? Which, speaking from personal experience, I've had that type of tool rollout before, and this is just what you use now. It actually says like you all are putting in a lot of effort to make the experience not just for your customers better, but also for your agents, right?
Absolutely. Yes, it's definitely a balance between the customer experience, the agent experience, productivity, and then thinking forward and looking forward. And I think that was the difference as well with working with the AWS team. We were working with the implementation team, so rolling out our go live, lots of making sure we got this minimum requirements we needed. As well as that, in parallel, we started working on innovation. So any of the time you do something like this, you're thinking about, okay, this is going to be a journey. We wanted to go to omni-channel, but we were starting to think about what does the destination look like? And that would be my advice to anyone doing this. Just think about, where do you want to end up? What does that look like? And then you can start planning your journey. So we started doing that in parallel. We started having innovation workshops and working with AWS on what does good look like and how could we get there?
That was a question I definitely had while I was listening. Lisa, was for anybody else in the same boat, oftentimes you have to balance between and you mentioned stability, right? Like stability is getting you to a point where you've got a usable platform. It's not pushing to that future like you've been talking about. But you all were able to do both. You pushed out 70 of these feature request tickets and also got the stability kind of maintenance and run the business type priorities all at the same time. How did you do that? Like, that seems almost impossible.
Well, I would say one of the reasons we were successful was teamwork and partnership. And I think I've been in this industry many years, rolling out a lot of tools. And one of the things I would say that stood out for me with AWS was the partnership. So we had the team that was working on getting the product out. What we did differently at Adobe is we implemented what we call customer champions. So we had an option of bringing in an external change management team. And again, having been in change management for a while, we made the call, we don't want to do that. We want to use our own people that were going to be living with this tool like forever. So we used them, we made them customer champions, and it really worked for us. So they worked really closely with AWS implementation team, focusing on the right now, focusing on those 70 requirements, focusing on the stability. At the same time, we created a separate team that were really more looking forward. And I was leading up that team from Adobe's perspective. And we worked with a different team at AWS, the innovation team. And we did this working backwards approach and template that AWS have for really thinking about what would be your minimum lovable products. So now we're thinking forward, not even just 1 year, maybe 2 years. And we started designing that. One of the things I'd say was a bit different is I have an opinion on how I want something done.
Sure.
Shock.
Yeah.
And so as I was working with the team, they had this blueprint and templates, and it was all really great and really professional. And I had some things I wanted to do a little differently. We had been talking about what we wanted our omni-channel experience to be like for a while. And they were very flexible. They said, oh, that's a great idea. We didn't even think about that. Let's change that. Let's do it differently. Let's add some other features to these workshops. So again, partnership, it's key to kind of learn from each other.
Yeah, I love number one, the champions. Again, taking that narrative of here's a new tool, go out and you have to use it, and switching it to no, you helped us co-develop this. You're just as excited as we are about this launching in the agent space. And then also, I got really excited because I heard some AWS language in there with working backwards. One of our famous things here at AWS is our leadership principles, right? Everybody has a favorite leadership principle. This is something that I don't know. We do this in offsites and things, talk about our favorite leadership principles and things. But one you were saying actually struck a chord over at Adobe as well. One of our leadership principles, I believe it was customer obsession, right?
It was. So as we were working together as the innovation team, at the same time, I was driving some strategy discussions outside of even just our technology and omnichannel. And we were doing an offsite, leadership offsite. And so I asked AWS, a couple of people, to come in and just talk to us about their tenants and about being customer obsessed and how did you even come up with that? And because I was curious, it's like, very often you have tenants or you'll have mission statements. Every company has these things. And my question to AWS was, really? Are these just words on a poster? Or do you live them? Show me, tell me, explain to us. So you did. And we were kind of inspired and got us kind of excited about, well, what could we do at Adobe Support? So after we had the talk with AWS, we stayed offsite doing workshops. And we came up with our own tenants. One of ours is similar, not exactly the same, be a customer champion. So it's aligned.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Yeah. So we came up with our own and we're now rolling them out in the company. And they're really kind of taking hold and people are excited about them. And we're doing everything around them to try and make them real. So we're starting out on our journey. So on tenants.
Yeah, it's for real here. I promise. There's not a day that goes by that I'm not in a meeting where either I or someone or all of us are dropping leadership principles throughout what we're talking about. I mean, it's really what drives decision making here. So very cool to see that influence you all over at Adobe too. It's something that has been one of my favorite things of working at AWS. Gives us a really great framework on how to make difficult decisions. A lot of the times these are very, very tough decisions that we're making and gives us a great framework to help guide us there. Well, Lisa, we are running short on time here, but this has been fascinating. I mean, I seriously can't believe that you all got a stable platform and rolled out 70 features at release 1, like not even, 3 months after the rollout. No, all at once. Anything you want to leave our audience before we have to go?
Yes, really just a couple of things we've already talked about. If anyone's new and they're starting out on this journey, definitely advise something like the Voice of Agent program. Make sure you get things implemented that your agents and your support teams are telling you are important. That helps with change management. And then start thinking about the future now. Where do you want to end up? And start working backwards and figuring out how you need to get there and see this as a partnership. Like definitely partner and learn from each other and from all of us to learn from each other. There's so much great experience in this industry. I think listen as much as you talk about it and that will work.
Those are all amazing pieces of advice. Thank you so much for joining us, Lisa. We will be right back, so stick around for more on AWS On Air.
Hello, world. My name is Robert Saul. I am the Threat Detection Incident Response Practice Manager for AWS. I wanted to just going through the comments, looking at everyone around the world joining us from France and Pakistan and India. So good to have you all. We are at AWS reInvent 2022, having a great time. Do a quick go around the room here so everyone can get an introduction, and then we're going to get right after it. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Robert, thanks for the introduction. My name is Steve De Vera. Happy to be here at reInvent, and I'm part of AWS Customer Incident Response Team.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Hey, Sydney, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, yeah, happy to be here at reInvent as well in Vegas. I'm a member of the Customer Incident Response Team as well.
Hey, and my good friend, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Robert, my name is Jeff Mershak. I'm a solutions architect for our DoD Air Force team, and happy to hear more about CIRT.
Oh, this is going to be fun. So I'm so excited about this. So on the customer incident response team, we see incidents that affect customers, and we've been working really hard this year at trying to get some stuff, some material out to customers to help them through this. Steve, take it away. What do you have to give it to everyone today?
Yeah, so really quickly, the AWS CERT has developed a number of workshops, and I kind of feel like Father Christmas. I come bearing gifts, you know what I mean? Yeah, we've developed these workshops based on common security events that we see, and also based on some open source tools that we've been working on. So I'm just going to share my screen really quickly, and hopefully this works. I didn't really pay for the demo, guys.
We love watching this.
Yeah.
Seat of the pants, do it live.
Exactly, yeah. And you know, with these workshops, all you need is basically an AWS account, web browser, and an internet connection, and you're pretty much good to go. So is my screen showing right now, or
No, I don't see
not
it.
yet? All right. Well, let me talk a little bit more while I get this working.
But yeah, we can also see if Tabitha or someone can get some of the links shared on the screen here. But yeah, go ahead, run it through, Steve. What are they going to find when we do get the links up there?
Yeah, so when we get the links up there, so there's 5 different workshops. 4 of them are based on security events that we commonly see. And what we do is we are actually simulating the security events that we encounter. So you run a CloudFormation template, and that template will create the detection environment under which you'll run the simulation. Then you'll run a bash script within AWS Cloud Shell. And what the script does is, for example, the first workshop is unauthorized IAM credential usage. And so the script actually runs the actions that we've seen when responding to security events. So for example, it will actually go ahead and do privilege escalation. And then, it'll create resources with these unauthorized credentials that are being used. And then what you'll do during the detection phase of the workshop, you're going to use like CloudTrail and Athena to look at all the forensic artifacts. And this is what we do on a day-to-day basis. And it's basically, we've taken 4 common security events. So there's IAM credential usage. There's ransomware on S3, so we see that quite a bit as well. And that's a pretty exciting workshop because the simulation creates a bucket in the account, and it drops a little bit of a ransom note as well. So a little bit of what we see from our day-to-day use. There's also a crypto miner based security simulation. So we've seen a lot of security events where crypto miner based CloudFormation templates are being used to spin up resources. So we go through all the different AWS services that we can use to detect these security events. I've mentioned CloudTrail and Athena, VPC flow logs, Route 53 resolver logs, even AWS billing. So we'll see indicators of compromise using AWS billing because the resource usage spikes, and then we'll be able to detect and respond based on those indicators. There's even an SSRF, or Web Application Security event that takes advantage of the IMDS service. So we've also seen that quite a bit this year. And the last workshop, those 4 were simulations. The last workshop that we have is basically the AWS CERT Toolkit. And funnily enough, if you're at reInvent, we're going to be presenting this workshop live on Tuesday and Thursday. Sydney and I and a couple of colleagues are going to be presenting that. And so, we'll be around. You can run the workshop. You won't need an AWS account because we'll set one up for you. And then you can ask us questions, bounce ideas off us, hear all our dad jokes, that kind of thing, So, yeah, we'll be around for sure.
I love it. So Steve, if I'm not mistaken, so the real power behind these workshops is you actually get to practice a common security event, right? And it's a walkthrough of, okay, this is what's happened. For the ransomware one, an example, like there's actually a script that will run and you can simulate this and then walk through steps on how to mitigate and recover from this, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's correct. And so the workshop also has some questions, and these are the questions that we commonly get. So, which IAM user was used to create the ransomware bucket, for example, and then you'll use CloudTrail or some of the other AWS services to detect and find those forensic artifacts. Yeah. So it's kind of like what's that show, Scooby-Doo kind of thing?
Oh yeah.
It's really like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and personally, I've been through the ransomware one and a couple others, and I've got to say, I learned a lot. I really did.
Yeah.
There's always something more to learn, even if you work in security or work on this on a day-to-day basis.
Mm-hmm. And the SSRF, or the Web Application Security one, also has a bonus section on how to configure WAF so that it would prevent web application attacks using, and you can filter on user strings, on parameters, and things like that as well.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
So cool. I'm so excited to hear how this turns out for your workshops this week. Thanks for everyone listening. And Jeff, did you have any questions or comments or thoughts about it?
No, it's interesting to see how you can to take a proactive approach to find these malicious actors out there when you're seeing usage spikes and things out of the norm to find some of these bad actors. It's really interesting with the what you can do. So yeah, this is really cool.
Yeah. Steve, Sydney, Jeff, thank you all very much. I think we're at time and ready to go on to the next show if I'm not mistaken.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to AWS On Air. My name's Aaron Hunter. I'm a senior technical trainer with AWS Training Certification. And with me, we're going to talk, or with me, words are hard on a Monday morning, day one of reInvent here live in Las Vegas. But with me, we're going to bring up a couple of my friends. One of them is Mary Alice. I'm going to go ahead and bring her up. And then Ivan Kopis. So they are on the training certification team, and I'll give each of them a chance to introduce themselves, starting with Mary.
Hi there, everybody. This is Mary Alice Corton, known as Mac as well, and I'm here in the self-paced lab room at the Venetian 2201B. If you're interested in coming and checking out the room of all of our builders here, having a good time. Look at all these computers, all these people building on AWS. Super fun.
And Mary Alice, we're here to talk about the specialty certifications. So are there any self-paced labs that maybe that someone can get some hands-on experience for specialty certification prep?
For sure, Aaron. Great question. Yeah, a lot of folks coming in here learning all kinds of goodies. Yeah, it's a great time. And the catalog is very full, a lot of options, a lot of choices. So be sure, if you are in the self-paced lab, ask somebody. You're interested in finding out to prepare for a certification, let us know. We will find the right lab for you. So absolutely.
Perfect. Appreciate that. And Ivan, you were one of our hosts for the AWS Power Hour Specialty Certification Series. Do you want to maybe talk more about that after you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Hey, folks. My name is Ivan Kopis. I'm a senior technical trainer that's jealously dialing in remotely into reInvent, as I wasn't able to be there in person this year. As Aaron mentioned, I helped run the AWS Power Hour series, and we're going to be talking about what resources you folks have to get ready for the exams shortly.
Yeah, I know when I teach classes, and each of you teach classes as well, there's a lot of questions around the certification preparation and so forth. And a lot of those questions kind of piggyback their way to AWS Power Hour in some sense. So Ivan, do you want to maybe share what the Power Hour page looks like and where people can go? Oh, can't hear you, Ivan. I think you're on mute. It happens to the best of us. It's okay. Remote stuff all the time. You know, if we don't talk while we're on mute at least once, we're probably doing something wrong, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I am sharing my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Excellent.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, folks. So the best way to navigate to this site is to simply type in the name of the series, which is awspowerhour.com. This is going to take you directly to the landing page for this series. And if you scroll down, you have the ability to take advantage of any of these filtering options that we see here on the left-hand side. So since we're specifically talking about the Power Hour series, let's select that as the filter option. And here we can see several series that were very recently published, starting with the Specialty series, which has been published in October of this year, as well as the Architecting series as well. Now, if you navigate to any of these series, let's select Specialty as an example, you'll be presented with 6 different specialty areas that are available for us to get certified on. We have SAP on AWS. We have
Is that
security.
the Solutions Architect Professional, or is that a different certification?
So this is a different certification.
Okay,
We have
okay.
several tiers of certification exams. This is specific to the specialty series. So as part of the specialty series, you can certify your knowledge in one of these specialty areas, such as SAP, security, data analytics, database, advanced networking, and my favorite, machine learning as
Oh,
well.
your
So
favorite. I wonder if
yes.
Mac has a favorite. So I know Mac gravitates toward one of these. Mac, which one is it?
Well, data analytics. If I must
Okay.
admit, guilty. Yes, love data analytics. Absolutely.
And I'm more of a security-minded person. Security is top priority here at AWS. So if you click on each one of those, like Ivan just did, remember, go to awspowerhour.com. You can find more details about all of these different episodes and series, and you can see the on-demand episodes. Ivan, you mentioned machine learning is your favorite one. Do you want to talk about that some more, since it's your favorite? We'll tailor to that one for right now.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Aaron. So as Aaron mentioned, we have on-demand episodes available. Depending on which specialty you select, there may be 4 or 5 episodes. So in security domain, we have 5. In the ML domain, we have a total of 4 episodes, starting with the intro to machine learning, and then moving into how we do exploratory data analysis, how do we do modeling, and then finally, how do we do ML ops that includes deployment and monitoring and operations of our model. So plenty of great content to discover here.
And there were demos during each video, I believe, as well, right? So if someone were to click on one of those on-demand links and take a look at it, they can watch you. And who were you with? Fred Gratian, I believe.
I was
So
with
it's,
Fred. Yes.
yeah, it's right there on the screen. We can see Fred and you. We're walking through the content in every single episode, talking about the differences of how you can use machine learning, or how customers can use machine learning to power their businesses, and then also how our learners can learn about machine learning and kind of step into the weeds, and dive a little bit deeper with each of the technologies and services. What was your highlight service, would you say, for the machine learning specialties series?
I personally really enjoyed using SageMaker Data Wrangler because it does give you ability to do so much in terms of the data transformations, data prep, with relatively little technical background. You have these drag and drop transformations that you can take advantage of and kind of hit the ground running there quickly. In addition to that, you can also then plug that into the SageMaker Autopilot, and you're on your way to have a fully trained ML model. Excellent service.
I was using SageMaker, well, not SageMaker specifically. I was using Recognition. Sorry, let me not get confused here. I was using Recognition to see if I was a celebrity, and it kept telling me that I wasn't. But you know what? Werner Vogels is. He's going to be streaming our keynote tomorrow live, so that's going to be pretty cool. But so Recognition can see if people are celebrities. SageMaker, you can train your models. Copilot to be able to do, or Autopilot to be able to do auto stuff and and all the different models. But Ivan, thank you so much for walking us through the machine learning side. Mac, when someone's studying for data analytics, we'll jump back over to that side real quick. What would you say is a pretty good service to maybe spend some time focusing on? Don't say all of them. Don't say all of them.
It's tricky. Well, I would say, honestly, there are 3 main areas I would focus on. The first is data lakes. right? We have a great tool called Lake Formation that it's a must know for the specialty exam for data analytics, as well as, of course, our data warehousing, Redshift. That's another one. You got to spend some time with Redshift. Lastly, EMR, Amazon EMR. So you make sure that you are familiar with running your Hadoop frameworks and perhaps you're running Spark. But again, knowing those three, I know I gave you more than one. Oh, I have to give you four. Sorry. Kinesis. I got to give you Kinesis. You got to know about your streaming as well. So big data comes in all forms, right? If it's near real time, you're doing batch processing, you're looking at historical OLAP, right? So then in that case, you need to know the full tool set there. So those four are what I would focus on for sure.
And we're talking about data analytics, so I'm sure there's probably like some kind of ETL type jobs you have to do as well. So like a
well, you need to know
extract,
glue,
transform,
right?
yes.
So well, if you're using EMR, then yes, but if you got to use glue and perhaps you want to run some ad hoc queries, you got to know Athena. So there's I could go on, but you said not to pick all of them, so I kind of try to narrow it down. I know it's so hard.
There's
so much fun. Well, it's not hard. It's just again, what we focus on is getting the right tool for the job. So that's why there are a lot of little tools, right? In your toolkit at home, you do not just use your hammer for everything or your screwdriver. You might have a wrench for something. So that's how we look at the data
I don't
analytics
know.
set. Well,
If
you
you
might.
ask my 5-year-old and 7-year-old at home, they're going to tell you they're going to hammer everything. Okay.
Well, that's a phase, right? You start with hammering. So maybe that's your data lakes. You
Yes.
start with data lakes, then you move on to the nuances and you graduate into those other tools, right? So that's the idea here with data analytics. Start with data lakes, graduate into the other different tools. Lots of cool tools. But this was a super challenging certification, but it's doable. We have a lot of tools, and now we just have is it Skill Builder? We have a great Cloud Quest in Skill Builder now for data analytics. I believe they just released one of those, so I think that's awesome place to start to see where you are.
And with all of these services that we're talking about, whether it be SageMaker or Recognition or Kinesis or Glue or Athena, depending on the specialty certification that you're trying to achieve and study for, the foundation really comes from security. I'm not saying start with security, but understand the security concepts and how to keep all of the environment secure. So Ivan, can you bring up security for us real quick and we can kind of walk through those? And while you're doing that, I see Graston Hopper is asking, do the presenters monitor this chat? Yes, we do. And hopefully that's proof to you. So if you have questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat. We are looking at it. We are watching it. So do whatever you need and we'll do what we can to help you. So right here with security, we can see episode 1, Introduction to AWS Security. It's paramount that we understand security because it really is job 0 and the top priority. So we can see Kyle and Johnny were our hosts for the security specialty series. They went into episode 2 for incident response, logging, and monitoring because, I mean, you want to log as much as you can and then trim down what you don't need, but keep as many data points as you need because you have to identify who did what from when and where. So using Amazon CloudTrail, for example, and then also maybe even having some aggregated metrics around when the CPU utilization spikes or network load starts to spike, because that could be an indicator of something happening on an EC2 instance or a Lambda function or some other service. And we can use CloudWatch to do that as well. And then we can go into episode 3 where we see infrastructure security. And Kyle and Johnny jumped in and really started talking about maybe some of these DDoS attacks or DDoS attacks and how to mitigate that and protect your infrastructure against those. And they have 2 more episodes, episode 4 and 5, Identity and Access Management, otherwise known as IAM. And whenever I think of IAM, I always think of Serverless Application Model, or SAM, and then I start thinking of that one book where it says Sam I am. But anyway, so here what we have is Kyle and Johnny started talking about IAM and how to use policies and maybe even using roles for short-lived privileges and credentials. And then last but not least, they had their final episode talking about data protection and the specialty certification exam. Now, this one's cool because episode 5, or if it's only a 4-episode series, the last episode of each series covers some exam preparation tips. And Ivan, you were the host for machine learning. So do you want to talk more about your final episode on that series?
Absolutely. The final episode is perhaps the most crucial one, because as part of the final episode, we talk about how we can take what we've been building all along and how can we deploy that into production environments and enable the end users, the customers, to actually take advantage of the inferencing, the predictions that the trained models provide. So as part of this last module here, we focused on how can you take the model that you've developed and how can you securely and repeatably deploy it to production environment and enable other applications that integrate with this model to send inference requests to our model. So we had plenty of conversation around what are the best practices from security perspective, what are the best practices from building out the pipelines perspective, and how do you effectively scale your deployed model to handle the production level traffic.
That's awesome. And, we've spent quite a bit of time talking about our favorites, throwing a little bit of bias in there, but let's break outside of our own comfort areas and start talking about the other 3 certifications as well. So, Ivan, what are we missing here? We have security, I covered that. Data analytics, Matt covered that. Machine learning, you covered that. We have SAP on AWS, I believe.
Yes, so we have several other, we have 3 categories left. We have SAP on AWS, we have the database solutions, and we also have advanced networking. Now, similarly to what Matt, Karen, and I have covered on the security, the data analytics, and machine learning, you can navigate to this page to discover the content for the SAP database and advanced networking as well. And I think, Aaron, we should also talk about how does this all fit into the overall certification picture. So again, if you navigate to AWS powerhour.com, you'll be taken to this landing page where you'll have a tab to see the how to get certified. So let's take a moment to review the overview of the certifications. And if you scroll down this page, you'll see that we have several levels of certifications. Especially here, we're specifically focusing on the specialty exams. And this is those 6 categories that you just saw we had content for, including the ML, security, SAP, database, data analytics, and advanced networking. So by diving into each of these, if we go ahead and browse these certification exams, you can find the much more information on each of these exams that we just talked about. Just expand on any of the exams. Here will be unbiased and select machine learning because it's the most interesting one.
Hey, you're throwing your bias. Can we get a non-biased model over here, please?
All right, let's select the database, since we haven't spent as much time talking about database, and databases are pretty cool as well.
Thank you, Ivan.
If you select the one of these specialty exams and you scroll down here, you'll be able to read more on the logistics of the exam, how long the exam takes, how many questions you can expect to see. And also, you can download the exam guide to better understand what are different topics that each of the exam covers, and even get some of the sample questions as well. And now finally, scrolling down to the bottom here, you'll have additional training material, which is all free of charge. We love free. And it's going to give you some more options to learn the material that you need to master for the exam, and also to get some additional hands-on practice.
And when I teach classes, and Mac and Ivan, I'm sure you're probably in the same boat, but when I teach classes, people always often ask me, is there a way where I can maybe start to practice some questions? And I see there's one option here, and it says the official practice question set. I believe that's brought to us directly from AWS Skill Builder. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if you sign up for Skill Builder and sign into your account, and then you can see here we have a specialty official practice question set. There's one for every single certification. So go check those out. And I'm keeping a close eye on time here. We only have a few minutes left. Ivan and Mac, do you want to maybe talk about the specialty certification challenge that we have as well? And if you aren't ready for that, feel free to pass that baton right back to me. I can go ahead and take it if you need.
Absolutely. We do have the specialty challenge, which you can sign up for. It does give you 50% off from the registration cost for the exam. You just need to make sure that you register for the exam and register for this challenge by December 16th. So that date is coming up quick. If you're planning to get certified for one of these specialty exams, which we highly encourage you to pursue, you have the ability to register for this specialty certification challenge and take advantage of that 50% off voucher that can be requested by December 16th.
Awesome, Ivan. Thank you so much.
And that's a great deal. That exam for the specialty is $300, folks. So that's $150 off. So take advantage of it if you can.
$150 off or half off. And keep in mind, once you pass, then you also do get a token or a voucher for another discount on your future certifications. I think we have time for a few questions. I see a few in the chat, so I'm going to go ahead and bring one up. One person's asking, how long does it take usually to become certified? And I'm going to read between the lines here and say maybe they're talking about preparation for the certification. I'll go ahead and add my 2 cents here, and then Mac and Ivan, if you want to answer this before we close things up. It really depends on the certification and also on your years of experience, how much hands-on experience you have, how much certification preparation you've done in the past, how comfortable you are preparing and actually taking exams. I know for me, I am not great at taking tests. So I have to do a lot of practice exams and then make sure that I'm really comfortable actually sitting for the exam. I have the knowledge, but I freeze. And that's a whole different thing that I have to battle on myself. So Ivan and Mac, maybe if you have your own 2 cents and ways to help people learn, and then we'll close things up here.
Okay, well, real quick, just for me, baseline. I love data analytics, so I love data. Grab an exam, practice exam, take it before you've studied for it. Where do you come out? 40%, 60%, 70%? That'll give you a gauge of how much you need to learn. That's my tip.
Right. Also, make sure to review the FAQ pages for the different services that are going to be included in the exam. That's really valuable from filling any gaps that you may have in your knowledge on services that you'll be tested on during the exam. So that will be my final tip.
Awesome. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Ivan, so much for tuning in for our AWS Power Hour Specialty Certification Series here live at reInvent 2022. And hey, I'm not in a studio. I'm literally live right now. So some behind the scenes sneak footage there for you, everyone. Stay tuned for more from AWS On Air. Take care. Bye. Ivan, thanks for being here, buddy. Really appreciate you.
Absolutely. Have fun, folks.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to AWS On Air. We're right back, immediately back, and here to talk about probably one of the most important challenges literally affecting everyone on the planet, climate change and the climate crisis, right? So I'm Am Grabellian, one of your hosts here for AWS On Air. I'm going to turn it over to my friends here from Earthrise and Mary too from AWS to introduce themselves. And we're going to be talking about Climate Trace. So we'll hear from them and then we'll hear what Climate Trace is and what's that all about. Mary, how about you kick us off? Give us a quick intro.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks for the opportunity. And we're always excited to come to AWS On Air and talk about sustainability. So thanks for the invitation, especially at reInvent. Great opportunity to talk about what our partners are doing and how they're supporting our customers, organizations around the world, as well as governments, get an understanding of how do we move forward, right? And how do we take action today? And so I'm excited about having Climate Trace with us. My role at AWS is I have this great honor and of looking across the world at the organizations that are using AWS technologies to build solutions that further sustainability initiatives. So Earthrise, together with Climate Trace, are one of those organizations. So looking forward to having them talk about what they've been up to and some of the exciting news coming out of COP in the last couple of weeks.
Bronwyn, how about you next?
Hi, thank you for having us. Yeah, Dan and I are super excited to be here. We work at Earthrise Media. We built the Climate Trace platform and everything that you see kind of on the climatetrace.org. My role is that I built the product, work with the product team. Super fortunate to get to play that like really critical role.
And Dan, we'll wrap up with your intro and then get into questions.
Great. I'm Dan Hammer, and I work at Earthrise Media alongside Brott and Bronwyn. It's a 501c3 nonprofit project where we build digital products for other environmental organizations. And unlike Bronwyn, who actually does things, I just pontificate and evangelize.
Sounds like me, Dan. You and I have that in common. That's
you used to do things.
It's a good business to be in. Now, this is a topic near and dear to my own heart, and one of the things that really stood out to me about Climate Trace specifically was it's a lot about carbon emissions and the unexpected places that carbon emissions are generated from. So, for example, I personally am a vegetarian for that very reason, right? Like it's not kind of well known. Necessarily, it's getting more and more well known that raising animals is a large contributor to a broad carbon footprint. So, Dan, how about we start with you? What is Climate Trace, and do you just want to give us how Earthrise and Climate Trace? Bronwyn gave us a quick kind of segue into how the two are connected, but maybe you can give us some more details there.
Well, yes, I'll give you a little bit more details about how they're connected. So Earthrise builds the digital or downstream product. So we don't actually assemble the data associated with this project. That's built by a coalition that's led by Al Gore and Watt Time, a project to one of the founding member of Climate Trace. Once that data has been assembled by groups who specialize, both for-profits and nonprofits, in, say, like emissions from rice paddies or emissions from cattle operations, we build the application programming interfaces, as well as the site that you can interact with on at climatetrace.org. We do that for a lot of different partners, including the Bezos Earth Fund or 350.org or the UN. This is one of our favorite projects that we've worked on so far. We also have this additional and smaller role as providing the sites or the locations of waste, which is also a contributor to greenhouse gases. And we're not entirely sure how much, and that's part of the problem and the reason why Climate Trace exists. But waste being like plastic waste sites, where we produce the locations of all waste sites globally through Global Plastics Watch, which feeds into Climate Trace as one of the preferred partners. Bronwyn has some additional talking points around the specific emission sites.
That's part of what really struck me when I was reading through Climate Trace's site to prep for this interview. It is incredibly difficult to figure out exactly where I love you called out can't see the gases, right? You can't just like visibly see what's coming off of these various industries and places that are creating these emissions. But Bronwyn, as the product owner, how did you come about getting all of this data into one place? Collecting that much data has to be a large challenge, I'm sure.
I mean, yes, you absolutely nailed it. I mean, at the release that we put out at COP27, the total number of individual emissions sources is about just under 80,000, from power and steel, oil and gas production, shipping, aviation, cattle farming, like you mentioned, basically every conceivable way that humans are producing emissions. So how are we doing that, right? Like if it's not being done before, why is it being done now? The short is that like we need a lot of sensors on a lot of satellites, and we hear a lot about rockets going up and satellites going up and taking lots of pictures, and this is a massive accelerator of also the climate movement, right? So that we train a lot of models because we get a big mess of data that we have to make sense of. And so it's kind of those three things, right? We need the sensors plus the satellites plus the AI, and we just haven't had this before, right? That we know that global greenhouse gases are released each year, right? It's not new. We've been monitoring it for years. But the question has always been, where is it coming from? And if we can't point to the individual sources, the specific factories, the farms, the refineries, then how are we going to design those as specific initiatives and policies to reduce the emissions? So it's that kind of accelerator that has gotten us into the position where climate trees can exist. And I'd say like one of the big things that I heard a lot of this past month when we launched this latest release of individual facilities is that it's enabled by the sensor technology. Like sensors are very honest. Instead of asking emitters to describe how much they emit and then tallying that up, right, in a very like self-directed way, we are looking through observation and remote sensing and having like an independent observation of the emissions, and that's a real distinguishing factor of kind of what Climate Trace is bringing to the market.
I hear a lot of like engineering-driven methods here. I hear number one, data-driven decision making, right? Like, so we didn't have the data to make fully formed decisions on how to deal with climate change. So you all went out and are collecting that data. Great engineering methodology. 2, trust but verify, right? Like that is a long-held security standard, right? So Dan, we've got people coming from all kinds of backgrounds here at reInvent. What are some of the trends that you're seeing in IT as you've worked on Climate Trace in sustainability?
The main one is that environmental management is no longer a side project. There's this urgent interest in environment, which includes climate change. It's not limited to climate change, but certainly it's a keynote of the environment. It's accelerated. That interest has accelerated over the past 5 years. And so the value of knowing about the environment, data about how the environment is changing, is tracking with that urgent interest. And it's not just social value anymore. It's not for in the world of the social sector or nonprofits, that there's real market value in knowing more about the natural environment than we did yesterday. And so with that increased interest is also new requirements of environmental data, new features that are required of environmental data. And so it's no longer sufficient just to publish data from black box models. It just won't get used to any real effect. The data, if it's one of those papers that just gets published, or it's in a repository alongside a single sort of publication, it remains there. It sits idly in that peer-reviewed publication. That these are becoming data products, like operational data products, where people are going to allocate resources against real problems based off of that information that has a different set of requirements. Most notably, one of them is that the user interaction with the source data is becoming more and more important. That it's transparency, not just into like a final output, but into the provenance of that information. So the way in which that data is stored, and we surface different points of the production process is becoming a necessity. It's not just a nice to have anymore here.
We're short on time, Dan. I'm really sorry to have to cut you off. This is a vitally important topic. I really hate to do it, but in 30 seconds or less, anything either of you want to leave the audience with on how to interact with the data? Any calls to action here that we can give the audience?
In lieu of doing a quick demo, I would say please go to climatetrace.org. We built this like incredibly intuitive map at climatetrace.org/map, and go work with the data. It's designed to be like touched and used and sliced so that, by country and sector and gases, so that how it fits within your organization. Use the data, hit us up, and let us know how it works for you.
Thank you so much, Bronwyn, Dan, and Mary, for joining us. This, like I said, one very, very personal thing to me. Very happy to see the work that you all are doing, And go check out climatetrace.org. We will be right back with an interview with one of our AWS heroes. So stick around. Hey, and we are just right like that back. I'm joined by Farah. I'm so happy that you're here. So excited to see your face. And Yvonne, a new face. I haven't met you before. Very pleased to see you. Very excited to hear what you've got to say. Let's kick off with intros. Let's start with you, Yvonne.
Yeah, so I'm Yvonne. I'm an AWS serverless hero. I also work as a software architect at Bill. And so basically one-liner about Bill, we simplify financial operations for businesses by offer greater controls and confidence when automating like payables and receivables and spend and expense management. So a lot of work there for sure.
Yeah, that's it. And we're going to get into a lot about Bill.com, I believe. But before we do, Farah, I mean, come on, everybody knows you. You're the AWS hero's best friend, I think. I think every AWS hero knows you.
Well, I think so. Thanks
Okay.
for having me. I mean, I used to be an AWS serverless hero, so the program is definitely close to my heart. But yes, my name is Farah Campbell. I'm the head of the modern compute community at AWS, and I get to work with amazing people like Yvonne.
Now, Yvonne, before we jump into Bill, I just wanted to, I was looking you up. No, all positives. And I wanted you to plug your YouTube channel if you are okay with that. I was watching some of the videos. There's a lot of really great content that you've put out. Do you want to talk a little bit about your YouTube channel and why you put it together and like what you're trying to teach?
Yeah, for sure. I think at the beginning when I first started it, like my goal was like make serverless easy. I think for a lot of companies, especially enterprise companies, they've come up with a great pattern on how to build on whether it's bare metal, virtual machines, etc. And some of these newer concepts like serverless computing is complicated and hard. And the thought process was make these videos where I kind of simplify it into 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. And take that hard figure it out step away from them and make it easy to get started.
Yeah,
I definitely need to do more work there, but
you need to put out more videos.
I
Was
do.
amazing. It was. I really enjoyed the videos I did get to watch before our interview. But so we're here to talk more about your architect work with Bill. Do you want to just give us kind of a quick summary of what Bill? You gave us a little bit about what Bill is, but maybe where Bill was before you started this move to microservices. I believe is what we're going to be talking about. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Bill started its journey to the cloud late 2019, 2020, where they started saying, okay, what is this thing? How do we do it? And basically they did the usual, right? It is that lift and shift everything, on EC2 instances, make it run the way it runs. And a lot of great people that started before me, and then when I joined this past year, is okay, taking that next step on optimization and improvement and innovation on adopting like serverless architecture. And so one of the things that they've done in the past year and a half or so is move to containers, but not only move to ECS containers, but to also start using AWS Fargate to kind of get shift left more of that undifferentiated heavy lifting, to not have to deal with patching servers and things like that, and really focus on our business use case and our core business use cases, basically.
Well, I'm excited to hear you say AWS Fargate because it's Fargate's 5th birthday tomorrow. So I'm very happy to see that. But I'd love to hear a little bit about some of the challenges you face. I know that there's a lot of people that are also thinking about doing the lift and shift as well. And so maybe could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. So once we got up in the cloud, I know I spoke on a previous session about we use cell-based architecture. So maybe I won't dwell too much of it on it, but basically every new cell that we create, we have segmented users and their data. The decision was, okay, that next cell, let's create it on AWS. And so in doing that, we said, okay, we've lifted and shifted it. We have it on EC2. What do we want to do with that? Do we want to implement auto scaling so that we don't have this static farm? And the thought process was, let's not invest into auto scaling with EC2 as it stands. Let's actually move to containers because there's a lot of benefits there. And so that was that first step, that first aha moment. Okay, so we moved to containers, being able to not have to worry so much about that orchestration and that scalability. Then we're like, okay, well, we're still dealing with EC2 instances. How do we innovate that? And so, 5 years of AWS features, of Fargate features have been amazing. That really, again, lets us say, okay, I don't want to deal with the EC2 instance anymore. I'm going to take my 15 services running within this cluster, move them all to Fargate. And it took us about a year to get that running. We have about 4 cells. I might be misquoting that, but 4 cells now in different regions across AWS running completely on Fargate. We've had, cost savings, right? Just going from EC2 to Fargate, where like in our lower environments, it's 80% cost savings. In our higher environments, I think it was somewhere around 30% savings. So it's been an amazing move to Fargate.
That's amazing, Yvonne. It's funny as I'm listening to you talk about cell architectures, systems design, architecture, it's almost just as philosophical as it is technical, right? Like you have that cell architecture is not an AWS service or anything. It's how you all are approaching breaking this down into smaller pieces so you can tackle these problems as they come. I think something I also wanted to call out that's very interesting that a lot of people don't consider when they're building microservices is you all also had that separation of data, right? That's one of the key pieces of building a functional microservice is to have its own data store. A lot of people move to a microservice on the compute side, but they'll leave, like one massive database. So very cool to hear you all doing that. One of the other biggest challenges that I have to ask you about with microservices is monitoring, right? So when you have one, instance of your application running, maybe it's even across multiple EC2 instances, monitoring that is pretty standard. But when you have this broken out into smaller pieces, when you get microservices in place, monitoring could become really challenging. Did you face any challenges with monitoring? And if so, how'd you work around those?
Yeah, so we did face some challenges with our core applications, the way they did logging and such. We had to implement little sidecars to be able to shovel those logging into, for example, Splunk, as well as like metrics, with the CloudWatch metrics and such. All these different microservices are, our core application, as well as getting all of those metrics into one place to make it easier for developers to make, informed decisions based on data, on cold hard data, was definitely a challenge. But with that Fargate and container architecture, we have that sidecar in place, for example, that then takes pipes to Splunk, pipes to Datadog, so that we can make some pretty advanced dashboards. I did have like some of the slides I could briefly share.
You read my mind. You read my mind. I was just going to ask you anything you could show us so we could visually, take this all in.
Yeah, so I'll focus more on the cell-based side of things more than the microservices anyways. And so in this chart, you can kind of see how we have that segmented. So both you as a person, the compute that your website, when you log in to pay a bill, for example, lives in one cell and that data lives in one cell. And so on the right-hand side, you can see that lift and shift that we started, back 3 years ago, where cell 4 was created in US West 2, and then we created one in Canada and then UK, etc. And so then we added monitoring in place, and let's see if I could switch to slide 2. So with monitoring in place, using Datadog, we started looking at all the different levers of that core application. Running on Fargate, and kind of seeing, okay, where do we do auto scaling? What are our metrics? So today what we did was we decided to, let's start simple. So very simply, we have, based on CPU, we have step scaling policy set up so that, we're continuously adding new tests as that day goes on, this, for example, is last week, one day running our 15 services within our cluster, and just have that watch that go up and down based on CPU. We're looking to move to more the targeted based scaling policy. I think I said the name wrong, but I think you get the idea. And start using some of these newer features that have been rolled out.
It's amazing. You know, as I hear you talk about this too, specifically with Fargate, I'm a big fan of Fargate as well. I love serverless. Farah knows this about me. I used to work with Farah when she was a serverless hero, and Chase, her buddy, and big serverless fan. But that's a big shift for a development team. Did you have any learnings as a dev team as you started moving towards this? You know, for me, one of the key factors of serverless that I love is less operational work. I think at first in the early days of serverless, they used to tout no operations, you know, and things like that, which is not true. But you know, you definitely have a less operational burden than you do when you're running these things in for example, EC2. How did that affect the team? How did you all learn from that?
It took a lot of I think for some of the folks that, like I mentioned, they have been working on these services. They're used to, you know, being able to SSH in and to run a command and to get, you know, a heap dump, a memory dump from JVM, et cetera. So there's definitely a learning curve. Like you said, the philosophical side of things of architecture, kind of stepping back and looking at that software that you're building and saying, okay, well, why do you need this to run on EC2? Or why do you, frankly, even like, does this really need to be a container running on Fargate? Could this be a Lambda? I think that's a discussion that we have a lot. Just trying to step back and look at the core business problem and say, okay, this is what's going to help you achieve that goal. Start small, start with a Lambda. And when you realize that Lambda, right, there are features that you need to leverage that are not available, okay, then let's move to Fargate. And if Fargate doesn't work, which I don't believe that is the use case, if at all costs you have to switch to EC2, then okay, let's switch to EC2. But it is a lot of that. Like, it's a discussion, right? It's a philosophical discussion. Like, what do you really need? How can we simplify as much as possible, and then get complicated as our use cases get complicated?
I mean, I love, and sorry, Farah, I love the call out to tooling. I mean, that's honestly one of the biggest challenges a lot of the time is you've got a set of tooling that you are used to working with. You just mentioned SSH just as an example, right? There's nothing to SSH into usually when you're working, definitely not with Lambda. It could be as simple as dropping, you know, a breakpoint in code. You know, you can't really do that once it's deployed out. Sorry, Farah, go. You ask a question now.
No, I was just really curious. You hear a lot of teams that are, starting to work towards, more of these like microservices environments and things. How did you get everybody on board with that, and like what was that process like?
Yeah,
getting everybody trained up and the team bought into like what you guys were all trying to achieve.
Yeah, our CTO of API is great. He really was one of the driving forces here to say, let's do AWS, let's try this. And so he gave a few teams pretty much a blank check to create a couple of microservices on AWS. And in that effort, that's where they kind of started creating this script, like, okay, you need to do this, you need to do that, so on and so forth, and create these templates that teams can just, with a click of a button, go through and create these services. Yeah, there are folks that are going to lean more to what they're familiar with, and if they need to get their service out fast and they can do it in 2 or 3 seconds the way they know, then by all means, right, go that way. But creating these templates and creating these one-click solutions that allow them to create these serverless microservices really has been key for us to kind of get that shift. And then additionally, right, there are times where I'll sit with teams and kind of explain the internals, like, how does this exactly work? How does for example, the Lambda service pull SQS to get messages and then hand it off to the function? So there's a lot of talking there. We've had some teams where they get incentives for getting certification and doing some of the free training that is available, as well as some of the like LinkedIn Learning and different training courses as well.
I I am a big proponent of enablement and learning. My own journey was a lot of that, like self-directed learning through videos just like the ones that you made. So number one, thank you for making videos like that. But I wanted to ask from an individual level, right? An individual person's level, either someone new to tech or somebody who's been using, memory dumps and heap dumps and things like that, making the transition over to working with serverless. As a serverless hero and a serverless expert, do you have recommendations on how do I get started? How do I make this switch to thinking more around serverless ideas?
Yeah, short of, go watch my videos.
Yes.
I mean, honestly and truly, there's so much free content out there on, these 101s, like quick getting started. Even like if you look at the tutorials on the AWS documentation, there's a lot of great like image manipulation with a Lambda, or, event driven from S3 to a Lambda, or so on and so forth. Like there's so much content out there that kind of takes a lot of the complicated away from you. I would encourage people to just try it. Sometimes it's really just that first step that say, I'm going to do this. That really all it takes. But yeah, give those tutorials a shot. Give a lot of content creators out there, like myself included, that we've tried to make this easier for you to get started.
And thank you for that, Yvonne.
Yes, thank you. Definitely helpful. I've definitely watched a lot of folks in this community doing all that they can, trying to share everything that they're learning, whether it be failures or some of the best practices that they've adopted. So definitely appreciate all the work that you've done to try to help enable others.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we have to move on, unfortunately, Yvonne. Thank you for joining us, though. And go watch Yvonne's channel. We'll drop a link in chat, too, to your YouTube channel, if you're okay with that.
Yes.
Cool. Great. I'll drop that link. And meanwhile, you stay tuned for more content here on AWS On Air at reInvent. Be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to AWS On Air. My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a senior technical trainer with AWS Training and Certification. And today, I have my friend Curtis here, who's going to talk to us about some really fun type stuff. Curtis, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself so that way we can jump directly into all the fun that you have stored for us?
Hey, everyone. I'm Curtis Morton. I'm a senior product manager with the AWS Game-Based Learning Products team. Happy to be here with Aaron.
Game-based learning. So I've heard of this thing known as gamification, and it's a way to kind of make things fun and interesting and shake things up. What kind of game-based learning do you focus on, Curtis?
Well, primarily we focus on solutions training for AWS. So with our game-based products, AWS Cloud Quest and AWS Industry Quest, we teach you how to build real solution using a game world.
I've heard of Cloud Quest before. Hold on, you're throwing this new term at me. What is Industry Quest? What is this thing you're telling me about right now?
Awesome. So I'm glad I get to talk about it, Aaron. So we just launched today AWS Industry Quest Financial Services, which is
Today.
a game-based.
Wait, hold on.
Yes,
We're at
today,
reInvent 2022 in
right
Las Vegas,
now.
and there's a whole lot of brand new launches. You're telling me that I'm talking to someone who's just launched AWS Industry Quest today.
Right now, today, live on Skill Builder. Go to skillbuilder.com, AWS Skill Builder, and you can find AWS Industry Quest Financial Services, a game-based solutions for industry verticals.
That's amazing. So Industry Quest for financial services and different verticals, right? Interactive type gameplay, gamification, a way to have fun. Can you maybe tell me your favorite part of Industry Quest and what excites you and your customers that you've worked with?
Well, the best part about Industry Quest is that you get fast access to solutions. Um, building assignments within Industry Quest. You can get, as soon as you start the game, you get a list of solutions that you can build from the financial services industry. Solutions like loan forms processing, or records retention, or fraud detection for credit cards. You can build these solutions in a live, safe AWS environment with without any worries about costs or overages. And you can learn about the solution, plan it out, and then test it and build it in your own environment at your company.
So before I launch it into my environment, you're telling me that I get an account or some kind of a playground to explore and experiment?
Well, the premise is that you start off in a virtual world, right? So you take over a fictional company, and in this
Ah,
company, you have to become the CEO. And to get this company back to leader status, you have to raise the company from a low level to a high level, or to the leader status, by building AWS solutions. And how do you do that? We take you into a virtual environment where you learn about that solution for the financial services industry, and we teach you how to build that solution step by step with instructions. And as you go through each step, you build that first part of the solution. And then we challenge you on top of that to do another part of the solution without those steps, in what we call a do it yourself challenge. And there you
okay.
add an additional part of the solution without the instructions, because you must use the knowledge you learn in the practice section to build a solution. And Aaron, we use a real live AWS environment that we provision for you. You don't have to worry about using your own AWS account. You don't have to worry about incurring any costs. It's a safe environment. It's automatically provisioned, and you can build right from within the game. The game launches the console from the game, and then you can start building. And then the game itself checks to see if you built it properly, and then you get rewarded with leveling up your company. You get your avatar created with new rewards, even new rewards for the office, like customizations as well.
And you talked about Skill Builder. So I can sign into my Skill Builder account, and then I can go check out Industry Quest, and then I can launch a game for Industry Quest. And from there, what I heard you say is directly within the game, it launches the console for me. So it really simplifies and demystifies the whole experience for me or for our users to be able to get in there and start experimenting and exploring and really get hands-on knowledge and translate that into applying it for their customers at the same time.
Exactly, Aaron. This is great
Okay.
for customers who already have experience on AWS, that want to use this tool to plan out solutions that they would use at their company. So if they have a specific use case that they're interested in, they can take a look at our list of solution and choose one of those use cases that's relevant to their company, and then they can practice building it in a safe, risk-free environment. And then with that knowledge, they can take that and then implement it for their business.
That's so cool. So,
Yeah.
during the initial launch process, I'm sure you've worked with some customers and you got some feedback. And what was the feedback that you received from your customers, or essentially, what are they saying about Industry Quest and how they're applying it for their business?
Well, Aaron, we always listen to our customers, and they were telling us they wanted specialized learning content on how to build AWS solutions for different industries. One of their pain points was that when they were researching for industry solutions, they had to search many sources to piece together a solution, and that takes time, Aaron. And another customer
And
pain
that
point
old that
is,
old saying, time is money.
yes, absolutely. And another pain point I'm going to talk about is, after they get that solution together, they had to assume some risks and costs testing it in their own environment. Um, and we solve this with AWS Industry Quest. Customers can get fast access to a catalog of solutions, industry solutions that they can experiment with. And as soon as they enter the game, the solutions are front and center, and they can begin learning with whatever solution is most relevant. So, customers are telling us that they also enjoyed the game-based learning aspect of the game. So they feel that, as their industry levels up, they're motivated to continue on learning. And an additional part of that is that you get to earn a real certifiable, verifiable digital badge, which validates your solution building knowledge for the financial services industry, and that's pretty powerful. So if you complete all of the solutions in the game, you earn that badge. You can share it on your socials, and you can even do a selfie within the game with your badge in your decked out office that you've earned all the rewards for, and share that on social media as well too.
Wait, hold on. So I work for the training certification team. I'm going to do a plug here. With training certification, there's certifications. You get certification badges through
Yes.
Credly, right? And then we also know that there's badges from Badge That. We had a whole talk about it at one of our summits earlier from the On Air team. But you're telling me that the Industry Quest team and the Cloud Quest team both also have badges? Oh, I am so excited. I'm going to actually, I think I just gave myself some homework. Yeah, I might
That's
go try to earn that badge because it just got launched today. And I think we have a blog post that we can drop in the chat for people. Is that right?
Absolutely. It just launched today with the badge. Once you get one badge, you're going to want to continue on and get them all. But with Industry Quest, you're going to have to go through a lot of solution building assignments to get that badge. And they are advanced. So if you get that Industry Quest badge, you are something special. Same thing with the Cloud Quest badges, right? You have to build a lot of solutions to earn those badges. And it really demonstrates that you can build on AWS. And that's the great thing about game-based learning.
Curtis, you're special to me even without the badge. Okay, I just want to tell you that. All right. Do you have
Likewise,
anything
Aaron.
that maybe you
Likewise.
want to share and show us today in terms of Industry Quest?
Yes, I do, Aaron. Give me a second. I'm going to share the experience with you right now. So let
Okay,
me
and
do
while
that.
Curtis is getting that set up, everyone, if you're watching this, this is AWS On Air. I'm Aaron Hunter, your host. We also have Curtis Morton, who is a senior product manager on the AWS Cloud Quest and gamification team. And then Stephanie is here to help us out with American Sign Language, ASL. So she's taking our words and then putting them into your ice, I guess is the best way to say that. So thank you, Stephanie, for all that you're doing for us. And thank you, Curtis, for walking us through Industry Quest, brand new launch that came out earlier today.
Awesome. Are you seeing my screen, Aaron?
Not yet. Let me see. I don't see that you shared it yet, but you know what? For everyone who is watching this, I did paste a link in the chat. So go ahead and check the chat and see if you can see it there. We do have the ability for us to, let me actually do this. Give me a second here. I will share my screen. Give me a moment because it looks like you might not have shared yours.
Okay.
And
It looks like I don't
there we
have
go.
access to share right now.
No worries. So I have the post. This is the launch announcement page that everyone can see here. So if we scroll down, we can actually see there's Industry Quest, about AWS Industry Quest, and then the different benefits. So Curtis, do you maybe want to walk through these different benefits where it says learn your way, solve industry problems, share and have fun? I think you maybe touched on them, but let's just make sure that the learners who are watching today can really take this away and sign up using Skill Builder.
Yeah, so we try to personalize the learning experience with Industry Quest for customers as best we can by giving them the choice to choose whatever solutions are relevant to them. So this is a game-based product, but we have to realize that this is training first. So we put those solutions front and center so customers can pick and choose the solutions that's relevant, the use cases that are relevant for their company, and they can start in any order that they want. They can do one solution or they can do 5 solutions. Whatever use case they have, they can go there, pick that path, build that solution, plan it, and then experiment with it in their place of work. And we're
That's
trying
really
to
cool.
solve. Yeah, yeah, we try to make it simplified. So if you're a gamer, this is for you. If you're not a gamer, this is for you as well. So we have different play styles. You can play through the game and never collect any rewards, right? And just learn about the solutions and then put the thing away. Or you can play through the game, collect the rewards, decorate your office, make your company rise from level 1 to 10. It starts off with a 1-story office, and then when you are an industry leader, it's like 10 stories, right? And you can see the entire office. There's a screenshot. I'm sorry I couldn't share that with you.
Very
So
good. Very good.
there's
I
yeah,
heard you
there's
say
different.
one thing. So if you're a gamer, this is for you. If you're not a gamer, this is also for you. I
That's
imagine
right.
if you work for some kind of industry, this is also for you. If you know how to use a computer, this is also for you.
Yep.
If you
I would
fill in the blank, this is for you.
Yeah, I would say that if we recommend this for folks who have already been building on AWS. I want to make that clear, right? So if you've been building already on AWS, I would say use this as a tool to get to that advanced specialized training, those advanced specialized solutions that are specific for financial services. This is what this is for. And we plan to release other industries in the future as well. And one thing I wanted to point out, Aaron, before we leave is that um, this is available with an individual or team subscription to AWS Skill Builder, right? So you get access to industry quests with those subscription-based models. But it's not just industry quests you get. You also get Cloud Quest, AWS Cloud Quest, which is a full slate of solution building assignments for people looking for career development. So you get all 6 roles: cloud practitioner, serverless developer, machine learning, security, um, data analytics, which we just released today as well. So you get the entire gambit with the skill builder subscription, and you also get all the skill builder content, 500 builder labs, 500 digital courses, 100 builder labs, AWS Jams, another game-based learning product, and everything else that's in Skill Builder. So you get an entire package with the subscription, not just the game-based learning products that we have. So it's a great value. And then anything in the future that we release, you also get access to as well.
And you talked about Cloud Quest. You get access to Cloud Quest through Teams and subscriptions. But Curtis, do you want to plug what you're going to do tomorrow for everyone who's watching so they can try to come back?
Yes, I do. So Cloud Quest, we're having a special challenge just for reInvent attendees. If you sign in to Cloud Quest through AWS Skill Builder and you complete that first assignment or that first level, it's a tutorial level, by the way, if you complete it all toward the end, you get to win a special swag item. This hat will be yours. Oh, this looks terrible with the headset on. But anyway, there's the hat. You get the hat. If you're attending reInvent, finish the challenge. Come see me in the Venetian 2201 Titan Level 2, and you will get this
Venetian
hat.
Titan Level 2 2201. Go see
That's
Curtis.
correct. Come
Check
see
out
me. Get your hat. Finish that challenge and get your hat, please. We would love you to have the swag. It's exclusive for reInvent attendees. Must be in person. We're not shipping this out. So
and the giraffe is wearing a VR. Is that right? So
that's right. The giraffe is wearing a VR headset. You'll see the same giraffe in Cloud Quest. So
perfect.
Come get your hat. Finish that challenge and you get it.
Thank you so much for being here. Stephanie, thank you for translating for us. And each of you watching, thank you for watching AWS On Air. My name is Aaron Hunter. Stay tuned for more content from all of us. Bye, everyone.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to AWS On Air. My name is Chad Lacey. I'm a global sales strategist at AWS, and I'm joined with my good friend, Jeff.
Hey, Chad, thanks for having me. My name is Jeff Mershak. I'm a senior solutions architect for the DoD Air Force. And I wanted to introduce our good friend, Ahuva, who is our special guest today. Ahuva, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, my name is Ahuva Khazan-Fuchs. I'm the Principal Product Manager of AWS Application Migration Service, also known as MGN.
So, Ahuva, really appreciate you being here. I know you've been working on something super cool. And I always love the area of application migration service. So the fact that you've got some new stuff to talk about, I would love it if you could share what you've been working on.
Sure. So MGN is an application migration service. What we do is we migrate servers and applications from any source environment, on-prem, other clouds, other AWS regions into AWS. And we do it pretty simply. You install an agent on each source server, The agent replicates your data into AWS, and then we launch instances running natively on EC2 with all of your information from your source machines. That's just a really high-level overview of what MGN does. We launched MGN last April, so about a year and a half ago. We're available in 22 commercial regions, and we've just launched at reInvent 4 pretty cool features, which I would love to talk to you about. Want to hear more?
Yeah, please. I'm like, now you got me enticed, because I've always loved the application migration service to begin with. So the fact you got new stuff, like, tell me about it.
Okay, so the first thing that we're launching is a feature called launch templates. When our customers use MGN, typically they're not doing it to migrate 1 or 2 servers. They're doing it because they want to migrate 50 servers, 100 servers, 1,000 servers. And for every server that you launch, there's an EC2 template that controls how the instance is launched. And a lot of our customers have told us they don't want to configure these EC2 templates one by one. If they're migrating 50, 100, 500 servers, they want to configure this in bulk. So we now support a launch template. It's a single launch template for MGN where you can choose the basic parameters, like the basic EC2 instance type, what time of the EBS volume you use, what's your default subnet for all of your servers. And we'll use that to create an EC2 launch template for each server based on the global template. So this global launch template is the first feature that we're launching at reInvent. Beyond that, we're launching 2 related features. When our customers migrate servers into AWS, they're not interested in migrating servers. They're actually interested in migrating applications. So an application is typically a large application running on multiple. An application is typically a large application running on multiple servers, and our customers want to migrate a full application with all the servers comprising it. We now support grouping servers into applications, performing bulk actions on those applications. And another grouping that customers are interested in is wave grouping. Many of our customers who have these large migrations plan their migration in waves. So maybe they have a first wave, which is small, and then continue as they learn the process with larger and larger waves. And they want to be able to migrate all servers in a wave together, see status, see dashboards. And MGN now supports also the concept of wave. So application grouping and wave grouping. And the final feature that we're launching at reInvent is custom actions. We know our customers want to move and improve. They want to migrate their servers and applications, and then they want to do more in AWS where it's easy for them to do more. Maybe they want to install a CloudWatch agent to collect log files from all their servers. Maybe they want to install some tools. Maybe they want to upgrade a server or create an AMI for a launch instance. Those are all actions that can be done after you migrate a server into AWS. And MGN now automates that. And we support custom modernization actions post-launch, allowing you to configure multiple scripts to be executed in bulk automatically on all of your migrated servers. So those are our 3 pretty exciting launches at reInvent: the launch template, application and wave support, and custom actions.
That's cool. Ahuva, regarding the applications and waves, how many servers do you really need to migrate in order for these features to be valuable?
It depends on how you're managing your source environment. We want something that's convenient for our customers. So if really what you have on-prem are source servers that you're managing one by one, and that's convenient for you, by all means, continue to do that. But if really what you have on-prem are applications, groups of servers working together, the application feature is available to support you. And waves are useful for customers if you have large migrations. If you're only migrating 2 or 3 servers, just use MGN the way it is. But if you have 20 servers, 50 servers, 100 servers, 1,000 servers, that's when planning your migration progress is really important. And you'll definitely want to break that down into waves so that you know what you're doing at any one time. It's planned. You have your application owners available for the appropriate wave to validate what they're doing. So wave planning is really important for large migrations, but applications are useful if this reflects what you have in your source environment, which a lot of our customers do have applications.
That's super cool. So I want to jump back on something you were talking about, application modernization. And obviously when you're migrating, it's an opportune time to see if there's any kind of modernization. And you mentioned that now the application migration services is supporting some of that. So what kind of actions does the modernization support?
Right. So many of our customers want to do more in AWS. They don't just want to move their applications as is into AWS.
Right.
So what we really recommend is move and improve. Migrate into AWS. Once you're in AWS, continue your modernization journey. And that could be quick things that take time, and it's really a journey. And our customers start by moving and then improving. So when I say that you could do custom actions, it's an integration with another AWS service called Systems Manager. So anything that can be written as a SSM document, a Systems Manager document, can be executed using MGN. Out of the box, they support 300 System Manager documents, but you can write any additional document that you want. It's similar to Python, and the sky's the limit. It depends on your imagination, on your needs, but anything that could be written as a Systems Manager document can be executed automatically in bulk by MGN.
I love that, Ahuva. So we've been talking about lift and shift for so long, but I'm going to steal that move and improve line. I hope you don't have that copyrighted, because I want that on a t-shirt now. You need time to move and improve.
I want one too.
So Ahuva, one of the first new features you talked about, the launch template. Didn't the migration service already have support for the template? And I know you mentioned it's just more improved now. Can you kind of talk the differences between the new template feature and what was already supported?
Okay, so MGN, of course, we work in the AWS ecosystem. So for every instance that we launch in EC2, an EC2 server or instance always has an EC2 launch template. So every server has its own EC2 launch template, and MGN always supported that. But now I'm talking about an account level launch template, which is the template for the template. So if you have 100 servers, each of those will have its own EC2 launch template. But how do you define the basis, the default settings that all of those launch templates, those EC2 launch templates, will inherit from? That's what we added, the account level default that we use to create the EC2 launch templates for each of the servers.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. The template for everything. Got it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
And this is one of our top requested feature requests by customers. They don't want to define 50, 100 EC2 launch templates by themselves. So we provide the template of the template, and that's where you define your system level defaults. And you can still go to each of the EC2 launch templates and customize something specific if that's your need. So we're not canceling that. We still continue to support that. We're just giving you account level option to make it easier for you templates.
So I think it's time to see a demo. This all sounds awesome, but I want to see it in action.
Yeah, let's see it.
Absolutely. Okay, so can you share my screen?
Yep, this should be coming up.
What you see now, this is the MGN console. So AWS Application Migration Service, the MGN console. The first thing that you do when you're using MGN is you go to each of your source servers and you install an agent on each of those source servers. In this source server list, you see a list of all of my servers that are now replicating into MGN because I've installed a client on them. So I want to start showing you the launch template. If I go to settings, I can look at my launch template. And again, these are my account level defaults to be used. For example, instance type right sizing. That's a feature that controls whether MGN automatically determines the right size instance to launch, or you want to control it manually and select your own instance type. Another feature, which is a global template, is specifying map tags. Many of the MGN customers also participate in the map program. They want to add a map tag to their instances to get the map credits. And that's another feature which you can enable on your account level using the MGN launch template. So this is the first feature. I'm going to show you an instance launch. I'm going to show you the results of this launch template. That's one feature. Another feature is the post-launch template. This is where you define the actions and custom actions to be executed on all of your servers. And in this case, I'm going to configure, or I have here configured 2 separate actions that I want to execute on all of my instances. The first is disaster recovery. So I'm migrating my servers into AWS, and then I want to ensure resiliency by configuring a DR site for my servers, and I want to do it automatically. So I'm migrating all my servers into AWS, and at the same time, installing a DR agent to replicate from, I'm currently in Ireland, replicate into US East, so I have a backup site. That's one action. And also I've defined here a custom action. Let's look at it a second. So this is a custom action to configure a CloudWatch event. I want to install the CloudWatch agent on my server. I'm activating it, enabling it. And now I have also this configure CloudWatch. So two actions that will be installed on my server. I have the DR after migration. I've got the CloudWatch. Those are the 2 to remember. And going back to my server list, I also want to group my servers into applications and into waves. So here I have these 2 instances. I grouped them into an application. If I go to my application, I can see these servers belonging to this application, but I can also see their status. In this case, all of my servers are no alerts, everything's fine. They're all test in progress, but the status can be different for different applications. And this is where I can see the global overview of what's happening. Sorry, this is the same application. Let me look at a different application. This is an application whose status, all resources are cut over. Some of them are disconnected. These are the status of my different applications. And I can also see here a list of applications, which wave they belong to, the migration status, what this application 6 hasn't started yet, application 5 is in progress, application 3 has completed, each have different numbers of servers. And I also defined a wave holding all of this. So if I go into my wave, I have a single wave, which started at a specific date. This wave has been going on for 5 days. And I have the health status of all of the applications and servers in my wave. And I also have migration status. So I can see that my wave is not yet complete. I have some applications that are still in progress. One is completed, one is not started. And I also have a source server view where I can drill down into the servers, and I can see at the server level how many are being tested, how many are in cutover, what are ready for testing, what's disconnected. So a lot of information, including the list of servers in my wave, the list of applications in my wave. And this really helps. This is intended for your migration project administrator, the person who every morning they want to know what's going on. They open this wave overview, go into their dashboard, and see the status at the application level and at the source server level. And this really aggregates everything that's going on. If you could imagine, in my case, I only have 20 servers. So I could also look at my servers and try to figure out, okay, it's mostly green, some of it is green, some of it is ready for testing, try to figure out the status. But by having this pie chart, it's much easier for me to wake up in the morning, open this first thing, check in. Okay, everything looks okay, healthy, launched. If it was red, I wouldn't want to see that. There's a problem, but things are looking good.
Yeah, it's really neat to think of when you talk about waves and applications. But if you think bigger about that, you can think, okay, you can have like all of test be a wave, and so you can have 100 applications and wave one be test across all those applications. So it's neat to
Yes.
see how it scales out and makes things easier for large migrations.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I could take, this is my wave, right? And it could have as many servers as I want. And I could choose at the wave level to launch test instances. And this is a bulk operation across my whole wave. And it's really a matter of convenience. I can do it at the wave level. I could do the same thing at the application level. I could take this application and this one is complete. So let's say I want to archive it. I can archive this application, and it's done recursively on my whole application. It's gone. That's done. I can take this application, which is actually, this is an empty application. It doesn't have any servers, so I'm not going to do that one. But I can just take any this application, and I see this is ready for testing. This is testing progress, ready for testing, and I could change their status. I also want to show you what happens when I told you about the custom actions.
Yeah.
I want to show you the results of the custom actions. So here is, let's choose a server, which I happened to prepare ahead of time for you. Launching an instance takes time because we launch an EC2 instance, associate the EVS volumes. So it really depends on the size of your disk, how long it takes. But this is a server which I launched previously. And this is the server where I configured the post-launch actions. So I installed SSM agent, I configured DR after migration, and I wanted to configure a CloudWatch event. So we could see like this. I managed to successfully install the SSM agent at a specific time. DR after migration was configured. This is MGN, and this is my DR after migration. I can, from here, go into my disaster recovery. It's a different service.
Right.
This is AWS Elastic Disaster Recovery. This is my replicated server. This is my disaster recovery site, and it's already ready for recovery.
That's super cool.
That's ready there. And then I have this create CloudWatch event, which didn't succeed. That can also happen. And then I have the issue here, why it didn't succeed. And that information is available right from MGN. If I want to drill down deeper, I can actually go into the systems manager console and see full information about this script that was run, descriptions, a lot of information. So that's a quick demo of MGN and the new launches.
That's super cool, Huva, because I'm not going to name any names, but back in the day when we were doing on-prem migrations, you would get an error like that, and it was like finding a needle in the haystack of what went wrong and why it failed and what part of it failed. Because at its core, it was block level replication, right? And you're just like, why did this not work? And you would have to run it again and again and again and keep failing until you figured it out. And I love that you have all this information right at your fingertips, and it's not everything didn't fail. It's just one little part. And okay, well, I can reinstall that afterwards if I want to, right? You get so much information and action you can take on that. This is so cool.
For sure. And for all of these, you can also drill down into the job IDs. This is within MGN, this specific launch of this specific server with all of the logs, what happened, all the error messages. This is all available through the console.
I love it. Well, I really appreciate you sharing this with us. Congratulations on the hard work that you and the rest of the team have done. I think this is awesome. I think our customers are really going to love it. This is going to make really large migrations so much easier. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
And
Thanks
everybody else, I appreciate you joining in. This has been AWS On Air. We'll be back soon.
Hey, it's Chad. How's it going, Chad?
How's it going?
Well, it looks like we're back for another segment here at AWS On Air Live. My name is Jeff Marushak. I'm a senior solutions architect on our DoD Air Force team, and I'd like to introduce my co-host, Chad.
Hey, everybody. My name is Chad Lacey. I'm a global sales strategist at the AWS. And, quick change of wardrobe. We just heard from Ahuva talking about the application migration service, and she mentioned the move and improve. I asked her if she had to get me a T-shirt.
She got the shirt. I like it.
So it's all about move and improve. But keeping with the theme of doing some migrations, we've got John joining us, who's got some incredible information about some updates to the database migration. Right, John?
That's right. Hey guys, good morning. Thanks for hosting us here. It's been a really interesting couple of weeks leading up to reInvent, as it always is. There's lots of neat stuff going on with respect to new products and deployments and services, and database migrations is a key thing for AWS, and I'm really pleased to announce we've finally got a schema conversion integrated as a managed service part of our database migration service platform. So that was really a big thing for us to get that out the door late last night.
That's great, John. Let's start with setting the stage here. Kind of walk us through DMS, just kind of a quick overview, and we'll start there.
Sure. So DMS, we launched it way back at reInvent 2015, which hard to believe it's been so long. The years fly by, but to say it's evolved a lot since then would be an understatement. So with the database migration, there's a whole lot of different moving parts to it. You can go in and go right back to the start where somebody does the sales pitch. Say, okay, let's just move the database. Well, there's a lot more to it than that, right? There's all the connecting applications. There's the different components of the database. You've probably got reporting layers in there. You've got third-party apps that connect in. You've probably got custom things that you've built yourself. Whether they're in-house applications or third-party products all using it. And you've got to figure out, okay, all of these things need to move as part of the migration. But even that's taking it too simply. What about, say you're moving a whole data center? You could have tens or hundreds of databases to move. So these are the things that we need to think of when we're looking at a database migration. And you need to go right back to the start and go, well, first off, if I'm going to migrate, do I know what I have? And if we look at the history of DMS, we've been adding new features and capabilities to it as years have gone by. At the most basic level, it's been adding support for more database engines. You can start with some of the core basics that everyone knows about. Your Oracles and SQL servers, but then you've got to add in new engines, the open source platforms that have kept evolving and growing as time goes on. New data warehouse systems, NoSQL systems, and whatever else you might need to use to move your data lakes. So, that's one area that we've worked with in time with DMS. But, going back to what I was saying, you need to know what it is you have. Last year at reInvent, we launched this thing called Fleet Advisor. And that makes it easy to discover all of your on-premises databases, so you know what it is you do have before you even get that migration going. And your next step, once you find out what you have, is to do an evaluation of them. What are potential targets in AWS? Does it make sense to move it and keep it as it was? Or maybe it's time to adopt some more modern cloud-native platform as part of your migration. And that's where some of this assessment comes in, this evaluation. And we had launched the AWS schema conversion tool many years ago to help do just that, do that evaluation, look at the compatibility between the old guard technology and the new cloud native options out there, and really give you those choices and options. And once you've done that evaluation and you dive into there and you do the conversion with the schema conversion tool, then you've actually got to migrate the data, make sure it all migrates across properly, make sure you do it in a way that doesn't impact your business users, and just do this little thing at the end called testing, right? You need to make sure that it actually worked. So there's a whole lot of steps to a database migration that need to be considered when making that plan, because as we all know, databases are the core of pretty much every business out there. So you don't take that responsibility lightly. You want to make sure you do a good job, check off all those boxes, and do things in a seamless and integrated manner that makes it easy for customers to migrate.
Yeah, and it's probably safe to say that no two databases are alike. They're going to be different from the moment you install them and put a piece of data in there. So that initial figuring out what you have is a key part.
It may be a bit of an old expression, but every database is truly a unicorn. Even ones that think, oh, this should be the same. We've got the same piece of software as the customer down the road. Well, chances are they added a custom field in there somewhere. Or they did some integration that you'd never seen before.
So, John, you touched on it a second ago. I want to see if we can drill down just a little bit. So historically, we've had a managed service with the database migration service, and we've historically had a separate tool with the AWS schema conversion tool. How does what you're launching today, how do they relate, and what does it look like for the future for people who are doing database migrations?
Sure. So, at AWS, one of the things we've always been very forward about is getting things to market quickly. And that's pretty much what we did with the schema conversion tools. Like, look, we know people need something. What can we do? How can we get it out there as quickly as possible in a way that makes the most sense for them? And the other thing to note is that times change, people's mentality evolves, and of course, technology changes with that. And when we launched the database migration service, it was first and foremost important for us to put a managed service out there to make it easy to migrate data. People don't want to have to monitor the state of every last transaction that's going across from the source to the target. They don't want to necessarily have to learn how to install, configure, and maintain a replication server. There's I wouldn't say there's a black art to it, but there's definitely a set of skills that are needed. But with the database migration, there's actually two core components to it. There's the schema migration or conversion, and then there's the data migration that comes afterwards. So, a bit of database 101, I'm sure most people listening in are all aware of this, but, a database has sort of two components. The schema, which defines the structure and the setup of the database. So, the tables that are in there that maybe you've got a customer table and an inventory table and an address table, all have different columns with rows of data in there. And then on top of that, you have procedures and functions and triggers, which, adds some level of business logic. But that's just the raw structure of the database. Once you've got that, you then populate it with data. And the database migration service was all about moving the data from one database type to another. But the first step was actually converting the schema. And this was where the AWS schema conversion tool came in. It would convert that logic, if you will, from one type to another type, whether that was Oracle to Postgres, SQL Server to MySQL, or some other formats. AWS SCT supports a whole plethora of conversions today. And way back when we launched, there was a bit of a mentality in the market of the day that if people are doing an analysis of on-premises systems, you probably want an on-premises tool. So that's where we launched SCT, to get it quick to market and to give people something that they were comfortable with installing, using locally, doing that analysis locally. It just made sense for the time. But as things have evolved, we've realized there's been some challenges and some problems with that. Generally speaking, you've got people that, first off, you've got an IT department that are probably a little suspicious of a tool to be installed locally. So, there may be some hoops to jump through to allow them to install that piece of software locally and, do all the validation checks. And then secondly, there's performance considerations in there. So the schema conversion tool, it's a fairly intensive process to do a full analysis of possibly a database schema containing tens of thousands of tables and procedures and what have you. And it could be that you would need a fairly beefy machine to do that analysis locally. You're not necessarily just going to install it on your laptop. So, you got to get that checkbox from IT to install it, and then go, oh, by the way, I need a big old server somewhere I can install it on and run. It's,
right.
There's some hurdles. So with with the launch of schema conversion inbuilt to AWS DMS, we get rid of those things. It's now a managed service. People are comfortable with that these days. And you get to leverage the power of AWS to do that conversion. So all the compute, all the processing is now done on an EC2 box that we manage and administer for you. So you get rid of all of those concerns. And then on top of all of that, there's this, just what I call almost icing on the cake, this integration. You've got one service that flows from discovery with DMS Fleet Advisor to conversion with DMS Schema Conversion through to migration with the core DMS replication technology.
Yeah, no, it's exciting to me to see how far we've come with doing this type of work. Because I remember back in the day when I was just a systems admin and just upgrading from one version of a server product to another and had to do a schema conversion, and I was scared to death that something was going to break and I was going to blow this thing up. And man, we've made it so much easier. So I love the fact that we're continuing to iterate on this and are now at a place where the schema conversion tool is embedded in and just part of the migration service. That's great.
Yeah, John, can you tell us? You talked about a managed service. You want to just briefly just talk about exactly what a managed service is, really quick, and then some of the benefits you get, because you kind of painted the picture already. You don't want to buy a whole bunch of new database servers, but then have to buy some more servers to do the conversion. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So managed services is really, I'm probably oversimplifying things, but it's the core of what AWS is, right? We offer managed services for customers. If we take a simple example, obviously I live in the database world. The fact that you can manage and run, install, configure, maintain a database, say a PostgreSQL database, that doesn't make you special. That doesn't make you special as a company. The company down the road can do that exact same thing. There's no differentiation in there at all. The differentiation is the added value that you build on top of that database, the secret sauce that's unique to your company that gives you that advantage in business compared to the person down the road. The same thing goes in the database migration space. You can go to any number of vendors out there and buy prepackaged database migration software. You can install that, you can configure that, you can maintain that, but there's nothing special about it. It's just software. So at AWS, we're all about making that easy, and that's where the database migration service comes in. We manage and maintain that database migration for you. We make sure that it's up and running. We make sure it has the right resources. The security patches are there. The availability is there. You've got the option to do things like multi-availability zone for database migration, which is something that, frankly, I don't think many people would have done before a managed service. So it just brings it to that next level.
Yeah. Well, John, I got to tell you, you've got me excited. I love what you're saying, but I want to see it. So do we have a demo?
Yeah, you bet. We've got a quick demo. Nothing's real until you see it, right? So
That's right.
Let me just get going and see if I can get this shared out. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, let's just hit this. I'm going to minimize that and bring up. Hopefully, everybody can now see my remote desktop. Is that fair to say?
I'm not seeing it yet. Hopefully Tabitha's going to be able to bring it up for us.
Oh, I'm having technical difficulties. I've got it up.
Maybe. Uh-oh.
All right. Can we not share a remote desktop? All right, let me try this. Geez, it's not letting me share that. It's gonna make it real hard. Okay, tell you what, I can do this real quick. Let me just switch over.
That's the fun of doing a live show, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's just the joys of demos. 2 seconds, and let me try sharing a particular window. All right, so I'm gonna have to do a slightly different demo than I was planned, but hopefully you can see this one now. Can everyone see my AWS console?
Here we go.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
So I can I will not be able to show the database servers themselves because I'm just using the web browser, but let me just get going. Boy, talk about doing it on the fly. Isn't this going to be fun? 2 seconds, guys. Sorry about that. It is up and running, but for some reason, you guys can't see that screen. So I blame the sharing software. Anyways, here we go. We're up on the AWS console, logging in. So now you can see this is definitely a real demo and not something that I've just pre-canned.
That's right.
And we go in and we're going to the talk about this integrated. So there's no separate products or separate tools. It was all launched last night in all of the regions. So although I'm in North Virginia, you should be able to see it everywhere. So here we have the DMS console. I was talking a little bit earlier about the different components of a migration. I'm not going to go into each one of them, but you can see we have an option here on the left to go and perform an inventory of your database. And at some point later on, once you're ready to go, you can actually start migrating them with your replication instances. But that wasn't the new launch for today. What is new is this ability to convert inbuilt to the database migration service. And there's a few different components to it. I'll just go into them very briefly. We have what we call an instance profile. So as we go into here, this is just very standard AWS type security and configuration. In here, we have just things that tell which subnets we want to launch our replication or our conversion instance in, what security group we're going to use, what IAM role we're going to have, and then all of the settings, the project settings, if you will, for the conversion get stored in an S3 bucket. So that's why we've got that all in here. So this is just high-level configuration you would do once, and you could use multiple times over if you wanted. We then go into the data providers, and this in basically database 101 speak. These are your database connections, your ODBC information. So I'm going to be migrating in this demo from a SQL Server source database to a PostgreSQL target database. And in here, is just the standard information database IP or DNS name with port and your usernames and your passwords. With DMS schema conversion, it mandates the use of AWS Secrets Manager. So you go and you can maintain all your usernames and passwords in Secrets Manager. So no need to have them, stored as plain text anywhere or anything like that. So you can see in this example, I am an AWS employee, so my databases are actually all in AWS already. But these servers, they don't have to be in AWS. They can just as easily be on premises. So you can have your source SQL Server on premises and your target Postgres in this example can be in AWS. No problem there. So once you've got that all configured up, you then go into what we call a migration project, because that is what we're actually doing. We are migrating now. We'll go in, I'll load this up. And I've, again, for sake of time, I have pre-created this, right? So in the case of, an actual project, you would go in and create a new one. And essentially what you do there is you specify what the source is, what your target is, and then what happens behind the scenes is DMS will launch an EC2 instance on your behalf, and it'll perform the assessment of that source database and let you know how easy or hard it's going to be to perform a conversion. But because I've already pre-created it, I will just go and straight into the migration project. Oh, hold on, I'm in the wrong place. Go to the schema conversion tab, and I will hit launch schema conversion. So what that's going to do, it's going to take a few seconds to bring it up. And I'll just make my window a bit bigger. Hopefully that doesn't confuse anything for the screen share. And we can see what we have here is a fairly standard IDE-like environment. So if anybody's used, whether it's standard code development or perhaps SQL Server or database server, I should say, maintenance, this is going to seem fairly familiar to you. We have our source on the left. We have our target on the right. You can see it's pulled this information from my source provider that I showed earlier. So in this case, I'm going from a SQL Server, which in my case is in RDS, but in most cases would be on premises, to a target over here. Now, you don't necessarily have to have anything in that target, but it's just there as sort of a placeholder, if you will. If the original screen share had worked, I would have gone in and logged onto the database servers and shown you that the target server is truly empty. There's nothing there right now. But not every demo goes according to plan, so we'll just do it this way. So I'm going to browse down the tree, if you will, into my database on my SQL Server box. And there's, a few standard databases in there, TempDB, be familiar to anybody that's used SQL Server before, as is the master. But in my case, I've got a DemoDB. Go into my schemas, and I just have a sample schema that I created called DBO. Now, as I go into DBO, you can see there's a whole bunch of, tables and stuff beneath it. But I want to first show, if I just drag this up, the assessment that's been run. And again, full disclaimer, demo database makes it seem pretty straightforward, but the same thing holds for much more complex ones. Overall, you can see in my demo database here, we've got a number of objects. Some of them have converted, no problem at all. Others, not so much. We've got a couple simple actions needed to be done. And then we go down into the tables, and we can see, here is the source SQL, here's the target SQL. That's in SQL format. Here it is in Postgres format. And if I want, at the very end, I can go through and apply this to my target. I'm just taking very close note of the time, so we'll do it pretty quick. We've also got a stored procedure in here. If I go in, you can see here's the source procedure written in T-SQL. Here's the target that's now been converted to Postgres. And if I want, I can now go through and I can hit this actions and apply my schema to the database. So that's a very quick demo. I can go into a lot more detail, but I think we're running low on time, guys. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm saying we're just about out of time. I appreciate you kind of tap dancing and getting us there, because I know the crowd was excited to see exactly how the service is gonna operate. So, Jeff, this is super exciting. I mean, I think you and your team, congratulations on trying to make this easier for doing these large scale database migrations easier for everybody, right? Especially now, given kind of the economic climate, I think trying to make this easier for folks to move to a more cost-effective way of doing compute and running their databases is extremely important. So I think it's very timely.
Yeah, and the other thing that being a managed service, the fact that we talk about the shared responsibility model and that line between security of the cloud and security in the cloud with managed services, that line moves and makes it a little bit easier, a little bit less on the plate for our customers. So really excited to see this.
Thanks for the time, guys. Really happy to have the opportunity to show it, and looking forward to seeing customers get in there and start using it.
Yeah, John, thank you so much for being on with us. And we'll be right back. This is AWS On Air live from reInvent in Las Vegas.
Well, hello. It's AWS On Air. I'm AM Grabelny, joining you live here from my dear, close personal friend Chris Angel's penthouse apartment over at Planet Hollywood. Just kidding, of course. I'm, as I was saying, I'm AM Grabelny, a developer advocate for Game Day, and we're bringing you all the great content from reInvent this entire week. We'll be here with you. I got the Do Not Disturb sign on my hotel room. I'm here with you all. I'm ready to talk. And we got a regular Peter Cottontail over here. Look at that shirt. I love it, Chad.
Like it?
I love it. I don't just
Just
like
for
it.
you, man.
I might steal that. Anyway.
Or is it the Move and Improve shirt? Which one do you like better?
I don't know. I'm jealous. You can't see, but I do have denim on the bottom too. So I am in a full Canadian tuxedo, I believe they call it. Chad, introduce yourself before I just derail this entire stream.
Hey, everybody. My name is Chad Lacey. I'm a global sales strategist for AWS. Coming from you live from reInvent in Las Vegas. We've got a couple of our friends, Leo and Justin, joining us from AWS Tech Ed and McGraw-Hill. Got some exciting stuff we're going to talk about.
Yeah, former educator here. So I'm super excited.
That's right. AM's going to completely geek out on this.
Yes. Leo. You're a familiar face. You've been on AWS On Air many times before. Tell us again, who are you?
Yeah, great to see you. I think I was last on air at Remars, but I'm Leo Zhadnovsky. I'm a chief technologist for education. So I work with our higher ed, ed tech, and other customers in the education space.
Justin, tell us about you and McGraw-Hill.
Nice to see you all, and absolutely pumped about this week in Vegas. Chad, I've got to catch up to you with the dress code situation. This white shirt is not good enough, clearly. My name is Justin Singh. I'm the Chief Transformation Strategy Officer at McGraw-Hill. At McGraw-Hill, we are one of the largest education companies in the world that work from K-12 to higher education to professional education sectors, and across 133 countries as well.
So, guys, I kind of want to just jump right in because, I think it's not any big secret that the last couple of years has been kind of impactful in the education space and the way students consume and learn information and the way teachers present it. So, if you kind of level set, like where are we at and how is technology improving in this area to help students consume?
One of the biggest trends that we're seeing across the world is how quickly students' study habits are changing, particularly given the environment the last 2 years. The way they change the way they're studying and also the learning content that they are preferring to consume. And Chad, a really great personal way that I like to think about it is with my baby brother-in-law, who comes to stays with us around 2 months of every year since he was 10 years old. And he, like many students, gets ready to start learning. He opens up his laptop and he starts to log in and rewatch his hour Zoom lecture or open up the textbook. And, he's so intelligent, he's so smart, and he's so creative. But in that moment, I can just see the blood dripping coming away from his face. And then he does something that I think a lot of us do, whether you're in the professional space as well, when you've got to learn something really quickly and you feel like you have a time pressure. If you're like me, you start opening different tabs, you start searching anywhere to help you, whether it's YouTube, whether that's more and more places like TikTok and social media as well. And of course, when you start searching, you lose a lot of time, you find a lot of content that doesn't really work and that you can't necessarily trust. And it turns out when we kicked off a research into this, it turns out this pain point and this workaround is almost universally being felt by millions of students here in the US and around the world. And so when I thought about this situation and got so frustrated about this, like, here am I leading a really big education company, and I can't help one of my baby brother-in-law connect to learning content that he really wants to be connected with. And we said, okay, and that's when I said, okay, how do we take really great content, but deliver it to different technology forms, different content forms that are that are relevant to the student of today. That's why I'm really excited to be talking about a new product that we've recently released called Sharpen.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, this goes to the heart of education, in my opinion, right? Like a lot of people, especially during the pandemic, were facing a situation where they didn't know how to educate in that environment, and so, like you mentioned already, you just turn on the webcam and teach just like normal. But it's not normal, and you can't teach that way. You have to adapt, and it goes to the heart of education for me, at least, when I was an educator, of differentiation, right? Like that's
Absolutely
vastly important when you're trying to educate a group of people, because everyone learns differently. So Sharpen, you mentioned, what is Sharpen? And I think we got a video too that I'm going to put up while we talk.
There we go.
Perfect. Well, Sharpen is, now since we've launched a couple of weeks ago, we've had tens of thousands of students download the Sharpen study app and using it to help them learn. And during one of our user sessions that we do, one of the students and the learners, I thought, summarized it really well. She said it reminded her if her trusted textbook and TikTok had a baby, then you get Sharpen. And maybe even more technical way to describe this is that it's a first of its kind learning platform that truly delivers short, bite-sized learning in a way that's highly engaging and efficient. We help students get to that point where learning starts to click for them so they understand those key concepts. I like to think about it as if you've seen one of those YouTube viral clips of a baby that's putting their glasses on for the first time ever and their faces, right? Now they can see. That's what we strive to do with Sharpen. And we do this in a really, really simple product design that is really resonating with students. Essentially, as soon as a student or a learner downloads Sharpen, they get a personalized onboarding experience, and they're taken directly into a learning playlist that's breaking down into the subjects that they need to know if they're going to master this piece of learning. And then essentially in that subject, they're given 3 cards and that they can complete. The first card is what we call a video overview. And it is very much like a FaceTime conversation that you're having with an instructor that's explaining what you need to know really clearly, really concisely. And once you finish that in around 4 to 5 minutes, you then go into a summary that further expands what you've just been introduced into that video, and you can learn on your phone, really start to engrave that into your mind. And then lastly, you're being given around about a 5 to 8 minute gamified quiz that tests that knowledge that you've just learned. And then just like any social media platform, you can continue in that infinite reels, infinite content stream. If you're in the zone, and many times when you're in that study zone, you're on a reel, you just keep going. Or you can get additional study help, whether that's flashcards, see the streaks that you're on, just like your fitness apps, or the awards that you've earned, or the personalized recommendations that we've given to you now that we understand what you're succeeding and what you're interested in as you go through the Sharpen experience. And it's this really simple, trusted way is why we've had a really successful launch today.
Hey, Justin, before I know we want to talk about tech and the architecture behind it from Leo, but before we move to that, and Chad, you can ask them about that, but I wanted, look, the positive vibes hat might fool you. I'm an old dude. So you say TikTok, and the gray in my beard might actually give it away that I am an old dude. So, I hear TikTok. I don't know much about it. I do know a lot about Twitch. And one of the things that I learned from being on Twitch for the past 4 years is that people really like to connect to the people teaching them. Did you all see that at McGraw-Hill too, when you were building Sharpen?
Absolutely. We heard really loud and clear when we were testing out the different video types from the students that they want to hear from someone that they can trust. Someone that's slightly older than them, that's been through this before, whether that's their TA, whether that's their instructor. And that was really important because at the end of the day, and you mentioned that really, really well before, that the instructors across the US and international institutions have done such a fantastic job during this pandemic environment, really shifting to remote and hybrid learning. And students have got used to that, and also instructors have got used to that as well, and that's here to stay. And so Sharpen is just another way to supplement their studying through a really trusted platform with trusted content, but also instructors can, of course, refer their students to as well, than maybe some cheating platforms that exist out there today, which I'm sure you probably know about as a former instructor.
Justin, I just want to say congratulations on it. McGraw-Hill is like a trusted name in education. You guys have been doing education for a long, long time. But I think it's great that you and your team and everybody back at McGraw-Hill have pushed yourselves to embrace where the society is today and recognize that there was a shift, especially during the pandemic, and going and meeting that need. I think it's incredible. So congratulations on that. But I do want to lead it over to Leo a little bit and let me put my propeller hat on. I want to dive into some of the technical architecture underneath that makes all this work.
Yeah. So because this is a greenfield app, when we worked with Justin's team, our idea was to architect this as a modern application. So it's a serverless stack. There's API gateway and Lambda and S3 and GraphQL and Athena involved. And I was looking at it from a few lenses. So the first lens was just make sure that the launch goes smoothly. It sustains all its launch day traffic. And so to do that, we have some mechanisms at Amazon that our internal service teams use to do this, such as operational readiness reviews and architecture, principal engineering reviews, architecture reviews. So we helped Justin's team adapt a version of these for McGraw-Hill internally. So we did all these, executed all these mechanisms, and then figured out what we thought the bottlenecks were going to be and remediated them. The other lens I was looking at this was for future international expansion. So let's say the Sharpen app wants to add users in another region. How do we architect so that it's easy to do that? So, because it's a serverless application, for example, if you need to copy or replicate your data across regions, S3 has cross-region replication. DynamoDB has global tables, right? It's easier to do that than if you had to, replicate, say, relational database tables. It's still possible, but it's easier with a serverless app. So when we made architecture, or we helped McGraw-Hill make architecture choices, we looked at it through those two lenses, and I think Justin can speak to this. The launch went really smoothly. There's no, there's no availability or any kinds of issues whatsoever.
That's great. So, maybe Justin, do you want to talk a little bit about how your team ended up working with AWS?
Of course, and I think Leo summarized the detailed tech discussions and the tech architecture discussions that we've had a long time before launch. But really, the AWS team has been a real partnership with us, really starting off, quite frankly, with inception, when we had this idea, and we saw this market trend in the market, and we could see how students were demanding their learning content being consumed. And we knew that, there's a streaming component to it. There's different types of a platform and different types of business model engagement that we would need to deploy to be successful here. And so, with the AWS team, with Leo on the tech side, Hannah Olno on the go-to-market side, we were really able to look at those two things, whether it's the tech architecture, ensuring that we had real confidence to launch really smoothly. And for those who've done a couple product launches, you would know that behind the scenes that normally doesn't necessarily go smoothly every single time. But also on the go-to-market side, right? We know that our students are spending time in different channels, different places, and we really worked with the go-to-market market team on the AWS side to really think about the tactics that really might resonate with students, but also the data analytics that we need to put in place to constantly learn from our product feedback loops and our go-to-market feedback loops, that we can learn and take from the AWS and the Amazon team as we start to really interact with students in different ways and interact them in different points and moments in time. And that has absolutely led to our successful launch to date and no doubt into the future.
And we've got a couple of questions from chat. One, not really a question, but one I think Leo touched a little bit on in terms of the architecture. So we had a comment from LinkedIn about, I tried to download the Sharpen app, but it's not available for my country currently. But Leo, I believe you mentioned, you built for scale. So scaling out to other international countries other than the United States is probably in the cards for you all at some point. Obviously, not signing you up for a date or anything, but sounds like that was at least taken into consideration when building the architecture.
Absolutely. So part of the product testing before we launch, you can imagine we had hundreds of students on our various test fights and beta versions before launch, and we tested it internationally as well. You can imagine the big markets in India, Australia, Canada, UK, and really resonated in those markets as well. And so we're looking forward to be opening up Sharpen internationally into the new year. And also very recently we've opened up we've had over 60 learning courses that anyone can take, from touching up on your accounting skills to the basics of psychology to just understanding the basics of taxation, which I certainly need to brush up to music appreciation. Certainly encourage those that are interested to download and check out the app.
That's a great kind of segue to another question we had from chat. So through the courses offered in Sharpen, and I got some clarification around what this user meant about roles, or what this viewer meant around roles. This person was asking around, what can I learn in order to, what job titles can I expect in the workplace from the courses that I take? So I'll maybe bend this question a little bit and ask, who are your learners? Who do you want to use the Sharpen app?
Yes. Great question. So there's really two primary learner bases. The first are higher education students when they join their college experience. And so finally, they have a spot that they can go to, that they can trust, to get thousands of short videos, thousands of visual summaries, and I would say tens of thousands of questions to practice. That covers really all the basics of what they need to do to be successful, particularly on their first years of college. At the same time, Sharpen is a really great place to brush on the fundamental skills that you might need, say, in biology, microbiology, medical assisting. And if you're a casual learner, we have fantastic videos and resources for you to learn in a really engaging, fun fashion. More and more as we head into next year, we're going to start to launch new courses that are going to be more interest-based and more in line with future workplace titles. But right now, at this stage, we have, as I said, over 50 courses available, 50 learning playlists available for students across the US and very soon internationally, and casual learners in these different subject domains.
Sorry, I had to sneeze there.
I've been hogging. I was about to cut to you, Chad, because I've been hogging all the questions. But good timing. Good timing, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, Justin, I was going to ask, what's the easiest way for people to get started? Obviously, going and downloading the Sharpen app. But if they had more questions, where should they go?
Yeah, so clearly downloading the Sharpen app on the App Store or the Android Store. We are actively looking for people to join our Sharpen team as well, as we continue to scale Sharpen. So if anyone is interested in being part of the future of education and working on technology, product, and education to meet the needs of students today, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm sure we'll share you can contact me over LinkedIn. It's a really easy way to reach out and ask any questions that you may have.
Leo,
Well,
oh, sorry. I was going to ask Leo a question real quick. Chad.
Go for it, Am. Go ahead.
Leo, for all of those viewers watching who are interested in working in education, do you have any advice in tech and education specifically? Do you have any advice into breaking into that industry? And Justin, you could weigh in here too, obviously, as a person who employs a lot of people in tech working in education. But let's start with you, Leo. Any words of advice?
I mean, I think there's people from all kinds of backgrounds who work in tech and education. I'll tell you my background. So my first job when I graduated college was I was a systems administrator back in the day, where before DevOps engineers at a university at the astronomy department. So I got to learn kind of what workloads, what type of apps they used, how to set them up, and then eventually I learned through another job, how to use AWS and the cloud. And so that's been, and then I went to work at AWS. So that's been my career path, but it's such a wide field because there is higher ed, which is, universities, right? So they each have central IT, different departments that all have different, like there's research computing. So you can specialize in any of those. And then there's techs, which are, essentially private companies that build software for education. There's people from all kinds of backgrounds in education.
I love it. We've got about 30 seconds left. Justin, you wanna give any advice to the viewers at home?
Absolutely. I think firstly, there's never been a more dynamic time to join education and technology in education. Not only are the opportunities really there, but the challenges are really prevalent as well. We've got severe learning loss in K-12. We have a teacher shortage as well. So we've got to find out ways that we can use technology to assist our important teachers in the US and across the world. And to Leah's point, higher education is rapidly evolving as well to support the workforce of the future. So really dynamic time. My advice is, as always, the same principles as if you're looking to join any other job. Look at a company that's really solving a pain point and that wants to move fast in this industry and make a big impact.
An exciting but a challenging time to be in education for sure. Chad, since I walked all over you and interrupted you a bunch, do you want to take us out?
Yeah, man. Again, Justin, I want to thank you and Leo both for the work you've done on this. As a person that learns differently and had a difficult transition from high school into college and had to learn how to learn, I applaud what you're doing. I think you've done it masterfully, and I'm really excited for where this is going to lead into the future. So thank you both so much for being on the show and showing off all your hard work. And appreciate everybody else for joining in on AWS On Air. We're live at reInvent in Las Vegas. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
And welcome back to a special Voice of the Customer segment on AWS On Air. I'm your host, Nathan Peck. Today, I'm joined by two wonderful guests who are going to walk us through something that they've built on AWS. Why don't you introduce yourself, Alex?
Hi there. My name is Alex O'Connor. I'm a senior manager for data science and machine learning in our Autodesk digital experience and customer empowerment group.
And Yazel?
Hello, I am Yusel Vizcarra, and I'm a senior data scientist at Autodesk, a design and make company.
Okay, so I've heard of Autodesk before. I'm familiar with it being sort of a 3D design studio, helps you do CAD, rendering, all kind of amazing things. Am I getting that right? Tell me a little bit more about Autodesk and what it does for me.
Yeah, that's pretty on point. We actually span across architecture, engineering, construction, design and manufacturing, and entertainment. It's a pretty large customer base.
So I can imagine. I see a lot of different verticals there. I see a lot of different customers, a lot of different customer experiences. This is probably a piece of software that has a lot of features, has a lot of folks using it, who have a lot of feedback, a lot of thoughts about the product. Tell me a little bit about how you tame that and what you've built to make Autodesk better for everyone.
Most certainly. So as you said, we get a ton of feedback coming in from customers anytime there's a new feature released at global launch. So essentially when products get new versions every year. Additionally, there is large events like Autodesk University that happens on a yearly basis as well. And there's so many incoming topics with customers spanning across many different disciplines and opinions. So through this kind of avenue, using the listening post, we were able to aggregate that feedback in order to get some information from them.
Okay, interesting. I like the way this is sounding. So it sounds like you have a tremendous, incoming stream of data about the product, feedback about different product experiences. What were really your challenges with handling that, and what problems do you have to solve, for your engineering team who's actually building the Autodesk product?
Many times as new features were released, people have a desire for real-time customer feedback. There is, or oftentimes when like engineering teams hear of a bug, they also want to know that they want to be aware of bugs as they come up or as they're fixed. Also how large they span, right? So one of the biggest challenges is trying to understand like where customers are connecting with us, right? Through mediums where we could look through and sort out, but also not having enough people to be able to sort through that feedback. Product teams have bugs that they need to focus on, and then you have other teams trying to understand what the customers are saying, but they might not necessarily understand the technical language across these bugs. And it might be something that they see customers talk about and not understand that it's an issue that needs to be brought up. So there is a loss of key feedback, and then essentially like inefficient use of time by having someone go sorting through to find these issues, right?
It makes total sense to me. You essentially have the fire hose there, and different engineering teams want to just take a little sip of information that's relevant to them out of that fire hose, but they don't want to be overwhelmed with all the data. So tell me more about what you built and what AWS services, were able to help make this situation better.
Yeah. We built something we refer to as a listening post kind of platform where we're able to essentially at scale look through customer feedback by allowing teams like the product teams within Autodesk to customize their own kind of keywords that they want to sort through. So an example of that would be, let's say there's a new product feature being released, right? And they want to know how that's being perceived by the end customer. The product team can actually sort out like keywords like product feature or 2022 or 2023. And then as customers kind of input this information through through our Autodesk community forums, we're able to kind of sort through that at scale and be able to aggregate that information and pass that on to a method of communication that our internal teams already use. So they don't really have to go anywhere to kind of sort through this information. If there is a keyword matching detection tool, and this enables the product teams to be able to find the feedback that they're looking for.
That sounds super useful. I can already imagine, like I know that in many cases, like working on different products, I've seen feedback comes in for a really old version of software that maybe one particular customer is stuck on for some reason. They're not ready to move on. And maybe you need a way to carve that out and say, I only want to receive the feedback about this keyword for this particular latest version of the application, something like that. Like disregard the feedback on that 3 versions old version because I know that there's some negative feedback on there. So giving people the tools to kind of make their own stream, that sounds amazing.
One nice feature of it as well is as the teams kind of look through the forums and look through the channels, if they notice that the customers are expressing their problem in a new way, they can rapidly respond to that. Because sometimes we get a symptom that we hear of rather than a root cause, or sometimes we get some other way that a problem can manifest, and being able to calculate this sort of, or get a picture of the impact of that in more real time than having to look backwards across data forensically is a big advantage to teams when they can do that.
Makes sense to me. So which AWS services did you utilize in building this particular pipeline solution?
I think at the heart of it all is the AWS Lambdas, essentially. We built a pipeline that includes other tools like API Gateway, essentially like Amazon Kinesis Data Firehost, like S3 and AWS Glue. But at the heart of it is definitely the AWS Lambdas and SNS topics. As we built these pipelines, we're able to kind of customize the different models that we want behind this product into the Lambdas and push that data towards the preferred platform for our end users.
That makes sense. You mentioned earlier about different Autodesk events happening. So I can imagine Lambdas providing, serverless auto scaling there. You don't have to worry about provisioning a certain amount of capacity for all the feedback that's going to come in around a new product launch or a particular event that's going to happen that's going to bring a lot of people into Autodesk.
That's correct. And it also allows us to kind of build very seamlessly different types of topics for all the different requests that are coming in.
Okay, so basically you can deploy more of these as needed for different types of topics and horizontally as well as vertically scale it.
That's right.
Wow, that's
especially
awesome.
for different combinations of channels and for different specific requirements around like parts of forums or other things like that. So there's a real opportunity to customize that for teams.
And I imagine because serverless scales down to 0, that also means that if there is one particular thing that a team is trying to monitor, which doesn't get very much feedback, it's not costing money all the time. It's only the Lambda is only going to be invoked when a particular keyword goes across the pipeline targeting that specific thing they're trying to monitor. That's excellent. So tell me a little bit about the final results of this. After you built and deployed this, what did it do for your team and for your engineers?
When we first originally deployed this, I think we were targeting like rising issues, right? Let's say there was urgency to understand kind of a customer feedback that was very recurrent. So let's say like COVID when the pandemic hit. And originally, we didn't have enough people to be on the floor to be able to be sorting through this feedback. But as we started deploying one version and then eventually through different iterations, we were able to really reduce that inefficiency from specific teams in order for them to focus on the right problems. So they didn't necessarily need to sort through data anymore, but they would be able to get alerts and focus on fixing the issues or responding to customers much more quickly, which was very positively received by the Autodesk community as a whole. And it also enabled product teams to be able to detect kind of rising issues, but encourage that customer base to provide more and more feedback as we move forward.
Well, that sounds amazing. Thank you so much for telling us the story about how AWS helped you build this service for Autodesk. Thank you for being on the show, and we'll move on now to the next segment of AWS On Air. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are live here at AWS On Air at reInvent. Steve, I think we're getting some background noise from you. Yeah, there we go. I think that was Steve. Ben.
Yeah, it was unmuted, Mike.
There we go. Ben, how's it going?
Welcome to New Zealand, man. Welcome to the future. It's Tuesday here. And climate change is real, right? The future is, I'm calling you from the future. We've got to do something about this thing.
I love it. I love it. These are some of my favorite sessions I've been able to do here at AWS On Air. Is our sustainability sessions. So we had one earlier. I'm really excited to talk to you, Ben, about Kogo. First off, is that how to pronounce it?
You were bang on the money.
I got it. So, sustainability, an issue close to my heart and should be close to everyone's heart, because it is literally, as I said earlier, an issue that affects every single person on the planet. So it is our duty to deal with the challenges and issues that are coming to us through carbon emissions specifically. Now, Kogo, you all work with banks, right? That was one of the first questions I wanted to ask. Why banks? Like, what specifically about banks are you targeting with Kogo?
Well, I guess most of us have a bank account, right? And whether you like your bank or not, the bank holds lots of data around where you're spending money, and where we spend money relates to what impact we've got on climate change. So if we're buying a lot of flights, if we're eating out a lot, using Ubers, whatever it is, every spending we do has an impact on climate. And I think that's where we first thought, well, why don't we get into financial data and help empower people to understand the impact of their spending on climate change?
That's really interesting. I mean, yeah, that is, you are targeting a vast number of people, right? So it's both for the bank and also the individual consumer.
It's actually primarily for the individuals or the small businesses that bank.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So the banks, I mean, they're getting regulated more and more now, and there's obviously a lot of individuals within those banks that are looking to, work at a bank that's doing good in the world. So there's a lot of reasons why the bank's keen to work with us, but really it's a channel to help us reach millions of people and businesses that are wanting to do something about climate change. They're looking at what the government's doing, and we just had the UN conference, right? It's like, oh my God, are we relying on these people to sort out climate change? So I think we're trying to empower individuals and businesses to do their bit.
Okay, I mean, this may be a silly way to approach this, but that's kind of my style. I watch a lot of Shark Tank, and over the years, I've seen a dramatic change in how businesses, specifically in Shark Tank, get funded. And a lot of the businesses coming into Shark Tank nowadays have one of these sustainability pitches that go along with their business, because we as consumers, especially the younger generation, it's vital, right? You pick a company, you pick how you consume based off of this information. So is that something that you all at Kogo help a bank to really like advertise to their customers?
Yeah. I mean, in the end, we all live in an economy where businesses need to make profits, and so the acquisition and retention of customers is critical for the bank, right? And they are really worried about these millennials and the sort of, the future mortgage buyers, moving off to another one that's doing something around this. So in some ways, cynically, maybe you could argue, well, banks just have to do something around this, or else they're just not going to attract the new banking customers that are coming out of universities and stuff, going, maybe I'm not going to bank with the same one my mum and dad did. Maybe I'm going to choose something different. And I think that's why, many banks say to us, it'll become a hygiene factor in a couple of years. If you don't have something that's helping your customers think about the impact on social and environmental issues, you become a bank of the past.
It's so true. It's so true. And, speaking of, who are some of your major customers? Who are some of the people working with Kogo?
I'd love to list about 5 big North American banks, but the truth is they're slow and they're not doing anything. So unfortunately, this is partly why we're here on, the show, and also putting effort into North America, is it's coming. But the main ones we work with are in Europe, in Asia, and Australasia. So you might have heard of NatWest. They're one of the biggest banks in England. We work with ING. They're one of the big Dutch banks. They've got around 35 million customers through Europe and into the rest of the world. We work with OCBC Singapore, Commonwealth Bank in Australia. Like, a lot of the biggest banks in these markets have chosen Kogo because of the work we've done over literally 12 years in the space. And I guess coming to your mobile banking app in America soon is all I can say. There's a lot of conversations.
I'm looking forward to that. Let me ask too, in terms of the impact that you all drive, right? what are some of the common ways that you actually do reduce the carbon footprint of a bank consumer? Something that pops in my mind, tell me if I'm far off base here, just switching from paper, right? Like to all digital notifications, something that simple, right?
And that's an example where the banks themselves have got like ways they can fine tune their operations. But the real focus, we say, is we help banks support their customers to measure their carbon footprint and reduce it. And the reduce is probably 95% of the effort we do, because measuring it, it's pretty good. It will always get better, but reducing is critical. So the way to think about it is you look at what you spend money on every month, and you'll find things like, the gas you put in your car, the flying you do, the amount of money you spend on electricity and energy. There are quite a lot of things that we have a library of actions we recommend, and the bank just pushes them. So if you are like using gas a lot, we'll probably nudge you to things like, have you thought about electric vehicles? Have you thought about public transport? And so we give you the recommendations, or the bank does, to help you bring down that footprint based on your actual personal circumstances.
That's even like deeper than I was thinking, which is amazing too. That's like a personal accountability that you can have from your own bills.
Spending,
yeah, that's amazing.
Banks have this thing called personal finance management. So, when you open up, Chase, or open up one of these banking apps, and it will be like, hey, you spent a lot of money eating and drinking or going out takeaways, or have you thought about saving money, blah, blah, blah. This is the same idea, but it's not about saving money. It's about reducing your carbon footprint. So the same psychology works. But I suppose we think more people ultimately will care about this, particularly the ones the bank wants to keep as customers, the ones that have got enough money to, buy an electric car and stuff. And the banks also win because then they get to finance some of this stuff with auto loans and things. So it's not just a thing that's nice to do. It's a thing that actually can drive value to the bank.
Yeah, not saving money, saving the planet, which
it's a win-win, mate.
Yeah, I agree for sure. Well, Ben, 10 minutes flew by. It's already done.
Amazing.
Loved having you here. Do you want to leave our viewers with anything?
I think the main thing, Joaquin, is that we want to see this across the states in the next year or two, so that all of the big major banks, all of the all banks where you bank should have something like this. So the call to action we're really keen is just literally check in on social media with your bank and say, hey, have you heard about this thing called carbon footprint tracking? Like, I care about this thing called climate. If you want me to stay with you, check out Kogo, check out other people that do this stuff. And that's really what we do, is just to help give you a voice as a customer and help build a product that ultimately makes you go to bed at night feeling a little bit like you're doing your bit.
I love it, Ben. Thank you so much. Yeah, go out and make it known that it's important to you that your bank has these features that Kogo can offer. So thank you all.
Perfect.
We'll be right back with more from AWS On Air, live from reInvent. And there we are, right back.
Right back.
We've got Jillian here now this time, and Shinji. But Jillian, kick us off. Where are we? What are we doing? What is this stream that people have tuned into?
Pretty exciting. We've got a series of startups that are at reInvent who are going to share what are the problems that they're solving, how they're innovating, and a little bit more about what you can do if you're interested in learning more and actually checking them out. And so the first one here today is Shinji, who from SelectStar. So Shinji, you want to say hi?
Hi, nice to meet you all. Excited to be here. I'm actually at the reInvent Expo floor, and it's really exciting to see the passion and energy that's starting to get built up here.
Are you at your booth?
No, I just found a place that I can actually sit down and it's not too noisy. So yeah, but we do have a booth at reInvent. It's booth number 1247. Would love to see anyone that is actually attending the conference. Should I say something about SelectStar?
Yeah, what is SelectStar?
Great. So we are a startup. We've been around for about 3 years. We focus on automated data discovery and governance for modern data stack. So if you have Redshift, Glue, Snowflake, BigQuery, and along with BI tools like Looker, Tableau, Power BI, we help you find and understand data that you have, because today everyone is swimming through hundreds and thousands of tables and dashboards, and it may not be clear where the data is coming from, who's using this inside the company, what are the analysis that's been already done about this data set. And SelectStar will automatically pull out metadata, query logs, activity logs, analyze them all, and give you an auto-generated documentation and search engine for anyone in your company to be able to use.
Well, I can imagine there definitely comes a point at any company where that is something that is going to be a problem, and they're going to want a solution for it. So with that, I think it'd be really helpful if there's anything that you can show us and to the audience, really of what SelectStar is all about. Do you have a demo?
Sure. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Okay, great.
I'm keeping an eye. When I see your screen, I'll throw it up.
Yeah, you guys are going to show up first, and then here's SelectStar. Can you guys see my screen?
Now everybody can see your
There we go.
screen.
Great.
Go for it, Shinji.
So this is the main page of SelectStar, where we point out what are the new assets that's been created recently, what are most popular, what other people are doing inside. We allow you to also create tags so that you can organize your data by a certain domain category or certain status labels, like whether this is a bronze, silver, or gold table, whether this is to be deprecated or something that analysts are approving. Having these labels and tags are really helpful, because if I don't know anything about the data, I can still refer to whether this is a data set that I can actually trust. And within each table, you get to define different business owners or technical owners. We tell you what the popularity of the data set is like. So you get to find out how many people and how often this data is being used inside the company. We'll also give you these links where if there are other data sets or documentation that's referring to this data set, you'll be able to see them automatically, and we create this backlink for you. So you can actually track everything around this data, including what data is in here versus how they are tagged, who's using this, what type of queries are running, and how other people are actually utilizing this data. One of the things that a lot of our customers really like is our data lineage feature. I actually have this loaded up here for Redshift. So for this table orders, what we are seeing is that there are different data sources already connected from Tableau, which goes all the way to this dashboard. And you can actually see it per column or specific dashboard, which specific columns are being used from the database side. So when you have to look into, why is the number look like this? Where is the data coming from? You can trace it back all the way to your data warehouse, and vice versa. If you are making any changes onto your metadata, like you're changing a name of the column or type of the column, you can also easily find out how many dashboards and what might break. So we have a kind of like this impact analysis feature where you can see the dashboards that are crashing, that may crash, and who's created them and who are the top users. So before you make any changes, you can check this out right away.
That's super cool. Shinji, I gotta ask. I mean, it looks like SelectStar addresses so many of the challenges that originate from data sprawl, right? Which is something that a lot of data analyst teams are facing. What would you say are like the three biggest challenges that data analyst teams face when they're trying to analyze data from all these different databases and data sources?
Sure. So first and foremost, because a lot of data teams today deal with so many data sets, especially when they are joining a new organization, for them to ramp up, it takes a much longer time because they don't have all the context. And without a tool like Sonar, you have to ask other people one by one, what is this data set about, so on and so forth. Even with the existing analysts that have been utilizing the data, it doesn't mean that they know everything about everything in the data warehouse. So with everyone having partial information about the data warehouse, this challenge around uh, figuring out the tribal knowledge, I would say, is the first problem that we help solving. The second problem is around dependencies and management. So this is what Lineage helps solve. So when I am trying to make any changes, there may be dependencies that I am not aware of. And without having an automated tool that can pick out, hey, these are the other dashboards it's using, here are the other pipelines that are utilizing this data set. These are the parts that are not readily available directly from data warehouses or BI tools right away. So without a tool that gives you a column level lineage, if you are making changes, then it's likely that there may be something that's broken that you might find out about later or get calls in the middle of the night. So I would say that is a second part of the challenge. Last part or problem or challenge that we help solving is, I would say, self-service analytics. So more data teams wants to ensure that more people inside the company have a similar amount of understanding and the context of the data, because they created all these dashboards and analytics, and they want to make sure that everyone understands where to find it and what it means. And sometimes it's very hard to disseminate all the knowledge throughout the organization without necessarily having a tool that everyone can access to look up the what this metric means or what this business process means, how it's connected to different data models. So this is a one part that we also make sure that there is a single source of truth utilizing our metrics and docs function.
Yeah, you mentioned data teams, and so data teams can mean all different kinds of sizes. So do you have any recommendations of what size team, or maybe either it's size or personas in that team it makes sense for someone to actually start being able to utilize SelectStar to get the most value?
Yeah, generally we see data teams at minimum of about 10 people get the most value out of SelectStar, so 10 or more. Usually it could be less, but these are people that are doing a ton of work to help like hundreds of employee organization. But we do have customers from companies at size of 300 people all the way to 50,000 people. So I think that in terms of scaling, we do see more issues as companies grow, but we do start seeing these problems happening, and also for them to try out a new tool even when they are a little bit smaller, between the sizes, like data team sizes of 5 to 10 people. And I'm talking about both data platform engineering team plus the data analyst team together.
What's the difference there? I'll ask for our viewers. What's the difference between the data platform team and the data
I would say
analyst?
the main difference here is that data engineers and data platform teams usually focus on the infrastructure and pipeline generation, making sure the data is being transferred correctly and actually being transformed correctly, whereas data analysts and data scientists are focused on analyzing the transformed data and creating insights and dashboards that business stakeholders will consume.
Love it. I love it. That makes a lot of sense. Do you see equal amounts of your customers working with SelectStar from the engineering or platform side as well as the analysts, or is it mainly for one of those groups?
I would say it's both. In the beginning, it's the platform and engineering team that evaluates a lot of these functions, because they want to make sure everything they built is showing up correctly in SelectStar, and they are finding new values like lineage and the dependency mapping that they didn't know about before. but they soon end up bringing on a lot of data analysts so that the analysts can actually get the same information without having to rely on the engineering team. And then usually the next step is for the analyst team to start involving product managers, ops analysts, and business stakeholders to start utilizing SelectStar so that they can also self-service a lot of these tribal knowledge information about the data.
I mean, I imagine it's very similar in my world. I'm more of like the DevOps developer side than the data side, but you know, as a dev working with an operations team, I'm constantly having to go and request new infrastructure, new things be provisioned. The ops team is out there going like, oh my God, these devs, they are like asking so much. I'm sure it's the same kind of, back and forth with the data engineering and data analyst team. And it sounds like SelectStar helps to alleviate some of that, clashing and make
Exactly.
it more
Yeah.
self-service for the data analysts. At least. Is that true? Did I get it?
Yes, you got it right. Yeah, that is one of the main things that we solve to make sure that there's a communication and also a place where everyone can self-service their data questions answered.
Love it.
Yeah.
Jillian, I think we're almost at time.
I think so too. Shinji, what's the best place where people can go to learn more and get started with SelectStar?
Just selectstar.com. We have a 14-day free trial. You can connect Redshift, any BI tools right away, and you'll get your own SelectStar instance like within hours. So I would definitely recommend you to check it out. We also do have a booth here at AWS reInvent, booth number 1247. So, and we have a cool swags. So feel free to drop by. And AM, Jillian, you guys should also drop by as well. And last but not least, I do have a theater session on Thursday here at reInvent at 11:45 a.m. on Thursday. So yeah, anyone who's more interested in learning more about SelectStar and our best practices around organizing and making sure the data is being communicated well inside the company, please check that out.
Definitely going to stop by the booth. That's really exciting. This is great.
Yeah. Take us out, Jillian.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Shinji. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm definitely going to stop by your booth. And this is AWS On Air. Stick around for more news.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Shinji.
Thank you.
What is happening? AWS reInvent 2022. Yes, it's 2022. It's not 2023 yet. I am Val Dickinson, one of your hosts, senior solution architect with threat detection and incident response. And I am joined by Brian Terry, who's right next to me.
Hey, I'm excited here to be at reInvent 2022. My name is Brian Terry, and I'm a senior solution architect focusing on ISP integrations. And I think we have an exciting talk today, don't we, guys?
For sure.
Mary, please introduce yourselves.
I will, thanks. So I'm Mary Wilson, and I'm the Global Sustainability Lead from the Partner Org. And I have the great pleasure of working with amazing organizations that are helping our customers, helping organizations, helping governments as they look to how do we become more sustainable? How do we look at these solutions that are going to enable sustainable enterprises? And so really excited today that Evan is with us from Altana, which is one of our partners up and coming, really exciting space. So I'm excited to be here and participating in the session. Thanks for having me.
Awesome.
Evan, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and what Altana does for sustainability and how it's going to be impacting how we can better the future of technology.
Well, hopefully we can work on tech and
real world outcomes at the same time. So what we're doing at Altana is we're building a live, dynamic, intelligent map of the world's supply chain. And the reason that matters for sustainability is the real scope of impact for any given business that's making or distributing physical things is primarily in the supply chain. And it's primarily a function of what's happening, not just in their own operation to make things, but in the extended network of manufacturing or raw materials production, where the climate or ecological or labor rights impacts are felt.
So I think this is super interesting for me because when a lot of our customers or generally when you talk about sustainability, people think of decarbonization. But Evan and the solution that Altana has built is looking at supply chains more holistically. And so I find it is a very impressive opportunity to look at sustainability in a unique way. So maybe tell a little bit more about why that's important on taking action, Evan.
Yeah, well, there's a confluence of things beyond the sort of prerogative of making the world better for all of us. There are government requirements, both in the US and in the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, and really sort of sweeping the world, which are requiring the disclosure and the mitigation of impacts associated with a range of sustainability impacts, from greenhouse gas emissions to forced labor or labor rights abuses in the supply chain, to deforestation and other ecological devastation. So the pressure is on the private sector now to first gain visibility over what their existing business looks like, and then what their extended business network looks like with respect to the supply chain of products. And then the same thing is happening at the investor level. So for publicly traded companies, there's been a real sea change in the last 3 to 4 years, where some of the largest asset managers in the world, Blackstone, the pension fund of Japan, so $1 trillion asset allocators, are finally requiring that publicly traded companies disclose their sustainability impacts, just like they disclose their financial results. And that's a license to do business and be eligible for the fund flows of these $1 trillion allocators. And that trend is increasing, not decreasing. So, there's a regulatory dimension and there's an investor dimension. And I think finally there's a customer dimension, where customers, especially younger customers, are demanding transparency into the products that they consume and purchase and wear. And all roads lead to, thou shalt know your supply chain, and thou shalt disclose the sustainability profile of your business and your extended business.
I think your solution is super interesting. And one of the things that sparked my interest is you guys, your solution also gave visibility into the supply chain for vaccines. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's not specific to any one lens. What we're doing is we're illuminating the multi-tier network of production, from raw materials to intermediate goods through to finished products. And that applies really across any dimension. So you can look at it through a sustainability lens, which is what we're talking about today, but you can also look at it from a business continuity lens. Like, can I deliver critical vaccines to customers across an international cross-border supply chain network? It also has national security lenses, and it has lenses around sort of business continuity, as in the case of the vaccine. So what we're doing is we're illuminating the network itself and then providing analytics and decision support on top of that network from any one of those lenses.
Yeah, and so I mentioned earlier, I come from a security background, and so I love poking and prodding at how we can secure pretty much everything that connects to the internet. And it looks like you guys have something that secures supply chains through some sort of artificial intelligence and analytics. Can you just touch on that real quick? Because that seems very unique and interesting.
We're using a federated learning model to bring together publicly available data and bring that into contact with non-public data at scale in order to derive the shape of the supply chain network and then risk and opportunity insights on top of the network. So we use artificial intelligence both to derive, the network map of, what products go where between which companies at which points on Earth. And we do that across billions and billions of data points at the transaction level, at the corporate record level, at other data types. And then finally, once we have that network view of the world, we use artificial intelligence to generate those insights. So, again, everything from situating greenhouse gas point source emissions onto a map, looking at known bad forced labor and labor rights violations within the map, and situating that within a customer-specific product view. So it's really a two-step process with machine learning to both build the model of the world and then to generate insight on top of it.
Yeah, because I know one of the big things that's really come up in the last couple of years is supply chain security, especially when we start talking about like embedded chipsets to provide hardware security modules to really just make infrastructure much more secure and immutable. And so it sounds like you have this way of being able to determine if there's illicit activity going on, but also if there's unsavory activity with the supply chain going on as well.
Yep. Yeah, we're building a kind of dynamic, intelligent view of the physical supply chain universe. What we aren't doing is the same thing with respect to code. So we're not doing software supply chains, which is another kind of hot area right now. And we're not doing that with respect to financial transactions, which is another way to kind of follow the network. So we're focused on the physical world today, which is biting off a whole lot to chew. But you can see the complementarity of those other use cases all kind of building a unified view.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And if we bring that back to kind of sustainability, I mean, I saw that your technology can track it all the way back from like the bill of sale for materials, right? And I think it's kind of interesting that companies can have a view in that complete supply chain all the way from the beginning. It's probably really unique and some powerful information for them, right?
Yeah, if we have the time, I'd love to show a video that brings it all to life. We've actually prepared a product demo video that will illustrate everything we just talked about, specifically with the lens of labor rights in the supply chain network.
So let's take a look.
So let's see if I can use the tool correctly here. I'm going to just push play. Is this coming through for everybody?
There it is. We got it.
All right, let's try the video. Maybe a little help from the studio. I've got the video loaded. There we go.
In this example, I'm a supply chain manager at Uniqlo, an international apparel company that sources textile items from factories in several countries and imports them all over the world. Today, I want to know whether or not the manufacture of any Uniqlo products has potential ties to forced labor activity. This effort would normally involve a long and expensive project, but with the Altana Atlas, I can initiate this investigation with a quick search of my company name. When I search the Altana Atlas for Uniqlo, I'm presented with a list of search results, much like a Google search. And I can see the top result for Uniqlo Company Limited is likely the most relevant. Clicking into this result takes me directly to a knowledge graph view where I can explore Uniqlo's supply chain relationships. In this view, Uniqlo is the top node on the graph, while the nodes below represent companies that have either sent to or received shipments from Uniqlo. Those shipments are represented by these links or edges that connect the nodes. Uniqlo is a large company with a lot of global trade relationships, which can be overwhelming. To make the review more manageable, I'll add a filter to reflect only those relationships with the most recent activity. This reduces the number of entities in my network, making it easier to continue my analysis. With this narrowed view, I can explore any of these supply chain relationships to learn more about who these companies are, who they trade with, and if any of their relationships could pose a potential threat to my business. For example, perhaps I'm interested in the supplier Juoco Denoa. When I click on this company, a summary of their business appears on the right sidebar. And when I click on the edge that links them to Uniqlo, I see the number of shipments transacted with access to a table of detailed information about those transactions. I can also explore which other companies this supplier is engaged with and look for any potential risk flags in their network that could be harmful to my business. However, to determine the sustainability profile of a company, it's not enough to simply understand their business relationships. So not only has Altana constructed Uniqlo's extended supply chain relationships, but it has likewise constructed the more granular, multi-tier value chains that make up those relationships. With one click into the value chain screen, I'm presented with Uniqlo's multi-tier value chains. In this view, Uniqlo's company facilities are represented as the Tier 0. The Tier 1 represents Uniqlo's direct suppliers. These are largely the manufacturers we source finished goods from. From the Tier 1, we can derive their suppliers at the Tier 2 and their suppliers at the Tier 3, and so on. For the first time, I have visibility beyond my direct Tier 1 relationships. And this view traces the flow and transformation of inputs from raw materials to the finished product, linking manufacturers to their suppliers and their suppliers, so I can see beyond the entities producing Uniqlo garments to those suppliers who are making the fabrics and spinning the yarns, all the way to growing the cotton or extruding the synthetic materials. And it didn't require that I manage any manual questionnaires or surveys. The Altana Atlas did all the hard work for me. Most sustainability goals, like climate, carbon, natural resource consumption, regulatory compliance, or human rights, will require starting from this granular view in order to see how their supply chains align with relevant commitments. But because I'm focused on forced labor today, I'm going to filter these value chains for the specific risk type that we are looking for. This filter works because not only did the Altana Atlas construct Uniqlo's multi-tier value chains, it simultaneously screened the entities in those chains for potential forced labor exposure. Right away, I can see that there are several Uniqlo chains that may be compromised, as indicated by the warning flags visible here at the Tier 2 and 3 level. To make this view even more manageable, I can filter for a specific supplier. Let's say Shenzhen. So I can focus on understanding how this company out at the Tier 3 level may be relevant to my business. Altana has made it easy to connect these risk dots. By clicking on the warning indicators, we have access to an explainer that tells us Shenzhen Huafu was flagged because they are linked to companies located in Xinjiang, China, which is a region subject to forced labor restrictions. This explainer also provides links to the supporting source citation, which can save hours of manual research later.
Well, that was awesome. I love that you had such a thorough demonstration, and two, it wasn't based off of just like fictional data sets. This was actually, a manufacturer that is real and showing how they can investigate their supply chain for something that might be unsavory as they develop their products and sell to consumers. That was impressive.
Thank you.
All right, friends. Well, I think we're near the end. So, do you have any final thoughts, things you'd like to share about how you're going to have sustainability and where you see this implementing into the supply chain in the future to help businesses better understand where it is that they are, sourcing their materials and just creating a better way of providing products to consumers that might not have any conflict associated with it, and just making sure that justice is being done across every part of that source. Where do you see you guys going in the next couple of years?
Is that one to me?
Yeah, that's to you, Evan.
Sorry, there's a little bit of an echo there. So our parent concept for Altana, the vision we have for the world, is that we can build a new phase of globalization that's defined by trusted networks. So today we have an outsourcing-driven supply chain, which obscures the supply chain network beyond your direct buyer or supplier relationship. What we're doing is we're clearing away the fog, and we're providing the intelligence and decision support, and we're providing a whole lot of functionality for connectivity and collaboration across the network. The goal over time is help enterprises, logistics providers, and government build connected to global business.
So where can everybody go to learn more? I think
Yeah.
Sorry, Kyle. I know you guys have a lot of background there at reInvent. I'm very jealous that you're on the floor there. Amazing. But Evan, maybe a little bit of details where people can find out more, and of course they can always reach out through here. But you've got a call to action, a contact.
Of course. Go to our website. It's altana.ai. altana.ai. Lots of case studies there, data sheets on different segments, and get in touch with us through the contact form on the website if you'd like to see a bigger product.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thanks so much, Evan. Really appreciate you coming on and telling us more about Altana. We're watching closely. A lot more to come.
Thank you so much for having me, everybody.
Hello and welcome back to AWS On Air. I'm AM Grabelli, one of your hosts for AWS On Air here at reInvent. I'm set up here in the Omnia nightclub. I've been here all day. They won't get me to leave. They've tried time and again. They can't get me out of here. Only joking. I'm here in my hotel room getting ready. Steve, you're there at the actual event?
I have come down to the event, yeah. I mean, I had some jobs to do as a track owner, but I figured I would hang around the AWS On Air studio and see what it was all like.
All right.
Yeah.
We're here to talk with a product team about a launch from AWS. Omer, how about you kick us off? And Steve,
Sure.
in between, maybe mute, because we do have a bit of background from you.
All right, let me go on mute.
Go ahead, Omer.
So AM, thanks for the introduction. We are super excited today. We have just launched our Amazon CloudWatch cross-account observability feature. So very excited.
And Jared, who are you?
Hey, my name's Jared. I'm a principal engineer on the CloudWatch team.
Very nice, very nice.
And I forgot to introduce myself. So
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Omer. Omer Kırıkçı, Senior Product Manager in CloudWatch.
I mean, that's how we know it's live, right? Is
Yep.
all right. So where do we begin? What did we launch today? What is it? And maybe we could do a bit on observability in general. Like what are the things that people should be thinking about when it comes to observability?
Sure. So the feature that we have launched today, cross-account observability, is a centralized monitoring tool that enables customers seamlessly search, analyze, and visualize their cross-account telemetry data. This includes logs, metrics, traces, as if they were operating in a single account without any account boundaries. So today, the AWS guides customers to deploy their applications across multiple accounts to establish security and billing boundary between teams, or reduce the impact of operational events by isolating resources. But this creates monitoring challenges, and this is the feature that we're addressing those challenges and helping our customers.
Cool. So how does it actually address that challenge, right? So if I've got multiple accounts, if I'm deploying to I've got multiple teams, multiple different accounts, different environments. That's a huge collection of accounts potentially, right? How does it address those challenges of centralizing?
Sure. Let me just step back and let's discuss how customers handle that use case today. Let's start with that one first, if you don't mind. So today, they create additional central repository of data, which creates extra cost and extra overhead for them due to this duplication. So with Amazon CloudWatch Cross-Account Observability, we are creating a new concept of monitoring account. And what does a monitoring account do? It's a central view of cross-account telemetry data across many individual accounts, which we call as source accounts. So all you need to do is to define your monitoring account and your source account, and then link them to each other such that you're going to share your telemetry from your source account with the monitoring account. So it's a lot easier and effective way to handle cross-account monitoring and centralized monitoring.
Now, cross-account, that might be new for some people, right? I work in the AWS partner network, so it's not a new concept for most of our partners, because that's how a lot of partners actually, install their software into other people's AWS account, is through cross-account roles, for example. But cross-account for an AWS builder, and Jared, you could take this over. Maybe both of you have some opinions on this. Why are people using multiple accounts, and why is cross-account a thing?
Yeah, so we shard workloads across multiple accounts for many reasons, to increase availability, to provide security boundaries, and to provide billing isolation. So there are several different reasons that we may shard workloads across accounts. I'll let Omer add on to that if you want.
Sure. As I mentioned too, also due to to create billing boundary between teams or reduce the impact of operational events by isolating resources. So in each account, when you create accounts, you are trying to isolate those events by account. And this is the main reason, one of the main reasons why customers are operating per account or in multi-account organizations.
So one thing that's just sprung into my mind, we're talking about linking accounts, right, and sharing data.
Correct.
And that seems like I know this is an observability feature, but a little bit scary. Is there any control over the data that's actually shared between the source and the monitoring account?
So today, you have the option to share on your metrics, on your logs, or on your traces. But today, we do not provide any filtering capability to filter what data to share. For instance, not to share on my security logs, for instance. So this is not available today. But this is an item in our backlog to be delivered later. But at the moment, we are just providing sharing metrics, logs, and traces from your source account. But it's up to the source account to decide which one to share. And then we just kick it off.
No, it's not just logs. It's not just metrics either. That's something I wanted to call out and hear from you all about. It's also dashboards, which are actually how most operational teams that are working with observability are interacting with those logs and metrics, right? So, is it can you have cross-account visualizations in that central account as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is one of the benefits that we are providing to our customers through this cross-account observability. So their central teams can have an end-to-end visibility across their applications, such that they can identify any performance bottlenecks and the impacted users easily, or they can they can access and run their correlation across this telemetry to create their dashboards, such that they can identify the root cause and also troubleshoot easily and faster. And also, not only dashboards, they can also create alarms on top of their cross-account telemetry. So by this way, the monitoring account is going to be able to notify if an alarm fires. So they're going to have a full visibility across the organization using their monitoring accounts.
That's super cool. That's super cool. Steve, you got a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask about, so you got this massive data, and maybe you just mentioned this and I didn't quite pick it up because it's quite loud where I am. But does this extend to searching? So if I'm sharing log groups from multiple source accounts, can I use insights and things and search across those log groups?
Absolutely, absolutely. You can use search log groups, but also you're gonna have information about your accounts also. So we are not only relying on 12-digit account IDs, because our customers were always saying that it's really challenging for them to understand the context behind that many accounts with only 12-digit account numbers. Now we are introducing also account labels. So customers can use account names, account email addresses, or only aliases to define their accounts, just to understand the context behind those accounts. Going back to the original question, absolutely, you can search for and filter by your log groups across multiple accounts.
So Steve and I both, we love a demo. It's one of our favorite.
Seeing is believing,
things.
right? Seeing
That's
is believing,
right.
absolutely.
That's right.
So
That's
let's
right.
see it in
I
action.
believe you. I'm
This
not
is
saying
what we call the
anything.
prove it moment.
Let's prove. Let's prove. Yes, let's prove.
Yeah. Look, my security philosophy has got to be trust but verify always. So,
always.
Jared, you're going to verify for us, right? You're
Yeah,
actually going to show
definitely.
us. Let me get your
I
screen
would-
pulled up.
I would love to show you.
All right, we can see.
All right, fantastic. So I want to first start by showing you how you configure cross-account sharing between a source account and a monitoring account. And then I want to show you what you can do with that. So let's start by heading over to the CloudWatch settings console. And what you'll notice is at the top of the screen, I now have a new panel where I can configure cross-account observability. And the first thing I need to do is explain a little bit of the concepts behind this. We've introduced the concept of a monitoring account, which we've already discussed, and that's an account that has access to telemetry data such as logs, metrics, and traces that are emitted by accounts that we call source accounts. And those are the accounts that your workloads are running in that are actually generating the telemetry data and sending it to CloudWatch. And those source accounts, their experience is the same as it always has been. But now from a monitoring account, I can view that data across all of my source accounts. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a monitoring account, and I'm going to come in here and click configure. I'm going to first choose which data I want to share or have shared with me, whether it's logs, metrics, or traces. Then I identify.
Sorry, Jared, we didn't talk about traces yet. That's something near and dear to Steve and I's line of work here in the dev world. So you can actually do, if my service is making API calls across different other services that live in other accounts, you can actually get the full traces.
Yeah, definitely. And I would love to show that to you too. I also have an example where we can see the traces emitted from workloads running in many accounts all stitched together.
Nice. Sorry for
that's
interrupting.
pretty cool. Yeah. So, but this is also goes back to my question earlier on about the sharing of data. So here I could actually elect not to take all the data coming from the source accounts, even if they've chosen to share it. I can just reduce it to what I need.
That's right. So for example, if I had a central security account and the only thing I want in that account is the logs, I can just opt to only have logs shared. Or maybe I want to have a central account where I'm taking all of my metrics and trace data and not more sensitive information like logs. I can do that as well. So once I've selected the data that I want shared with me, I can then decide which accounts are allowed to share with me. I can specify organization paths, such as the entire organization or individual organization units. And I can also specify individual account IDs. I can then define how those accounts are displayed to me through a friendly name, whether it's the account name or their email or something custom. Now, I've actually already, and once I click configure, what's going to happen is behind the scenes is we're going to create a new resource type in the monitoring account called a sync. And that sync will have a resource policy associated with it, which I'll show you in just a moment. And that defines the permissions boundary for this sync. And then I can log into a source account and create a resource called a link, which references that sync. And once that handshake is completed, sharing is set up. Now I've actually already configured a monitoring account, so I'm not going to complete this here. And I'll just go into a monitoring account and show you. So I'm now in a monitoring account, and I can show you that I've already linked several source accounts to it. I have 3 different microservice accounts, A, B, and C, and I have a payer account that's linked. I can go to the configuration details where I can see the ARN for the sync that I was talking about. And I can also look at the policy, which defines the permissions for the sync. And you can see that I have actually 2 statements here. One that specifies my organization that can share logs, metrics, and traces, and an individual account. So just to show you the complete picture, I'm going to go log into that individual account and complete the handshake. But first, let me grab this sync ARN so I can do that. I'm in the source account, and I'm going to click configure. I'm going to choose to share my logs, metrics, and traces, and I'm going to put in that sync ARN from our monitoring account. I'm going to specify the account name and click link. Type confirm to complete the handshake. So at this point, I've now completed the 2-way handshake. And now that I've shown you how to set this up, I want to show you how you can actually use it once it is set up. So I'm back in my monitoring account now. And to start with, I want to head over to the service map. So you were asking about distributed traces. So this is what that looks like in practice. So this is the topology of all of my workloads running across my different accounts. From here, I can filter by individual accounts. If I wanted to see what was running in which accounts, I can do that here. I can also zoom in.
That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that a lot. I do like a visualization of something.
Yeah. So I'm going to select one of the nodes on this service map just so you can see how this all looks. It's a Lambda function. It's running in the microservice C account. And let me go look at some of the traces for that service. I'm just going to select one of these. And what you can see, I'm going to collapse them so it's a little easier to view. But what you can see is you can see a trace that is spanning from account A to account B and to account C all in one place, where I can see how dependencies in other accounts are now impacting my overall customer experience. So at a very high level, this gives you an overview of what's available, what the cross-account experience is like for tracing. One thing I do want to point out is we now have a monitoring account badge, which is displayed at the top of my screen. So it's now very clear to me that I'm in a monitoring account that is viewing data that is being sourced from different accounts.
Nice. And I mean, there are extremely valid reasons for having these cross-account microservices, such as compliance, for example, right? Like if you have a payment service, it's got to be in its own account that's been, all through the fintech kind of compliance regulations. You can't just have it run in any old account, right? So it makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
And we haven't gone through, but we have a service lens feature which is combining all metrics, logs, and traces all together to enable you to monitor your applications. So assume that now you have all these logs, metrics, traces coming from all of your accounts in a single place. So this is really powerful in terms of monitoring your applications.
That's cool. Can I interject real quick? We have a question from chat. I think it's a very interesting question for sure. Is it recommended to have a single account linking all your services or a monitoring account per service? So even like getting down to how do you organize once you have it all centrally also, that's, I'm sure it's up to your discretion, but what do you all recommend?
Go ahead, Jed.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So it all depends on the use case, So depending on the use case, you may have individual service teams who run multiple cellular accounts, and those teams may want their own central monitoring account to see all of the data across their accounts. So they're not even concerned with the account boundaries. In that case, your service team usually already has permissions to all of those accounts, and you're not really too concerned about, fine-grained access or which types of telemetry are being shared. But you may have broader requirements, like you may have a central SRE team, or you may have a central support team that just needs access to the metric data. And in that case, you may have a different scope of sharing where, say, it's all of the accounts in an organization are sharing with that account, which has a different level of access than your individual service teams may have.
Yeah. Jared, do you think it's worthwhile doing like a dependency mapping exercise if you have a lot of services and then grouping based off of those dependencies? Do you think that's one approach?
It can be, yeah.
What else do we have? So we talked about alarms. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me jump into alarms. So from here I have, and I'm going to focus on a very specific workload now. Which is this scheduled worker. And you can see this is a Lambda function I have running in 3 of my microservice accounts. And I have an availability alarm, one for each account. I could also roll these up into a composite alarm, so I have one alarm across all of the accounts. I haven't done that yet. But for right now, I just have one alarm for each metric and each source account. And I can see that account A is an alarm. So now I want to go take a look at that. So I can see that this is a cross-account alarm. It's coming from a metric that's in the microservice A account. So let's go take a look at maybe some of the other metrics that this Lambda function is emitting. So I'm going to head over to metrics, where I can jump into the scheduled worker namespace. And I can see that I have 2 different metrics, error and time, that are being emitted for each of those accounts. I'm going to grab the error metrics, and I'm going to add those to a dashboard. I already have a scheduled worker dashboard that I want to add these to. And I also want to point out that you can also use search expressions, so you don't have to select individual time series. So if you had a service that maybe you're deploying across multiple accounts and you add a new account and you just want that automatically added into your dashboard, you can do that using a search expression. So I've added it to my dashboard, and I can see that the function running in microservice A account is definitely having some issues that's different from B and C. I can see that I have elevated latencies and errors. And so the next step for me might be to see, what's actually happening inside of this function. And to do that, I may go to CloudWatch Logs. So I'm going to jump over to CloudWatch Logs Insights. And remember, I am running in a monitoring account, and all of this data is being generated by source accounts. I'm going to go over to a saved query that I've already constructed that shows availability by the account and an exception message. And it's going to show me availability as a percentage, and it's going to show me what the distinct exceptions are that are contributing to that. So I run that query, and I can see that I have 3 different accounts and 3 different log groups. And the drop in availability looks to be associated with this exception around failing to connect to some endpoint. So I may have a misconfiguration of my Lambda function or the VPC it's running in that I need to go troubleshoot. So that covers CloudWatch Alarms, X-Ray, CloudWatch Metrics, Dashboards, CloudWatch Logs Insights. There's one other piece I wanted to cover really quickly, which is Contributor Insights. And Contributor Insights allows me to generate time series data from my logs and aggregate it along high cardinality values. I can use this for troubleshooting network events, determining customer impact, or seeing correlated issues across high cardinality values like device IDs. So
is this what we would refer to as like top N analysis?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's right. I can see top N across all of my different accounts, which is useful for determining customer impact or even performing security and forensics analysis.
So like which customers are most impacted or which network paths are most impacted, etc.
What security events are happening across my organization? Yeah.
Exactly. Jared, before we move on from the dashboard UI real quick, we had another question from chat. So when differentiating between data, right, in each dashboard, how do I know the source of that data? Like, what account is it coming from? Is there a way to see which account that particular metric is being generated from?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me jump over into CloudWatch metrics. From this particular view, I can see the time series itself is being aggregated across the account, and you can see here the label, because all the metric dimensions are the same except for the account. The label that's chosen is the account name itself. But if I hover on that label and that time series, I can actually see the account ID as well as the account name.
Nice. Thanks for that, Jared.
If I'd not, just before we move on again, if we'd chosen to use a different account label rather than account ID, would that show up there as well? Or instead of account number?
Yeah, so you actually see both. So anytime, everywhere that we show the account ID, we also decorate it with the label. Now the label can be a template from the email or the account name, or it can be a static string that you provide with configuration.
Okay.
And when you list your metrics, for instance, or traces, it lists all your account IDs and account labels together in the list. So you'll see both also in your list.
All right. So I'm going to jump back over to contributor insights. And what I want to do is I want to create a rule that takes my VPC flow logs from all of my accounts and aggregates them together to create top-end charts for me. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the accounts. I'm going to just choose log groups by prefix. I could individually select the log groups, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to select the individual accounts and then enter in a prefix. And I'm using VPC flow logs and with an asterisk at the end. I'm going to choose from a sample rule. So I'm going to choose VPC flow logs, and I'm going to choose the byte transferred by source and destination IP. This will generate the rest of the rule configuration for me. And what you'll be able to see is we're combining the contributors of the source address, the destination address, and the sum of the bytes. So this will let me see total traffic between two endpoints sorted as top N across all of my accounts. And so I'm just going to give this rule a name, enabled, create the rule. Now it takes some time for that data to populate, but I have some rules already created. This rule is one as an example, which is the VPC byte transfers. This is the same rule, essentially, and you can see the total bytes transferred between these two endpoints. I can also see top HTTP packets by destination address. I can see top traffic source by address and action, and top rejects, for example. I can also see CloudTrail events aggregated across all of my accounts. And so now I've shown you how you can set it up. I've shown you how it can be used to view cross-account trace data, how alarms can be configured on cross-account metrics, and how you can use CloudWatch Logs Insights to analyze log data across all of your source accounts. And finally, how we can use contributor insights to aggregate all of this data in real time to generate top-N reports.
That's cool.
That's super cool. Yeah, I was thinking the CloudTrail event thing specifically. That's amazing for researching security incidents, right? Like that's I could see how that would be incredibly useful. Let's see those reports, Jared. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we do have these are the CloudTrail ones here. So I have CloudTrail events by identity type. So you can see that assumed role is one of the most. These aren't probably the most interesting things, but I can see by event name as well. So I can see that parameter. I can also aggregate these along, the role that's triggering them. So if I wanted to see, what principal in my source accounts is most active, I could see that as well.
Super cool. All right. So I think, is that pretty much wrapping up your demo there, Jared?
Yeah, that pretty much covers it. It's a lot of content in a short amount of time, so I didn't have time to go too deep into any of it, but happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
No, I loved it. It was like a nice just like a little buffet, like you get a little taste of everything, right? One thing that I did want to ask before we start moving on to the next segment, this new feature is incredible. Number one, I mean, makes life so much easier for those who are running, 10 accounts to thousands of accounts, right? But what about I don't want to leave any of our friends behind that are just getting started with observability. So Omer, Jared, either of you or both, please. Do you have any tips for people that, maybe aren't quite there yet? They're not logging, they're not, getting good metrics yet. How do you engage observability when you're just getting started, right? And then, obviously there's tools like this to help once you've reached that saturation point of having the data. But how do you even get started getting the data? Do you have any tips or advice?
Jet, you start, and then I'll take
Yeah, sure. So the first thing I want to say is I want to reference, we have an article in our builders library written by David Janacek on this. And I definitely recommend, go read that. It gives some great insight into how we do it at AWS. But one of the first things is, that you can really do to start making improvements is just start emitting your metrics and start emitting logs, right? For every operation that your services are taking, make sure you have a log entry that's structured and it contains all the information about that given operation, the request, the time that it took, so that you can navigate between metrics and you can use logs and insights to slice and dice. Emitting that data in a structured format really brings a lot of power and flexibility to you. And then, build dashboards and do dashboard reviews. So when once you start emitting this data, start regularly analyzing it so that you understand how your services are behaving.
Yeah, and dashboarding is really powerful, and also alarms. Customers are saying that their monitoring starts with alerts. So I believe, in addition to what Jared has said, it makes sense for the customers also to test alarms and how they can be notified. But also, not only we are using infrastructure metrics with this feature, but it's also running across custom metrics also. So if the customers have applications that are running, they can also ingest their custom metrics into CloudWatch and analyze all them all together in a single place.
I love it. I mean, you got to have the data before you can really do anything with it, right? So that's great advice. And check out that builders article for sure by David Yannick. That's great advice, Jared. And Omer, thank you too. Thank you both for joining us.
Before moving on,
yeah,
should I just raise one thing? So as Jared said, it's easy to set up only 2 steps, but also since we are not copying any data, this feature comes with no extra cost to our customers.
Even better.
Very important. Thank you for bringing that up, Omer. Steve, take us out.
Well, I'm going to bail from this particularly noisy area, I have to say. Yeah, thank you, Omer and Jared. That was fantastic. I particularly like that X-ray trace of just drilling in and seeing where the particular nodes are coming from. That was just awesome. I have to go play with that. And thanks for joining us, everyone. And we'll be back very shortly.
Thank you for having us.
Bye-bye.
See you then.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, so exciting. And welcome, everyone. If you're just tuning in to AWS On Air for the first time today, please pop your questions in the chat. We're going to be looking out for it. This is an opportunity really to help you. And this section is all about startups on Spotlight. So we've got Daniel from Drata today, sorry. And of course, A.M. Grabelny, who's been killing it all day today as a host.
I live on this channel. That's
Love it.
where I live. I wouldn't have it any other way. I've got nothing else. This is. I love this. I love it. Yeah, AWS On Air. We're live here at reInvent, bringing you all the great things that are happening here, including talks with our customers, which is one of my favorite areas to talk about. And Jillian, you are incredibly passionate about startups. It's like when I think of startups, I think of you. So you have brought on a lot of really great startups for us to talk to. Daniel, what's Strata all about? What's your company do?
Yeah, of course. We help companies automate their security compliance programs. So in this world of that burden of let's call it compliance, and more that's pushing down from the mid-market all the way to the startup over the past few years. And a lot of companies and founders and CXOs, they don't know where to start, and so we really help them automate that problem and try to reduce as much manual effort on that for them.
Compliance, such a simple topic.
Yeah. It's that like laborious like topic that just kind of gets put in the corner and no one wants to talk about or do, and so yeah, how do we pull that up to the front and just make it easy and help it kind of leak into the company's culture of, hey, if we do this, we can actually help the business propel.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think one of the biggest challenges too is that it's not just a technical problem, right? Like it involves tech, but you also kind of have to be a lawyer to understand a lot of what the requirements are for these complaints. We were just talking with an AWS service team that launched observability cross account, which observability, huge part of achieving certain compliances, right? So
definitely.
I'm stealing the floor from Jillian here. Promise you'll get the next question, Jillian. I have to ask, like, what do you see as one of the biggest challenges for obtaining? I don't know, it probably varies vastly depending on what compliance, but what is it? Is it a technology problem? Is it a people problem?
To me, I think it's more people and process. It's a thing that's where security and compliance gets put into the corner at most companies, sadly. And so the bigger you get and the more maybe successful a company gets, the bigger the problem gets, and no one wants to deal with it. Where if you start it earlier in your company's history, the easier it becomes and the more involved in the culture does it kind of breed across everything. So to me, I think that's one of the hardest challenges is now you have a, let's just call it, I don't know, 100, 200 person Series B type company, and you're trying to go sell to the Bank of Americas of the world, and those security teams are hitting you on the head with the compliance hammer. And so now your team's freaking out because your CRO is like hair on fire and let's go get those $1 million deal or whatever it is. And the security and engineering teams are just like, we have roadmap to hit and we're trying to secure this thing, and what's this SOC 2 thing where we have to adhere to, or a lot of the privacy laws out of Europe with GDPR as companies go international expansion over there and Europe. And so it's just trying to get ahead of it to make it easy and understandable where you don't need that expert lawyer on staff. Like, we're here to help and fill the gaps there. By no means are we your lawyer, but we can definitely break down the complexity of those frameworks for you.
Yeah, Daniel, can you explain that a little more of like how exactly Drata is able to really help people who are just starting their compliance journey?
Yeah, definitely. I kind of put it into two buckets. One is the people bucket and one is the technology bucket. The technology stuff, what we do is we wrote a tool called Autopilot. Think of like putting your compliance program on autopilot, so the word stuck. And we go out to the AWSs and GitHubs and identity providers such as Okta and hundreds of other tools. And what we do is we go off to those APIs now that maybe weren't available 15 or whatever years ago. And we go ask these APIs questions about how you have these systems configured, how are you using them. We don't really have access to the raw data, but more of the security and the configurability of them to say, hey, the people are following least practice privileges here. We know who has access. We know that they're setting up tools right, things like that. On the people side, there's some stuff that we're not going to be able to automate. There's human involvement. AM might need to go do security training to learn about phishing. I don't know, things like that. So how can we at least write a process to just make it really easy, even to the people not in compliance and security, where it's hey, I'm an employee of this company. Okay, I got to go do this thing once a year, but it's easy, it's enjoyable, it's a great experience. Let's make it easy for the employees of these businesses to get involved and contribute, and also learn a few thing or two.
Once upon a time, Daniel, I was almost a co-founder of a startup.
Okay.
And we did document storage for it was going to target large enterprises.
Oh yeah.
And so one of the key things was getting some compliances, FINRA, for example. And it's really complicated, but it's actually not complicated. That's the funny thing about compliance, is that it's just a checklist, basically, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But understanding that checklist and implementing it, they ask very, interesting questions. Like,
it's really, like you said, the checklist isn't the hard part. I can go do this thing, or we can set up this process. It's about now, how do you prove
it's proving
that?
Yes.
And how do you show that to the auditor? And that, tell you the truth, is the part that everyone hates. And that was the birth story of Drata. I lived through it at my past companies. We were acquired by Instructure, the makers of Canvas, and that's a great program and security team over there. And it was like, whoa, now we're at a much bigger scale, and how do we automate this, because I'm spending so much time manually doing this evidence collection. So that was almost the birth story of Drata, is living through that as a serial entrepreneur myself and doing it a few times. It was like, oh, I think I can automate this, and the engineering wheels started turning.
I love it. I mean, that's literally what happened to us. It was just a prove it, and oftentimes our proof would be like, AWS does this.
All the time.
Yeah, it's like, see AWS, but that's not enough most of the time for these checklists and for the lawyers that you're dealing with.
It's better than hosting it on a server in your bedroom, but yeah.
Yes, correct. Yes, but you still have to prove out that your code is calling, the AWS API the correct way. All these mundane things that take up a lot of time, but it's key to people's business sometimes, depending. So real quick, I was leading into the question of, when should a company start seeking compliance?
I would say the earlier the better. We actually have companies that are literally 1 or 2 people, upwards to thousands of people. But the earlier the better. To me, again, like I said in the past, it really helps just bake it into the process and the company culture to start. And when you're a new employee coming into this company, and that's one of the first things you do is go to your cyber training or anything around reviewing your security policies of your businesses. It sets the stage and tone that this business cares about their customers. It cares about the security of their business and process. And it's like, okay, this is serious. That's great. Let's contribute towards this.
Wow, I think, did time just fly by? Was that already? I mean, absolutely crazy.
Such a cool product.
I mean, definitely, this is definitely something I'm sure a lot of people are piquing their interest. I know the startups I talk to, I feel like at least 60% of the customers I at least talk to are thinking about compliance at some point. So I know there's a lot of people here who definitely are probably curious of, where do I learn more? How should I go get started with Drata?
Yeah, go ahead to drata.com for more on our platform for AWS startups. Check out Drata on the AWS Marketplace. We're here to help.
Very nice. Daniel, thank you for joining us. Jillian,
thank you.
Thanks for bringing all these really cool startups.
Yeah, thank you, Jillian.
Such a cool.
Absolutely. This is so fun. Of course, stick around. We've got plenty more covered today. Launch announcements, more startups throughout the week. So stick around.
See you on the floor.
Yep.
Ron, thanks for being with us. And instead, by myself, Judy, and Jeff.
I'm sorry, Sydney, your audio was really garbled. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I was just introing everyone, but you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, and I'll figure out making some line.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in to another segment of AWS On Air. My name is Jeff Marushak. I am a Senior Solutions Architect on our DoD Air Force team, and I am here with Sydney, Sydney, how's your microphone doing now?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds great. Awesome.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So my name's Sydney Studi. I'm a service engineering consultant on the AWS Customer Incident Response team. And today we have the pleasure of hosting Ron Kimchi, who has some really cool stuff to talk to us about. Ron, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us what you're up to?
Yes, sure. Hi. So I'm Ron Kimchi, based in Tel Aviv. I'm the product manager for Elastic Disaster Recovery, or DRS. I'm happy to be here today and talk about our cool new launch.
Yeah, Ron, that's really interesting. I'm excited to hear about this. Let's set the stage and kind of first establish what Elastic DRS is, and then we can talk about what the new launch is.
Sure. So Elastic Disaster Recovery was launched last November, so a year ago, as the successor service of Cloud Endure DR. Cloud Endure is a company that was acquired by AWS 2019, and we provide scalable and cost-effective disaster recovery and using AWS as the recovery site. So as opposed to what some customers refer to as traditional disaster recovery, when they run their workloads on premises and use another data center for disaster recovery, we leverage the elasticity of AWS as a recovery site. So we can really lower down the ongoing replication cost using that elasticity of EC2 and EBS, and only provision the performant or the high performant resources when customers actually need them, if they need to recover or to run it the hard way. We've launched DRS last November, integrated into the AWS console. First, we focused on the on-premises to AWS workflow, meaning customers that are still running on-premises, but using AWS as the recovery site. And with this launch, we're moving forward for customers that are already running on AWS and can use the service for cross-region or cross-availabilities on DR.
Yeah, I can speak from personal experience. Years ago, companies would have to rent a whole entire separate data center, rent a whole bunch of different equipment, and it would sit there most of the year. They would use it like a month out of the year, and this helps solve that. So yeah, this is really exciting.
Great.
Yeah, very exciting. So what's something that you want us to know about Elastic Disaster Recovery? Like a key message that you'd like to get across?
So I think that the key message is that you don't need to pay for those redundant costs all the time. Just like Jeff mentioned, traditionally customers would buy all the hardware, the storage, everything that they need in order to run their production in advance, and to just sit there. And for ongoing data replication, you don't need those high-performant hardware on the storage level, on the compute. So using DRS really lowers down the cost and also allows you to scale up when you need to grow. It's so simple to just simply scale up, install our agent on additional servers, scale down if you need to. So everything is extremely flexible, and you pay as you go for what you use.
Wow, that's huge. If I could ask, so what was the problem that you solved for this? How did you solve it?
Yeah, so initially we focused on, as I said, on servers that were running on premises and replicating to AWS. But a lot of our customers are actually using the service or as a first stage in a larger migration project or a migration journey, meaning they would start by migrating the recovery site by using the service. Then they can actually stop using the recovery site on premises. And at a later stage, they would also migrate their production workload. Now, customers that migrate the production workload can just simply fail over and never fail back. And then they have their application running on AWS, but they still need to meet the recovery objectives, their recovery time objectives and point objectives. In order to do that, they will enable the service when they're running on AWS, either cross-region or cross-availability zone, and that's what we've added in this launch. In this launch, we've added the ability to fail back between AWS regions, so customers that are running on AWS and fail over from one region to another can now fail back to the original region. And we've also optimized the workflow for customers that decide to use the service for cross-availability zone disaster recovery in region, where customers don't refer to it as failback that much, because a lot of customers that we've talked to are pretty agnostic to whichever availability zone they're running on. So in case they will recover or fail over from one AZ to another, they would simply stay there for a while. But they still need to protect those recovered instances, and that's exactly what we've added in this launch.
Yeah, that's interesting. You mentioned failover between availability zones, because it's really important to really understand what your disaster recovery requirements are. And maybe it is into a different region, but maybe it's not. And maybe you can save a lot of money by just going to a different AZ, and maybe that meets your requirements. So that's really interesting.
Exactly.
I got a question. So let's say a customer has a hybrid environment, and you mentioned already DRS from failing over from on-premises into the cloud. But what if can I use the same account that I'm already using? Maybe I already have some EC2 instances going. Can I use that same account and have that all happen in the same account?
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, especially the larger enterprise customers, when, for example, thousands of servers, they won't migrate all of them in a single day. They usually break down that migration project into waves. Now, let's think of a customer that starts with all of their workloads on-prem, replicating to AWS for the recovery, for the disaster recovery, using AWS as a recovery site, and then starting to fail over subsets of their servers. So they're going to be in that hybrid state for quite some time. During that time, we allow them to do all of the DR operations within the same account, in the same console, in the DRS console. They can fail over servers that are running on-prem, along with the servers that are running on AWS, then fail them back. So all of the operations work really great on hybrid. We really focused on that.
Gotcha. Cool.
Nice. So, Ron, I have a question too. Can I fail back as part of my disaster offering? Think DRS?
Yeah. So we see that a lot of customers, and again, if we'll go back, a lot of customers that were either required by compliance to test their disaster recovery periodically, or just wanted to test their DR plans periodically so they can feel that they can recover in case they'll need to, usually just wanted to see that they can recover. But we see more and more customers wanting to test the entire end-to-end workflow, and also to include testing failback. So with this launch, we've added the ability to perform non-disruptive failback tests. Now, when we say non-disruptive, we mean that you can go and do a full DR drill, fail over, and fail back without having any impact on the production server, not impacting its RPO. It's still replicating, taking point-in-time snapshots. And it's completely non-disruptive, so customers can do that more often. Extremely simple from the console. You can run those full DR drills and feel really confident that you'll be able to recover and fail back if needed. We support it for on-prem to AWS DR as well as cross-region, which we've just added in this launch. Oh, I'm sorry, Sydney, I think that you were.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. Jeff, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting. I had a comment about failing over into the same availability zones for cutting costs and requirements wise. But after hearing you talk about the drills, if you want to practice your drills, and that's part of the issue with DR is that you have to practice it and make sure it works. But it might be even a good idea to do those drills within the same availability zones, at least at some point, to cut down costs as well. Is that another good thing for a multi-AZ DR failover?
Yeah, so you can run your drills on multi-AZ. And as I've said, most of the customers that we've been talking to really refer to cross-AZ more as the recovery phase. So they will not necessarily fail back. If they choose to fail back, we support it as well, exactly like we do for cross-region. But a lot of customers that just want to make sure that they can recover from one AZ to another, can test that non-destructively as well, and simply be agnostic to whichever AZ they're running on their EC2 applications.
Gotcha. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So Ron, can we see some of this in action? I know DRR exercises aren't the greatest of fun, but maybe you can kind of show how this new feature works.
Of course. So let me share my screen.
We'll let you know when it comes up.
All right.
Can you kind of prep us for what we're about to see here while this is coming up?
Yes, of course. So we're going to see cross-region DR, and I'm going to show you how I can fail over and fail back my application, a few EC2 instances. Can you see my screen?
Yep, it came up. It looks great.
Perfect. So I'm going to show you a DR setup where I run my EC2 instances in North Virginia, in US East 1, and using US East 2, or Ohio, as my recovery site. So as you can see here, I'm logged into North Virginia, to US East 1, and I will log into the EC2 console. Let me go over.
You have some instances running, I can see there.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to zoom in just a little bit?
Did you want me to zoom in?
Yeah, just so we have a little bit bigger and can see what you're doing here. Yeah, that's done. Thank you.
Does that work? Great. So I have 3 EC2 instances, demo, cross-region 1, 2, and 3, which are running in North Virginia, in US East 1. And I've already installed the DRS agent on these 3 EC2 instances. As soon as I install the DRS agent, replication starts automatically. All the required resources for replication are provisioned automatically by the service. And I can monitor the ongoing replication in my recovery region. And that's a really important thing because we always want, when we operate disaster recovery, to work from the recovery region. We want zero dependency in our source environment in order to recover. So now we log into Elastic Disaster Recovery in Ohio. Let me zoom in again. And here you can see that I'm logged into Ohio, US East 2, and my servers are replicating to Ohio. In the DRS console, I can see that those 3 servers that representing each of those production EC2 instances. You can see that they're all ready for recovery, meaning that replication is good, the data replication status is healthy, meaning that I can get those near zero RPO, a recovery point objective. And you can also see that 2 of them were recently tested a few days ago, but 1 was never tested. So I have a pending action indicating that I should initiate a DR drill. We'll see how that works. Another interesting thing when this is a new column is the fact that you can see where you're replicating from. So you can see that we're replicating from US East 1, and we can even see the availability zone in case we're interested. So in order to initiate a DR drill, it's extremely simple. From the console, I can just initiate a recovery drill. I can choose the most recent data, and that will give me those those sub-seconds of RPO, the most recent data, minimize the data loss. But in some cases, if there's data corruption, ransomware, or whatnot, I can also select the previous point in time. Now, when I will launch that instance, it can take a few minutes. That's our recovery time objective. So I've already launched another instance before, so we can have a look.
This is huge.
Yeah, this is really cool. So it's that simple to run a DR drill. And now I'm in the recovery instances page.
Yeah, I
Yes, go
just
ahead.
noticed that you went down. You were in source servers before, and then you just went down to the recovery instances, and that's what we're looking. And actually, have a region 2 filter on there. That's why we only see one server there.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the clarification. So whenever we will recover a server, we'll get a new row in the recovery instances. And the recovery instance is the resource where we can see the underlying EC2 instance. Let's say it was a real failover. So now my production is running on Ohio in US East 2. I can drill down into the details of that recovery instance. First of all, I have a link to the EC2 instance in the EC2 console in case I need to connect to it or whatnot.
Gotcha.
And I have a pending action to start the reverse replication back to US East 1. That's new. That's one of the things that we've added in this launch. And
so does that happen automatically, or do you have to enable, you have to hit a button to enable that reverse replication?
Yeah, so you need to hit that button, and that was intentionally because perhaps it was just a drill. Sometimes customers just want to test, see that they can recover and terminate it, so they can simply terminate that recovery instance. Or if that was a real failover, now they want to start protect that instance. So they want to replicate it back to US East 1, back to North Virginia. They can do that by simply clicking the Start Reverse Replication. Now that will start replicating the data that all the way back to US East 1. That can also take some time. So I'll go back to the recovery instances to show you how it looks for a server that I've already reversed the replication earlier. So I'll just search it by the filter. And here I have another server, which I've already hit that button of reverse replication. It replicated the data back, so it can take some time, depending on the size of the volumes. And here I can see that I already have a pending action that I can launch it for failback in US East 1. Now I don't have to do that right away. Now the server is replicating ongoing. I'm protected from data loss. It's replicating from Ohio back to North Virginia. My production is working in Ohio. I potentially can have multiple servers, and I can wait for all of them to finish up the replication or schedule it to a convenient window over the weekend or whatnot. And whenever I'm ready, I can launch those. So when I want to launch those back and complete the failback to North Virginia, continue to work in my original region, I can just click that button. It shows me that it's going to US East 1, and it will take me directly to where I can launch that server. So you can see here that now I'm back in North Virginia. That link got me back to US East 1. So I can really know that now I'm going to fail back and launch that instance back in US East 1. That failback process copied all of the data that was accumulated during the time that we were working in Ohio after the original failover. And when I'll hit that recovery, I can see that I have the launch for failback, which is another indication that I'm finalizing the failback process. Once I'll fail back and launch for failback, I'll have my EC2 instance running back in North Virginia, and I can reverse the replication again to protect it. And I can do that back and forth between the two regions for multiple servers, so it's very scalable, obviously through our APIs as well as the console, and that summarizes that new cool feature. And I also wanted to show you another really cool enhancement that we've added. So I'll go back to the source server, and you can see that I have the replication menu in the source server list. So we've added a few options in this launch, which were really important for failback, for cross AZ, and for cross region. So first of all, we've added the stop and start for the replication. Stopping the replication, basically that eliminates everything that generates cost for ongoing replication. It removes all the storage, it eliminates it, terminates all the replication servers, and stops replication. But it still retains the agent on the server and all of the configuration. And we've added that option because when you reverse replication, you might not want to replicate in both directions in the same time and accumulate additional cost. So if it was just a drill, you probably want to continue replication in both sides. But if it was a real failover and you don't have an EC2 instance anymore in your original site, you can stop the replication and only replicate in one way. Starting replication resumes it.
So it would then it would rebuild those EC2 instances and all that storage that had previously turned off.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Exactly. And you don't need to reinstall any agents in order to resume that replication. And another option that we've added is to protect your recovered instance. And that's really applicable for cross AZDR, where customers, as I've mentioned before, don't want to fail back. Meaning once they recover, they want to stay there for months or until they'll need to recover again. So by protecting the recovered instance, they decided this was a real failover, a real recovery between availability zones, and that they can now start and protect the new recovered instance.
This is neat. This is very straightforward. The console is very easy to use and intuitive. Ron, so if in our last 5 minutes here, if there was any key takeaways that you would like our audience, and maybe some people who joined later and saw half of this, to take from this demo and this service, what would that be?
I think that the key takeaway is that running DR drills should be often. We want to enable our customers to test their DR plans, to test it periodically, so they'll be comfortable and they'll be ready for recovery in case they need to. They should not have any concerns running in hybrid mode, so they can use the service in order to migrate the recovery site and then protect those recovered instances, those migrated instances between regions or availability zones. And as always, we're trying to work as much as we can to lower the ongoing cost, so the service will be as cost effective as possible.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that the easier it is to do a DR exercise, number one, customers will do it more often, and they'll be more successful in the event that something bad happens. So yeah, this is great.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that another key takeaway is that, outages can be a result of multiple factors. It can be human errors, it can be infrastructural issues, it can be ransomware attacks and other causes. And you want a single place where you can operate your disaster recovery, your failback, regardless of what happened. So it can be simple, it can be fast, and it can be scalable if you need to grow and you have lots of servers and you see a lot of customers using the service successfully.
Great. All right, Ron. Well, this is really cool and really excited that you're able to share this new launch with us. Sydney, anything else you want to add before we kind of wrap it up?
No, I think I'm good. This is very straightforward. I definitely solved the major problem here and customer needs. So, Ron, thank you for taking the time to come and show us how it works. The demo, talking about it is definitely one thing, but seeing it in action, seeing it replicate across regions, that is so neat. So thank you for doing that and taking the time.
Yep.
Thanks,
you. Ron.
Great. Thanks.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break and we'll be back with the next segment very soon.
We're back. That was an awfully shortly.
Hi, thanks, and welcome to the AWS On Air session for Amazon incentives. We're live here at reInvent. Most of us are somewhere around reInvent in Las Vegas, streaming to you. So join with me today. I'm a host. My name's Sydney Sudi. joined by Robert Saul, and then we have John Glass and Michelle here to talk about some really cool Amazon incentive stuff. So Robert, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? We can go around.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Robert Saul. I'm the Threat Detection and Incident Response Practice Manager. I look after the Customer Incident Response team. Super excited to be here. I'm really looking forward to hearing from everyone here.
John, what about you?
Yep, John Glass with Amazon Incentives. I work on our gift cards and our Prime memberships team, and incredibly excited to be here.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Hirwadi, also from Amazon Incentives, and I lead our partner integration team, and our team helps our clients onboard our Amazon gift card on-demand API.
Awesome. Awesome. And if I'm not mistaken, you have a booth here at reInvent, right?
Yes, we will have a booth very close to the on-air stage, so it'll be set up tomorrow. We'll have some fun raffle prizes for people who come and learn more about Amazon Incentives tomorrow. So come, and there'll be a giveaway for a few $100 Amazon gift cards. So feel free to check it out. We're right next to the booth tomorrow.
Awesome. So would you both just like to tell us about Amazon Incentives? So who are you and what do you want to share with us today?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Amazon Incentives. So we are Amazon gift cards at scale. So at any scale that you would like to use Amazon gift cards with bulk and API, we like to say we have one simple job, and it's make any company's incentive program, gift card program easy. So that is what we love to do. Is we have an entire team who does that for our Amazon gift cards.
Neat. So, Robert, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask. So, can you go take one step back from that? So you are helping our customers have the incentive programs. You have the infrastructure and the mechanisms behind that to make it easier for them. Is that really what you're doing for customers?
Yeah, so we can help be the foundation of their incentives program. So they may have an incentives program. They're looking for a gift card provider or someone who can offer Prime memberships at scale. So if you think of, there's Amazon gift cards where you and I get birthday gifts, right? So that's like Amazon retail gift cards where we get birthday gifts. And then there's Amazon business. And then there's Amazon incentives where we have no limits of the scale that we can give you. So you can, in a simple checkout, you could get 50,000 Amazon gift card claim codes. You could upload Excel to us and issue out up to 50,000 Amazon gift cards at once. That's our bulk side. And then our API side has no limits to it. So you can programmatically administer Amazon gift cards. You can issue them and activate them all in on demand.
That's amazing. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, we've got a short video to just explain a little bit more about Amazon incentives. So if that's ready to play, would love to play that if possible.
Sure thing. Let's go ahead and get that video.
Okay, so I think we can play the intro video now.
Yeah, so it looks like we have the wrong screen. Okay, just a second.
Okay.
It's all good. We can talk gift cards.
Yeah.
Who wants a gift card?
Yeah. So while they're figuring that out, so John and Michelle, so from a customer perspective, as they're sitting here watching this, what is like the one thing you want them to know, right? because building customer loyalty, building customer trust. I mean, this is a huge tool for that customers can use to do that. Like how do you
In this
want
demo,
customers
we
to
will
think
go
about
over the
this
steps
and think
to
about what
onboard.
they're doing? Oh, there it is. Hey, video's on.
Great. Robert, I'll come back. I'll answer that question. If
Yeah.
the video's ready to go, I'll answer that question when we come back.
To
Yeah,
the
let's do this.
Amazon gift card API service. The Amazon gift card API powers the Amazon incentives, Amazon Cash, and in-store gift card purchases. To get started, you would need to set up an
Hey, Robert,
Amazon
press
Incentives
pause
API
real quick.
account
Or
to
Sydney, press
obtain
pause on that. Sorry, wrong video. I'll get you there, Lynn. Let me.
So
That goes
actually,
into
I
Michelle's
think
part.
that is totally fine. I think John, maybe we should just jump onto the demo right now. That's
Yeah, we can
okay.
just jump on. Let me answer Robert's question.
Yeah.
So for anyone on listening or who comes to our booth, just hear that there are multiple ways and multiple use cases that you can use Amazon incentives. So customer acquisition, employee recognition, if you're looking to drive research or surveys. So all of us, like, behavior is changed when you incentivize it. And if you're running any type of campaigns and you're looking to have a performance lift in that, use an incentive to do that, and you will drive the performance that you're looking for your campaign. And also, for anyone who's listening, it is available no matter what size of company that you work for. So if there is a small startup and you're looking to incentivize your employees, even for this holiday season, we'd love to have a conversation with you. If you're a CEO running a multi-international company, we have Amazon incentives in all the marketplaces that gift cards are available in, so we can help you around the world also. So at any scale, feel free to reach out to us. So
Flexibility, agility at scale. That's amazing. Worldwide. That's cool. I'm looking forward to the demo.
Good. Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, so I think we can jump on the demo. So I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know when you can see the screen.
Good.
All good. Okay. All right. So before we jump in, this demo today is really going to be focused on how to onboard to our Amazon Gift Card On Demand API, or we like to call it AGCOD, and how to make your first API test call. But before we jump in, I do want to share with everyone here our Amazon incentive homepage, which you can get to at amazon.com/incentives. This page gives you really great information, a little bit more about our Amazon incentive program, the products that we offer, our customer use cases and testimonials. And of course, there is a whole section on API, which what we're going to talk about today. As John mentioned, there is no limit to API integration. And to get started, you do need an Amazon Incentive API account, as well as a unique partner ID to get you started. And the easiest way to do that is just contact us button here. It will take you to the contact us submit form, which the information will go to John and the sales team, and then they will work with you to get your Amazon account set up as well as your partner ID. So navigating back to the homepage, just very quickly, another great resources that I want to point out is our Amazon developer portal. Really awesome resources for anyone who is onboarding to AGCOD and trying to build their integration to us. This reference a lot of information that you would need, anywhere from the API surface information itself that has information on the endpoints where you can place your API calls to. Security and keys, we do require that all API requests to AGCOD to be authenticated by an AWS signature, and also a section dedicated to all of the products that the AGCOD platform actually supports. And in each of those sections, we have sample API code, information on the different API type calls that you can call for that products, and limitation on minimum, maximum gift card amount that you can create or activate. So with that being said, I do want to jump in to our demo. In addition to your Amazon account API, or I'm sorry, Amazon API account and your partner ID, you will also going to be provided with a link to our user portal. So this user portal Think of it as a one-stop shop for you, where you can manage your onboarding progress, where you can manage your API access keys, as well as where you can fund your accounts to be able to place API calls to the production environment. When you log in, as you can see here, we have a pretty handy onboarding progress tracker. This tracker will actually tells you each step in sequential order what you need to do to be able to progress through your onboarding journey and get to the API production call. So I'm going to stop right there. And we're just going to show you how to make your first API test call. So you can see we have a demo account here that we have already set up and provisioned for this demo. So the next step is key generation. So as I mentioned earlier, we do request that all API calls made to AGCOD to be authenticated, and you can generate your access and secret keys through this portal. So I'm going to go over to that. So you can see you can generate either a production or a sandbox key. Just like any other AWS keys that you may have used in another AWS product, the handling of this key is very important. So we do ask our clients to rotate their keys every 180 days. And also please make sure that these keys are not being exposed to any public forum, just to make sure that your system as well as your account funding, stay safe as they relies on how secure the handling of these two keys are. So we're going to generate access key. All right, so one thing to note, just like a username and password, when you generate a AGCOD credential, it will generate an access key ID as well as secret access key. Keep in mind, the secret access key will only be generated once. So I always like to have my notepad handy. Can you guys confirm that you can see my notepad? Just make sure that.
Yeah, we can see it.
Awesome. Okay. So, okay. So let's try that again. Okay. So we're going to copy this, and I'm going to add it in there. And then I'm also going to copy the access key ID. Okay, very cool. So now we can close this. I also like to keep a note of my partner ID. So this is another piece of information that I would need to make my API call later on. All right, so now we have all of this information. Okay, so now I'm going to navigate over to my Postman API platform. So I'm going to be showing how we can construct an API test call using this platform. The AGCOD only supports the HTTP post call. So I'm going to choose post. And then the next up, we actually need an endpoint. So at this point, I'm going to navigate back to our product developer guide, which comes very handy to get information around endpoints, API syntax, and whatnot. So from this page, as you can see, I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. We provide the best base endpoint URL for both sandbox and production. There are 3 different endpoint URLs, one for North America, one for Europe and Asia, and one for Far East. And it really depends on your country of operation. So our demo account is a US marketplace based account. So I'm going to grab this endpoint URL. And I'm also going to make note of this region because this is an information that I would also need later on. All right, so I'm going to paste that at base endpoint URL here. And to complete this, to make it a full endpoint, we also need what we call the canonical URL. A canonical URL actually tells our AGCOD platform exactly what API calls that we're trying to hit. So for this example, I'm trying to generate a gift card claim code using the Create Gift Card API. So I'm going to add Create Gift Card appended to the base URL. Okay, so we're moving on to authorization. So as I mentioned earlier, we are authenticated all of our requests using AWS Signature. So this is where my access key and secret key comes in. So I'm going to copy my access key. Sorry. And my secret key. Okay, make sure I grab everything there. right? And then moving further down, we will also need to fill in the east region for this and the name of the service that we're trying to call, which is agency service. These two information are also available in our product developer guide. Yes, so now we're actually ready to start constructing our main API call. I'm going to be using the XML language for this example. And again, back to our handy reference here, I'm going to be navigating to the product section. So this product developer guide has a really good information for each of the products that we offer around the required parameters that we need to pass and the limitation and what's optional, what's required. So for this example, I'm going to go ahead and create gift card request API. And as you can see here, there are a list of parameters. Some of them are required, some of them are optional, as well as guidance around the limits of the denomination of the gift card that you can create using the Create Gift Card API based on your marketplace. So it basically tells you what's the minimum and the maximum of gift card amount that you can create through our Create Gift Card API. And scrolling down a little bit further, so this is where actually I need this one. It is an example of the API syntax that you can copy to generate your Create Gift Card Request API. So I'm going to copy and paste that. There are 4 required parameters that needs to be passed on to our API service for Create Gift Card Request API, and those are creation request ID, partner ID, currency code, and amount. So partner ID is, if you guys remember, is what I copied from our API portal, user portal earlier. And then the creation request ID is really just a 40 characters or less alphanumerical character that acts as a unique identifier for each of your API calls. So I'm going to add that in here. Changing this to USD because we're in the US marketplace, and I'm going to keep the amount at $1. And then we're going to send it. And there you go. We have a successful API calls. And in an instance, you will get a gift card claim code that your customer can redeem later on. So,
Wow.
Yeah. So just as easy as that, and that's you've already tested your first API calls to AGCOD.
So if we could just go back just for a second where you started, I mean, walking it through, what customers need to be looking at this? Well, like what is the customer that you're talking to right now with these with this demonstration?
Sure. Yeah. John, jump in as well. But you know, our customers ranges from small to medium, large, B2B. So these are corporation who wants to probably generate Amazon gift card on demand for maybe an incentive program in their company. And also Amazon Aegis Gift Card on Demand also powers our brick and mortar businesses, where it actually powers the transaction behind in-store gift card purchases. So if you go to a grocery store, you grab an Amazon gift card off the rack, you need to go to the cashier to activate it. Behind it is the Amazon Gift Card on Demand technology as well. So a wide range of customer, and I'm going to let John jump in here because he talks to a lot of customer as well every day. So John, any addition to that?
Yeah, anyone who would want hands-free gift card operations. So instead of having to do anything manual, just have a hands-free API set up so that if an account opens or if someone completes a survey, that it's automatically triggering an API call to then issue the gift card directly to your customer. So all of that can be automated.
Wow, this is incredibly powerful and really neat tool to do exactly that, to claim codes and business. Just thinking about scale, I mean, this really changes the game. Thank you for coming on and sharing this with us. Do either of you have any closing thoughts that you'd like to share?
No, I think that is that. Thanks for having us here. And if you are already, if you're interested, please definitely contact us through the contacts form. But if you're already on your onboarding journey and need help, you can always contact us at incentives-api@giftcardsamazon.com. It's actually right here if you guys still see my screen. But yeah, thanks for having us here. John, anything from you?
Thank you very much for having us. It's great to be part of the community.
Where's the booth again?
It will be right to your right, I think, Robert, right around the corner, right around that post.
So in the Venetian, first floor, right next to the parking area.
Casanova Foyer.
Casanova Foyer.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
So awesome.
All right.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Thanks, all.
Thank you.
All right, how are you? So my name is Robert Saul. I just left our outstanding Amazon Incentives episode where I learned a lot, and I get to do something I've never done before alongside Farrah Campbell here, who's done it a few times, I'm sure. We get to talk about AWS Heroes. Farrah, why don't you tell us what they are?
Well, Heroes are they're a global recognized group that are, I don't know, I would say they are people that understand AWS sometimes better than I think most anyone else. And I think we have somebody here like with us today that I think a lot of people knows, which is Ben Kehoe. He's one of the serverless heroes. I was lucky enough to be a serverless hero like next to him, and I don't know how that even happened, but super awesome to have him here on today. So Ben, maybe tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Yeah, I'm an AWS serverless hero. For a long time, I was at iRobot making the cloud supporting connected Roombas. Completely serverless, no containers or VMs in productions for that. Recently, I left iRobot, and I'm now taking some time off.
So can we talk just real quick about a little bit about your background? How did you get just connect the serverless to the iRobot? How did that work?
Well, so my background is in robotics. I got a PhD in robotics, in cloud robotics, how you can use the cloud to enable robots to do more and better things. And I joined iRobot in 2015, shortly before the launch of the first connected Roomba. And one of the things about launching a connected Roomba in 2015, more than 10 years after Roomba was launched, was that iRobot was already selling millions of robots a year. And so it wasn't a question of would this need to scale, but how quickly, because the volume was already there. It was just that, the products were starting to be connected. However, iRobot had not built scalable, elastic cloud infrastructure before that. It was a device company. And so when we were looking at it, it was, well, some people here, not me, I hadn't built anything at scale at that point. Some people had, but none of us really wanted to deal with that or try and make it work. And so we looked at the offerings that AWS had, and it was Lambda and API Gateway and DynamoDB and IoT Core, and said, we think we can build this without having to learn how to scale things. And that was extremely successful.
Wow.
That the operations load for running millions of robots in production was scaling only with the cloud footprint, with how many features were being supported, and not the size of the fleet.
Wow.
So I can only imagine like how many things that you must have learned along the way. And I think today that we were going to talk about one specific thing that I know that you hold close to your heart.
I also think it's important to know all the things I haven't learned. I still can't build. I don't know how to make, an EC2 based system or a Kubernetes based system that can scale to millions of robots. I never had to learn, which is really the whole value there. But yes, I have learned about a lot of other things along the way. And I think today we're going to talk about IAM Identity Center.
Yeah, so like maybe you could tell us why today? Why did we pick this topic, and why do we feel like it's important?
Well, I want everybody to stop using IAM users.
Can I just real quick just jump in? I'm sorry, Ben. You're the hero here. I'm not. I don't want to step on you. I am the threat detection incident response practice manager. So we support customer incidents on the customer side of the shared responsibility model. So I want that too. So that's absolutely one of our goals. Why do you want customers to stop using that?
Yeah, well, I think it was great, before in the prep for this, when, we had just sort of, I think, been placed together randomly. And it turned out to be that, this passion for
it was magic.
This passion for only having short-lived access keys is the thing. And really that's, the problem with IAM users is that the access that they grant is via long-lived access keys, your access key and secret access key. When what you really want is short-lived access granted with access key, secret key, and session token that you see with IAM roles. However, when those credentials only last an hour or such, you have to have some way of getting those credentials. And so you need some trusted source of identity to say, yes, grant those credentials. And for IAM users, way back when, it was, well, there wasn't a source. The source is the humans. So when they, just give them the credentials, because there's nothing that could hand them out something short-lived.
Yeah.
We're now in a world with Okta and Ping and OneLogin and any number of different IDPs that can provide that trusted source of identity for workforce identity.
Yeah. And free MFAs. There's the free MFA program here at AWS that I share your passion, and I think it's awesome that you're pushing for it. You're a hero anyway, but you're even more of a hero because of that for me.
Yeah, and that's great. And I think, this point that now, with IAM Identity Center, formerly called AWS SSO, and I'm really excited about the name change, because it's not really about single sign-on. It's not about replacing your single sign-on provider that you have, like Okta, Ping, et cetera. It's about managing access to AWS using those external IDPs or an internal IDP that AWS can provide if you don't already have one of those. And one of the nice things about it is because that abstracts over the actual authentication process that happens when you go over to that IDP like Okta or Ping, is that there are AWS APIs that allow that sign-in. It uses the OAuth device authorization flow, which means that the AWS CLI can sign you in to your account and give you those short-lived credentials, even on a headless box, without ever having to understand all of those different login things. Every organization has built a screen scraping login that talked to, ADFS and, knew all of the fields, and so it could post in the response and get the SAML and take that to STS assume role with SAML. And all of that goes away. All of that custom work goes away. And it's all just AWS SSO login if you're using the AWS CLI. I have found that I think there are some efficiencies that can be got for CLI login. So I've developed a tool called AWS SSO Util that helps with login, and some pieces like, now that it's all in AWS SSO, you can manage your permissions through infrastructure as code. That you can have CloudFormation controlling all of your permissions to AWS. And then set up CI/CD for that, so that your organization can have a pull request from a developer saying, I need this particular permission. And then security can just approve that pull request, kick off the pipeline, and all of a sudden they've got access. And the developer doesn't need to describe what they're trying to do if they actually know, here's exactly the change I need, which speeds up then security as a bottleneck, because they don't have to be the interpreters for that kind of thing, which is really powerful, I think.
So they get the capability in a secure manner.
Yes.
It's a win-win. Everyone does it.
It really is. And an under talked about thing about Identity Center, just one little bit, is that by separating out the permissions into AWS from the identity, those teams don't always get along. Like we always, every organization is dysfunctional in its own way, but a common one is that those two teams are, they don't talk to each other enough. And this allows the separation of responsibilities in a way that really aligns well with that and eliminates problems through, good technology for exactly this sort of thing.
So it enhances the user experience. It helps.
It's really win-win-win. Yeah.
Any downfalls?
I mean, as with anything, there are rough edges. And I think that's where, I've built some tooling for that AWS SSO util. I think it keeps getting better. There are now APIs around things that we didn't used to have APIs for. The experience keeps getting better. So it's even if you look at it and you're not ready for it now, identity and access migrations for workforce identity take a long time. And so you want to start planning it now. You want to say, I know it's getting better. I want to start working with it now so that I can start moving in that direction.
So this is why you're a hero. Is you try to enhance the experience, even when it's already been enhanced, but there's still a few rough edges.
Yeah.
Robert, I'm assuming that you're going to start sharing this with some of your customers. It seems like you're a fan.
This afternoon, as soon as we're done, we're meeting with customers this afternoon. But yes, Ben, it was so good to meet you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. And find Ben on Twitter, and I will be sharing the GitHub link to the project.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Well, here we are again. So great episode just now. So before we were talking about Amazon incentives. Sydney, you were hosting that one, and I was side seating you. We just got done talking with Ben Kehoe, one of our Amazon heroes. We have very much shared goals in life, and now here we are. We're going to talk a little bit about something very near and dear to Sydney and I's hearts, and that is the customer incident response team and some of our tooling and some of the stuff that we're providing customers this year. Sydney?
Yeah, super excited to be here. So, as Robert mentioned, we are members of the customer incident response team. Our mission in life is to put ourselves out of a job. No security risks. Nothing's happening, right? And what we're really passionate about is developing tools especially free tools for customers, you, to use to help secure your accounts, to assess your security posture, and to really just ask hard questions on like what controls do we have in place? Do we have logging enabled? If you don't, we have a really awesome tool for that. Have we tested and tried security, like simulating security events before? And if you haven't, we have a tool for that. We may talk about that a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what we do is, so we support customers when they have security incidents on this customer side of the shared responsibility model. So what that means is, as all AWS account owners should know, configuring services to operate securely is on their side of the responsibility model. And so, sometimes it doesn't go well, and sometimes there are security incidents, and sometimes they need help, and then that's when they call us and we help. But what we've been able to do is we've been able to synthesize a lot of that information that we've gained, all of those lessons that we've learned, and turn those into customer tools. Like, Sydney, talk real briefly about how we got to the ALE tool.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the case of a security event, one of our first questions, one of the first things that CERT asks is, do you have logging enabled? And maybe that's specific to the service that's we're talking about. S3, access logging, CloudTrail logging is a big one. And in the cases that the answer was no, we needed a way to provide to the customer to quickly turn on their logs. And so CERT developed a command line tool. It's called the Assisted Log Enabler. And what it does is it enables 5 different kinds of logs. I could actually share my screen here in a second and talk about it if you'd like, Robert. But
sure.
If you don't mind, Robert, talk a little bit more about the tool while I get my screen loaded up.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to talk about ALE. We're going to talk about one of my favorites, and that is our playbooks that we've come up with. So what we've done, we made a really intentional decision last year to start building more tools and products for customers, to give directly to customers on via open source. So you're going to see ALE here in just a little bit. Another one of my favorites that we're going to bring up as soon as we finish up with ALE is our free playbooks, right? So what we've done, again, we take all these lessons learned from these customer incidents. We figure out, kind of what went wrong and how it went wrong, and we packed it into all of these playbooks. And I think that the playbooks are powerful for 2 real reasons. Reason number one is we've learned that customers, when they have security incidents, don't have incident response playbooks. They're really intimidating, and it can be hard to start them. So this kind of gives them a kickstart. This enables them to kind of get ahead of it. And then additionally, with handling these incidents, we figured out most common ones that happen, and those are the playbooks that we have developed. But I don't want to get too far in front of that. I want to get back to ALE because Sydney, do you have it up on your screen?
I sure do. Let's go ahead and load the screen share. Awesome. So this is Assisted Log Enabler for AWS. I'm just going to talk through the logs that it does, the way that it runs. So it's on GitHub. It's free, open source. You can go to Google Assisted Log Enabler for AWS and clone this tool right now and use it in your environment to enable your logs. So let's scroll down a little bit. So what does this do? This turns on logging automatically for single account or multi-account, your choice. VPC flow logs, CloudTrail logs, Elastic Kubernetes service, audit and authenticator logs, Route 53 resolver query logs, S3 server access logs, and a new feature is Elastic load balancing access logs. And so this tool uses AWS organizations for multi-account setups, or you can run it against a single account. And so, big picture, you clone this tool, you download it. We recommend running it in Cloud Shell, and we can show a little bit of examples on what it looks like.
Well, while you're pulling that up, I just want to tell everyone and give them context for this. When we're dealing with an incident, and when customers are dealing with an incident, this is the second place you're going to go, right? So you always want to focus on containment, and your investigation is going to probably start and end with these logs. And one of the things that we found is that customers have a hard time turning them on, right? Much less analyzing them, which we're going to get to here in just a little bit also, because we built a tool for that. So yes, the logs, the access to logs, and being able to churn through logs is critical for any security incident.
Yeah, and just a little bit more about the tool. So we're in Cloud Shell. This is an example of running it in Cloud Shell. You run this command and you'll see a graphic, and you can choose what you want to do. You can choose a mode, whether you want that to be single account or multi-account, and you can choose what logs you'd like to enable. If you'd like to enable them all, or just a subset. And there are dry run options as well. I don't want to go too deep into the weeds of this. I think we've gotten the point across.
Yeah.
But Robert, maybe we can talk. Go ahead.
Hold on. So we've got to give credit where credit is due. Scroll up a little bit. Our good friend and extended family member. I want to call out Josh McKitty. He's the one that actually developed this. No longer part of the immediate family now. Part of our extended larger family, but just many thanks to Josh for building this so many years ago. All right. So there's ALE. That's what it does. That's how it does it. Go use it. Reach out on there's a link there for any questions or problems. Can you pull up playbooks? I think those are really great. We've gotten so much good feedback from customers about the playbooks and about how we heard from one customer about how it seemed like it was built for them, and they were so happy with it. Do you have those? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, go through those.
Yeah, so let's talk about them. So this credit where credit's due. A couple contributors to these playbooks, but Robert, correct me if I'm mistaken, our very own Jason Hurst did a lot of the work behind it. Is that correct?
Chief Cat owned this, drove it, brought it all together. So yes, Jason Hurst is a hero, one of my heroes for this project. Yeah.
So there's so many cool things to talk about in this repository, but one of my personal favorites is the accessibility behind it. It is in multiple languages, so you don't have to be fluent in English to make use of this. And so what is this repository? It's an example framework for customers when talking about security on AWS. And we can let's go through one. So you can look up AWS Customer Playbook Framework and find this on GitHub, very much like Assisted Log Enabler. This is a free tool. CERT developed this because we saw a need, and we wanted to help you customers practice responding to events, practice thinking about what could happen, and assessing your organization. So if we go under Docs, Robert, what are you feeling? What do you think we should do? You're on mute.
Of course I am. You got me unawares. I was actually looking at something else about the next tool we're going to talk about. Ransomware response on S3, and I like that one because that's the one I think that intimidates customers the most.
Got it. All right, let's do it. Ransom response for S3. So it follows a general syntax here. We have a summary paragraph, points of, objectives, and then, let me see, how do I break this down? So let's just talk through it. So we go through the steps of determining what vulnerabilities were exploited, what was the actor's intent, recovery. We have a security perspective here on well, how are we going to look at this problem? And response steps. So this goes to the NIST 800 TAC 61R2 incident response lifecycle, which is what Robert will tell you. We live and die by this. Robert, go for it. I know you want to say something here.
Well, yeah, just because I think so. The mechanism is everything. The process is everything. One of the things that we hear and see from customers a lot is they get intimidated and it builds up and they don't know where to start. And if you just stick to the process, right? Stick to the process, it's going to be okay. And really, I'll just use this as kind of a plug for CERT. If customers are having a security incident and you need help, you need help fighting through it. We're here to help. Submit a cloud support ticket. It'll get routed down to us, and we'll help you through detection, analysis, containment, and any lessons learned that we can derive for the customer.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so back to the playbook. Thank you, Robin, for that. That's a passionate topic that we talk about here. So, just a summary here, preparation, and so this is written for a broad audience, right? You could be running one account, you could have 20 accounts, you could have more than that. So we really there's recommendations here. Enforce MFA, enforce password complexity requirements to prepare and for this to not happen, right? But if you're here and you're not practicing, there's a chance that it has happened. So let's keep going. So for detection and analysis, like how do we know what are our indicators here? S3 objects are deleted or S3 buckets are deleted. At a high level recovery, so maybe you're here because you had a bad day. It's recommended. Here's our recommendations as the frontline responders, right? So let's take a step back and just talk about the playbooks as a whole. We have all the playbooks here. We go in depth, right, of what different scenarios, and it's such a wealth of knowledge, and I highly recommend checking this out. It's a free resource to you to improve your security posture. Robert, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out how much time we've got left here. We could do this for probably another hour to talk about Athena. Wait for Tabitha to come back to let us know. Oh, okay, we've got till 20. We've got 6 minutes left. Give me 3 minutes on Athena.
Yeah, so our Athena Security Analytics Bootstrap tool. I would love to. Let me get that pulled up here.
Yeah, so you get it pulled up. I'm going to give you a little bit of an intro here. So one of the cool things about these tools is we took all these lessons learned about dealing with security incidents. We built the playbooks. We built a tool to how to turn logs on, and then we've got this tool that's going to help you quickly and easily ingest these logs and do analysis. So you get the playbooks, download those, build them to your org, use ALE, turn on all your logs, use Athena to ingest your logs, and there is the foundational elements of incident response capability for a company. Take it away, Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would love to give a high level of this tool. So this tool, the AWS Security Analytics Bootstrap, is for customers that don't have a logging solution already. They don't have a centralized place to query logs and investigate a security event or just look at audit logs in general. And so what this is it's a cloud formation template that you set up in your environment and asks for parameters to quickly just filter your logs into one place. Let's see here. I do wish I had a demo prepared on this one.
Let's just make sure we get it to my post.
You're on mute.
Of course I am. Again, let's just make sure that we get the links posted somewhere. I think we've got some other demos we could share later.
Yeah, absolutely. So really, I could talk about this for forever.
Yeah.
But really, you deploy this in your account, and you've gone from having no centralized place to query your logs, nowhere that you can type, hey, give me this kind of API call within this time frame, and get an answer. In less than 10 minutes, you do now. You can clone this. It's another free repository, free repo on GitHub that CERT has worked on. It was Ryan Smith, right, that did a lot of work behind this tool.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would highly recommend try this out. CERT is here doing a workshop at reInvent, and we're going to be using this actually to investigate a simulated security event. So there's possibilities of this.
When is that? When is the workshop here?
Yeah, so we have one tomorrow from 3:30 to 4:30, and it is something that you have to sign up for in advance. Then we have one at Thursday as well.
Okay. I'm super excited about these. So we have so much we could talk about right now. I want to talk about Twitch. I want to talk about our Twitch channel that we have. I want to talk about our blog. I want to talk about what Steve DeVera launched this morning. What do you have? Steve's got an S3 ransom part of his toolkit he dropped this morning, right?
He does. He has a workshop for S3, like it's a ransom simulation.
Yeah.
Let me get that link.
Yeah, so the reason why I think that one's important and powerful is because we hear from a lot of customers dealing with security incidents, as you know, that as you know, Sydney, that these ransom attacks, they're really scary. Customers they just don't know where to start. You open up your console, you open up a directory, and there's a ransom note there. What do you do? Where do you go? Again, using all the stuff that we learned, on these incidents. Steve, this was really Steve DeVera's his idea. He drove this all the way through to use Workshop Studio. So hats off to him for doing it. But this product is really intended to help customers, understand what to do and how to do it. You got it up there?
Not at the moment. I am working on it, but we can drop that in the chat here soon.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, drop that link.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Sure do. We will share that in the chat.
Okay. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So let's talk about real quick. We got 1 more minute left. What do you think? You got any things near and dear to your heart you want to talk about today?
I think we should real quick talk about the safe room. So every 2 Fridays, every other Friday, second and fourth Friday of the month, the customer incident response team owns a Twitch channel or a Twitch stream called the Safe Room, where we talk about emerging security events. So if there's something that CERT is seeing in the wild, we bring it right to you. We talk about what's happening, how can you mitigate this. So with that, thanks so much for having us. Thanks for your time and attention. And we'll go ahead and pass it to the next show. But check out our tools, and we'll paste that link in the chat shortly for the ransom.
Awesome. Thanks, Sydney. Thanks, everyone.
Noise, by the way. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to AWS On Air. My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a senior technical trainer with AWS Training and Certification. And today I have my friend Techdeep here. Techdeep, how are you?
Hey, Aaron, I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being on. So Techdeep is here to talk about something interesting happening live at reInvent 2022 and also some new changes that are coming at the same time. Techdeep, why are you here today?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, as you can see, there's a big room behind me. It's pretty big, and we're actually setting it up. We're having these specialty sessions for our product AWS Jams, and there's 6 of them. We're expecting 300 people per session here.
Wow.
So I'm glad to talk about that. And yeah, we're launching a bunch of new things, and also launched recently some new features for the product, and I'm excited to share about all of those with everyone.
Yeah, so AWS Jam is a really fun product. Being a technical trainer, I've taught a lot of classes, and they have jam sessions as part of those classes as well. But here at reInvent, it's an opportunity for people to get some hands-on experience through jams. Can you tell us more about the product and why it was created?
Absolutely, absolutely. So AWS Jam has been in existence for several years now. It originally started by just us being AWS, going at customer sites and working with them with the problems they have. And we realized that there was a lot of challenges that our customer faced, and many of them were repetitive with each other. But there was no way of getting that information back from the field, and sharing it with other customers. And so the AWS ProServe professional services team created the Jam product. First version was basically looking into all of these use cases, translating them back into an educational product that helps individuals learn how to build on AWS the right way. And it, slowly over time became gamified. It's a team-based learning product, group-based learning. So you're not in it by yourself. You go in it with a bunch of your friends or colleagues, and you tackle problems together, just like you would in a real-life situation at work.
You say friends or colleagues, like they're two different people. All of my colleagues are my friends.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just, you can go in a professional environment, or you could just like outside of work, if you want to develop some skills, you could also do that.
That's really cool. And there's a new product that's being launched. Is that right?
Yeah, well, it's been launched a couple of months ago. It's something called AWS Jam Journeys. If you've heard about AWS Skill Builder, and if you've not, I encourage you to go on explore.skillbuilder.aws to learn more. But yeah, we have these amazing sets of challenges that, as an individual, if you're not wanting to go into a group setting and you want to learn at your own pace, and you want to learn about the domain of like security or ML, machine learning, or networking, we have these nice is what we call them in Skill Builder, and you can just tackle challenges at your own pace and go through that experience yourself.
That's really cool. And you mentioned people going through jam journeys and tackling the challenges together. Can they do that in person and remotely at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, Jam Journeys is really like a single player, if you want to call it, version of the AWS Jam product. It's all virtual, right? You sign up in Skill Builder, and you can just start the journey from your laptop. And the AWS Jam product, which is more team-based, you can be in person or virtual. I think one of the cool things that we have about this product, AWS Jam, is that it allows teams to connect at a global level. As you know, nowadays, like after the pandemic, many people are working from home. A lot of organizations and our customers have started growing, internationally, and just having their employees all over the world. And the other thing that brings up is it's difficult now for team bonding. We used to have these team events back in the days before COVID where you would all get together physically and go bowling or go and do an escape room. It just gets harder to do that virtually. And one of the things that we've learned from customer pain points and adapting our product is the AWS Jam product is an excellent way for teams in a corporate environment to get together as around a team building activity. It does a lot of, because of the group thinking environment that it produces, it increases team bonding, but also just, at the end of the day, you end up having fun. You learn about how to build on AWS with your colleagues, and,
You just jam.
People.
Just hang out and jam. Yeah. It's like, so when I was a kid, let me kind of step back a little bit and say, when I was a kid, I used to watch bands and watch my friends play, and we would just jam together. I really didn't know how to play guitar, so it's kind of like that. You're not playing musical instruments, but you're playing with AWS services and products, and jam is there's challenges with jam, right? So, how are jam challenges different from other lab experiences? I guess that's one question I have for you.
Absolutely, and I mentioned it's a hands-on experience, so you're probably thinking like, well, we've got labs, and we have a lot of them. So how is this different from that kind of a hands-on experience? And it's very different. I mean, actually, let me show you. I'll bring up some mock-ups on the screen here, and I can walk you through that experience. And I think that will actually be doing a better job at explaining how they are different. If you go through a standard lab, in any kind of learning environment, you're doing that in a very protocol kind of a manner, right? So you're going like step 1, do this, step 2, open that, step 3, copy this piece of code snippet, paste it there, and that's just like it does the job. It helps you like really understand like the basics, but it doesn't like foster critical thinking, right? It'll give you confidence. That's awesome. And the way the jams are different is you're basically in an environment that simulates a real world problem. There's fun added in it. There's a situational context. It's a simulation, as I said, right? So here's a screen example that shows you when you log in, you've got a set of tasks or challenges to complete. And in this case, this is actually a preview of the machine learning jam journey that we have on Skill Builder. And so it gives you a task that you need to solve, a challenge. And every one of these challenges, when you click on Open Challenge, gives you like the steps, like what are the challenges, like the different puzzles that you've got to solve. And very open-ended, right? As you see on the screen, there's no like step 1, step 2, step 3. It's basically real world. You go on Google, you read some documentation, and you figure it out. Like we have an awesome chat functionality for those who are doing it as a group within the product. And the other fun part is, just like in real life, sometimes you get stuck, right? Not asking you to go on Stack Overflow to figure out how to pass a challenge, but we have something called hints within our jam challenge.
Where am I supposed to get all my answers then, Tech Deep?
Right. So, I mean, that's the beauty of it. And that's what we hear from our customers, Aaron. There's a lot of, the group thinking aspect really brings in a different level of experience of learning. So yeah, we have hints. Every challenge has 3 hints, just like, if you were stuck in an escape room, you get hints to move on to the next puzzle. And so those hints are created to just nudge a little bit towards the answer, but not giving you the answer.
Yeah. Are there any penalties for using hints? Let's say like you kind of want to do this gamified approach and have, I'm guessing, like a point-based system. Are there penalties?
It is. I mean, AWS Jam is a game-based product. We use a lot of gaming elements in it. One of them is competition and collaboration, right? And choice. And so every challenge that you do in a group environment, you're competing with others. And the way the competition works is, as you can see on the screen, there's points for solving each task. Now, you earn these points when you finish your tasks, but whenever you ask for a hint, it costs you some points. And so it's really interesting to see how people go about learning. There's like strategies around. Some people will sacrifice some points to get the hint, but then move up to the next level, the next challenge, and try to like win, end up the challenges by winning the fastest. Or sometimes it's going to be based on who scores the highest score, right?
Have you seen people get really competitive with this? I'm sure.
Oh, it gets crazy. You get the trash talk going on in the in the rooms.
Hopefully not too bad.
It's really fun. It's everything you can imagine with like good team spirit, competition. You see that in the room, and that's actually like one of the things we're excited about seeing here. With 300 people forming teams and just seeing how they go about it.
I know you showed us the room earlier. Can we see it one more time? You said 300 people. It's a pretty big room, Tech Deep.
It's a lot of tables.
It's a lot of tables, and it's
a lot of
happening
tables.
tomorrow.
And yeah, we are excited about this. A lot of people know about AWS Jam, and they come every reInvent or any AWS public event we have. And this year, our wait list is even maxed out. So we're just excited to be hosting to so many learners out there. It's great to see the excitement that even our customers have around the product.
That's a good point. So you're hearing a lot of excitement from the customers. What are they saying? Do you have any quotes that you can share with us today?
I can actually, yeah. You know what? This is it's not an exact quote, but I was talking to somebody, and I was we're wearing their AWS Jam swag at reInvent here, and there's a lot of customers walking by, and somebody just stopped me in the hall and said, "Hey, I love that thing you guys do, the Jam stuff. That's awesome." And so I asked him, like, "What do you like about it?" And I said, "Well, this is not my first reInvent. I was here last year, and one of the things that I really liked was I sat on this table, like, come here alone, and I end up basically playing with strangers on my table, and they end up becoming very good friends and have a lasting relationship afterwards as friends. When they leave Vegas here, reInvent. So those kind of stories are very cool to see, that it's a product that also brings people who don't know each other together and creates friendship. Other things we hear from people are along the lines of it's sometimes hard to absorb or get started with AWS, but being in a group setting, sort of dilutes that fear that people might have to just dive in and start clicking around the AWS console, start playing with our services, and that I think it's a very good way of just getting started, getting that confidence built up.
Yeah, and you mentioned a couple things, and I have some questions for you if you don't mind. So one is around team-based building and doing this as a team and as a group. What if you're not as a group? What if it's just me and I just want to do a jam? Can I do that?
You can. We don't force people to form teams. If you're not comfortable forming a team, then you can definitely do a jam by yourself. We've seen teams, single player, solo mode, going in and trying their luck. Obviously, if you have, 4 other people with you that are helping you think or strategize on splitting, which challenges somebody would do based on their own expertise and experience. So you could be sitting at a table with, somebody who's an expert with databases, another person who's an expert with compute, which computes to choose, serverless, for example. And then you could strategize like, hey, there's a task here that's going to be about AWS Lambda. Why don't you do that? Because you've got a background in compute and you can help us get in the competition ahead. Other people do it for learning, right?
Divide and conquer.
Divide and conquer, but some people also do it for learning, right? They would also like, hey, let me do the compute one because you know how to do that. So let me try.
Okay.
So it's really interesting to see that. There's play to win.
They can
There's
kind
play
of
to learn.
use it as like a method of teaching each other at the same time.
Yeah.
That's
And
really cool.
Yeah, and we support both of those modes, right? That's one of the questions we ask when you start join a jam events, like, are you here to learn, play to win or play to learn? And it's interesting to see how like there's a 50-50 usually on the spread there.
So it's either play to win or play to learn. And then no matter what, the play to learn always still gamifies it and they still have points. So that's fun. Now, we're here live at reInvent 2022 in Las Vegas, but not everyone's here with us. And let's say people, even if they are here with us, what if when they go home and they're like, how do I do this again? What if they had so much fun? They want to keep doing it, Tech Deep.
I know, right?
Where do they go?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's 2 ways you can go about that. First one is if you go on Skill Builder and you have a Skill Builder subscription, you have access to jam journeys, so you can try those. We have 3 jam journeys. One is on security, one is on networking. We just released one on machine learning, and heads up, there's a new one coming in next month on databases. So you'll have.
Can you talk about that? Are you allowed?
Well, I'd rather have customers go and explore and try them out. I don't want to give out any hints or what it is, but it is exciting. I would encourage everybody to go and check it out. Just go on explore.skillbuilder.aws and try it out. The other option is obviously, we have it on the screen here. You can always go on jam.awsevents.com and just click on the contact us button, shoot us an email. And we'll get in touch with you and see if we can set up a jam event, a custom jam event for your company or for your team.
Awesome. Let me go ahead and drop that link in the chat. So it's jam.awsevents.com. It's in the chat. You know what? Speaking of the chat, I see a question in the chat. It's a really good one. It says, "Can you play to learn and win?" Maybe both. Like, I want to learn and I want to win. That just sounds like winning to me.
That's winning, man. I mean, yeah, that's at the end of the day, it's an option we give just to make it exciting for customers, who are getting in this. But what we see at the end, Aaron, the result is people end up learning. Like more than 95% of the people who use AWS Jam say they've learned something new. And we've seen this.
You have a new motto now. If you're learning, you're winning. If you're winning, you're learning.
Winning is learning.
All right, Tech Deep. Any last words for us before we close up here? I'm keeping a real close eye on time.
Oh, thanks, Aaron. Last words, I would say go on jam.awsevents.com, check it out, click on contact us, let us know what you think, and if you have any questions, get started. And if you're here at reInvent, we hope to see you at the AWS Jam Lounge, which is in the expo. And yeah, looking forward to just jamming it.
Is there a way for anyone to contact you or your team?
They'll be on the jam.awsevents.com. There's a contact us link. There's a nice web form that you can just collect some basic information, send it, or you can also just send an email at aws-jam@amazon.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Tech Deep. Thank you so much, Brian, earlier, who is our ASL interpreter. Thank you, Courtney, for being here. I saw the swap earlier. Hello, how are you? And thank you, everyone who is watching. And stay tuned. More from AWS On Air, live from reInvent 2022.
Thanks for having me, Aaron.
going on, everyone? Welcome back to another AWS On Air. My name is Aaron Hunter. I am a senior technical trainer with AWS Training Certification, and today I have two of my friends here with me. Well, three. Sorry, I forgot you again. Oh my gosh. How dare me? And my executive producer walking right past my laptop. How dare her? My friends Mahir and David are here to talk to us. David, do you want to introduce yourself to everyone who's watching?
Yeah, of course. Hi, everybody. I'm a senior product manager with AWS Observability Services. Long time no talk, Aaron. Good to see you again.
It has been a while. David and I, we go way back to the support organization. We used to work together. So, hey, David. Hello again. Mahir, how are you, sir?
Hey, Aaron, doing well. Thank you for having us here today.
You're welcome. So Mahir is a general manager for the observability team. And I believe observability has 4 letters that are associated with it. Is that right?
That's right.
Or 4 characters? O11Y?
Look,
why are you here today?
Yeah, I've been in observability team for the last 10 years and 12 years in total with AWS. Super excited to be with all of you to introduce a new capability that we announced yesterday for CloudWatch Logs.
I lost my mute button there for a second. I had to find it. CloudWatch Logs, observability, integrating together. Now, I know observability is super important. If you're an SRE, a site reliability engineer, you probably know about observability already. And CloudWatch metrics, for those who are new, CloudWatch is it's like a visualization service, and it gives you the ability to take all these logs and metrics and aggregate them together, and you can see dashboards. You can build out dashboards. I'm saying so much, so fast. That's not why you're here exactly, but can you tell us more about observability and how it ties together into CloudWatch Logs for our customers?
For sure. Thanks, Aaron. So first of all, observability is a core capability for any application to run in production. And it comprises of metrics, logs, and traces that come together to really help you understand what is happening inside of any system. And specifically for logs, AWS has an offering called Amazon CloudWatch Logs. Amazon CloudWatch Logs enables you to centralize logs from all of your systems, applications, and services in a central, fully managed, secure, and highly scalable fashion. You can view all of your logs in a central place, create patterns, and analyze them, and also archive your logs for a long period of time for your security and compliance needs. And CloudWatch Logs also provides you capabilities using CloudWatch Log Insights to interactively search all of the data that you have stored with us over a long period of time. And just a few fun stats, Aaron. Amazon CloudWatch is used to monitor more than 9 quadrillion metric observations. It ingests more than 5 exabytes of logs. And when combined with Amazon Event Bridge, it triggers more than 32 trillion events per month. And just for some nerds out there, some technologists have estimated that all the words ever spoken by mankind would be equal to 5 exabytes. That's how much log data that we store today. And for film fans out there, on the other hand, you could store 55 million 4K resolution films with 5 exabytes of logs or 5 exabytes of storage space.
55 million 4K film. How long are those films? Can we talk about that?
2 hours or 2 hours and 15 minutes. So pretty.
Oh my gosh, that's
So
a lot of power.
to be with all of you to announce this new capability, and then we'll walk you through a demo as well.
Yeah, please do. So let's go ahead, and if you are ready for us to bring up your screen, I think David is going to be sharing the screen today.
Cool. Yeah, while David brings up the screen share, we'll quickly walk through the details of the feature that we have launched. So yesterday, we announced data protection capability in Amazon CloudWatch Logs. This is a new set of capabilities that leverages pattern matching and machine learning capabilities to detect and protect sensitive log data in transit. You can now discover, detect, and protect sensitive log data that is in transit across any of your applications and systems that is streaming logs to CloudWatch Logs. And this capability now frees operators and developers from all the operational overhead that is associated with building and managing their own tools to protect sensitive data. For example, using this feature, you can create an audit policy, and that will help you detect any sensitive data that you might have sent in the system. And as part of the feature, when CloudWatch Logs detects the sensitive data, It'll also report the audit findings in Amazon S3, Firehose, and CloudWatch logs itself. So you can create automated alerting and analysis capabilities on top of it.
That is really cool, Mahir. And you know what? I have to tell you something. My friend Jillian popped in just to say hi to all of us and hang out today. Is that okay? Hey, Jillian, how's it going? Jillian's here to also learn about CloudWatch logs and observability. Thank you so much, Mahir, for walking us through that and showing us that David has some log groups set up. David, can you maybe walk us through more details about what it is that you have and what you're showing on the screen right now?
Yeah, of course. So right now I'm looking at our log groups view within CloudWatch logs. And I want to walk you through the attributes of a data protection policy. So you'll see in this view, as you mentioned, I have some various log groups here. But I actually have a data protection policy defined for one of my log groups here for the demo. And I'll walk you through some details of this policy and what's configured, and then some of the magic that data protection provides. So you'll see within this data protection policy for this log group, I'm looking for what's known as a data identifier. So we have over 100 managed data identifiers. And you can think of these as various pieces of sensitive data that data protection can detect and mask when they are logged by your systems and applications, and as those logs are ingested by CloudWatch logs. So we're detecting and masking the data in transit in near real time. So in this example, I'm looking for an email address. So I want to know, has an email address been logged to this log group in plain text? And if it has, I want to mask it. And as Mahir mentioned, we have what's known as an audit finding or an audit report. You can think of this as a detailed log of what data protection has actually detected for the relevant data identifiers that you've selected. In this view, we'll look at our log stream. So just a quick hierarchical view. So you can think of a log group as a directory and a log stream as a subdirectory. These help provide some hierarchy, and then there's some affinity. For various EC2 instances, they'll have their own log stream. Different executions of, say, a Lambda function will have its own log stream. But in this example, I've just created one manually. And you'll see I already have some past data here. So I have previous data of log events that had email addresses. And then right now, we're actually going to create a fresh one.
And you're doing this manually right now, right? But there's ways to do this automatically, or maybe using like infrastructure as code to build this out, and then have these streams or the groups pre-populated, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is all a manual demo of how to create the log event for just a real-time example. Typically, customers will have, as Mahir mentioned, right, with almost 5 exabytes of logs being ingested, systems and applications are sending log information to us constantly at very high rates. But this is just an example for this demonstration.
55 million 4K resolution films on a 5, what was it? There were so many words, exabyte storage space. This makes me think of that one reInvent when there was a diesel truck that drove onto stage. You know which one I'm talking about? So data protection capability in CloudWatch logs, observability, and being able to store all of this and also protect it at the same time. Why? Because security is our top priority, and our customers are very aware and they need this kind of functionality. So what we're seeing here is we have these log events, the log groups, and I also see Jillian is back again. Hey, Jillian.
Oh, my internet just like I was just kind of crapped out on like some of this most exciting stuff. I know there's so many people who are just like really looking forward to this feature, and it's definitely exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And then so one other thing to show, or a couple other things to show in this demo. So as I mentioned previously, I had some log events, and then I wanted to show this live so you could see just how quickly things are detected and masked. So you'll see I created a log event that included an email address. Now, one of the things that we gathered from customers during our extensive working backwards was they wanted the ability to detect sensitive data as it's logged to CloudWatch logs, mask that data, but also especially for security engineers and other folks, have the ability to go in and validate that data was actually sensitive, right? It's one thing to have it masked, but you always need to go in and validate. What is it? Was it actually a credit card number? Was it actually a person's PHI information? And with that, We've created that exact ability. So by default, anybody accessing log data through CloudWatch logs, and especially with data protection enabled, will only see masked data. But we have provided the ability through elevated IAM privileges or an attribute logs unmasked to actually go in and unmask that data temporarily for viewing and validation, as I mentioned.
This sounds a lot like some pretty powerful services or pretty powerful features. It seems like there's some pretty strong machine learning going behind the scenes here, and looking at it and saying like, hey, this is a credit card, this is a social security number, or something. Do our customers have to do anything special to train their models for this?
No, they do not. Yeah, so that's a great question. Our technologies are constantly evolving, as are the models. So there's no pre-training that's necessary. The customer doesn't have to provide, hey, this is my financial information. Could you go train the model on this? No, that's all already been done for them in a fully managed way with as little as effort as possible on their end.
That's super cool. And let's say like once they get this data, sorry, go ahead, Jillian.
Oh no, go ahead, and then I'll chime in.
Oh no, you go ahead. We can do this all day.
I mean, this is fantastic, and I think one thing I definitely want to, I guess, like clarify it too, as I'm seeing this demo and it's clear about the logs. So I'm a solutions architect. I already know that people are going to come to me and are going to try to use this for everything because I'm dying to be able to mask PII, PHI data. Let me do it with my text data. Let me do it with my CSV or with everything else that something I'd put in a database. And so maybe we can just clarify, like, okay, this is only for logs because I know we've got comprehend and people are a lot of doing with text to mask PII, PHI data. So can we just clarify, like, log? This is only for log data, right?
Great question, Julian. Yeah, and it's a good clarifying point. This is only for log data that is ingested by CloudWatch logs. We are not offering this as a data protection service for any and all forms of data. No, we are only focused on system and application data, log data that's generated and ingested by CloudWatch logs, and we're optimized for those use cases, right? We're not optimized for finding sensitive data within some large columnar blob of like Parquet or something like that, or
and I was gonna say, David, exactly. It's like when I'm teaching my classes and I'm saying, hey, there's a security engineering course, and this would fall right within a class like that. To say, hey, we have CloudWatch logs. How do we secure this confidential, sensitive data? And now we have data protection, enable data protection for your CloudWatch logs. And what if you have data that's maybe at rest? And that's kind of where you're going with this, with like this Parquet format sitting in Amazon S3. And there's the right tool for the right job. In this case, it's not going to help with that, but I would probably lean toward another service. We all know what service we're talking about, right?
Oh, exactly. Macy would be able to help you there, and some of the others as well. And one other thing to think of too is, what log groups would I apply this to as a customer? So let's say I'm a customer. Almost anybody that sells anything on the internet these days has some sort of payment processing, authentication services, and these are typically microservices. And with each one of those microservices, they would typically have a log group associated with them. So let's say I'm running a microservice that I know is processing payments. I may want to know all of a sudden if that microservice is logging a credit card number in plain text or other sensitive information. So that's why this data protection ability is really geared towards logs and the different use cases within the logging space and observability. That's why we've bolted this into CloudWatch logs.
And one thing that is pretty cool, if I may chime in, is like David said, this is built specifically for CloudWatch logs. And what that means is you have very easy getting started ability with just a couple of clicks in our management console and an API call. You can get this feature working for you. So that means no models to train. There is absolutely nothing in the infrastructure side to manage behind the scenes. It just works at cloud scale.
And here, I love how easy it was from when what David was showing, that it definitely is, really simple to kind of get started. And then even when that actual end screenshot that we saw, okay, we've got the logs in there and we're able to mask the PII, PHI. What can people do with it next? if they want to actually implement some type of action from it, is that something that they can do within CloudWatch, or what are your other things that you're seeing people can start to do with it afterwards?
Great question, Julian. So there's just a few things like David was mentioning. Like I would figure out as a customer what log groups might be facing either request or reply responses from customer, or it might be processing sensitive information, and turn on this feature on those log groups. And then once you have them set up, the number one thing to do would be to visit our management console and look at the findings on the homepage that David is displaying, and then set up some sort of automation. It could be automation using Amazon CloudWatch Logs. It could be automation using Firehose or S3 to build a central portal where you can see all the findings and then take automated actions over time. One of the things I think that you might want to consider is automatically detect and alert that there is sensitive information, and then engage the right operator or developer team that owns that part of the code, and then have them stop emitting the data. That's one of the reasons why we focused on data in motion, or while data is ingested. We wanted to make sure that we can detect it as early as possible in the processing path and give you the ability to turn that part off if you're leaking sensitive information.
That's pretty powerful. And you kept using the word findings, which makes me think Security Hub. So are those findings available in Security Hub?
Not today, but it's something that we're going to be working on in the next few days, and coming. A lot of integrations across AWS services will be in our roadmap.
Yeah. So what are some best practices really to be able to utilize this as effectively as possible?
Yeah, so there's definitely some interesting things, right? So as I mentioned, we have over 100 managed data identifiers that we support today. But to enable accuracy to be as highly as possible, we recommend that customers only enable data identifiers that are relevant to their use cases. Some examples there, right? So like we have data identifiers that are pertinent to sensitive information within the country of France. So if you're operating your services within France, enable the data identifiers that are relevant for that region, and don't enable everything across the board, just to reduce the noise and potential for false positives there.
I love that you just called that out, because I think a lot of the default for people is like, oh, why not be able to select everything that's available to me? And it's not, maybe that's not the right, I guess there might be too much noise, I guess, as you kind of called out. So
I keep all my logs, all the logs.
Practice, like David was mentioning, right, that by default data is available to customers in masked format, but we do have the ability to unmask that data. So one of the best practices could be that you could ensure that permissions for unmasking the data is well governed, and unmasking is obviously disabled by default. But if there are power users in your environment that you might want to turn the unmask capability on, I think that's something in terms of best practices, something to pay attention to.
Then another thing, Julian, you mentioned, so you asked, what are some actual actions I can take, right? So what I'm highlighting here is we built what we're referring to as kind of like the heads up display or check engine light for sensitive data within logs, right? So we have this view, and as I created that log event with the email address, you'll see I have a sensitive data count here. So this is one early indication of like, hey, something sensitive has been logged. Another action you can take is we're also emitting CloudWatch metrics for these log events with findings, right? So you can also create a CloudWatch alarm for those, which can also then be used to trigger various incident responses. And then also to grab some more information, as I mentioned, we have this audit finding report. So again, think of this as a log of what data protection is actually finding in the log data that it's scanning. And within that, I'll just show you an example of what that looks like and kind of the information that it provides. So as we mentioned before, you can send this audit finding to CloudWatch Logs. You can send it Kinesis Data Firehose or S3. Allows a vast array of workflows from there with S3 and Firehose. And then also just within CloudWatch Logs itself, you'll see there's details here around where the log data was identified, what data identifier it matches, and then how many counts. I think the severity matters too, right? Like, did I leak one email address, or did I leak 2,000 email addresses to my logs? And I think that can help folks understand the severity of their impact, and then the actions they need to take for a response.
Wow, that's a really good call out. So
It's a lot of power.
Yeah, it really is. I'm sure a lot of people are definitely really excited about learning more about this. So really, what's the best place where they can learn more and really get started?
No, that's a great question. So we have as usual, we have our What's New post out there that's circulating around. We also have an AWS News blog post for protecting data within CloudWatch Logs. And then we've also added developer guides in our documentation, as well as API references.
So they can't contact you directly, David?
You can always contact me directly. I am also floating around re:Invent all week. So if you have questions, I'm happy to meet in person and chat about data protection or CloudWatch Logs as a whole, and observability itself as well.
And then here mention the roadmap. Is that roadmap available anywhere? And if not, this is a double-ended question. If it's not available, how can they submit that feedback to you so that way you can hear directly from your customers?
Oh, great question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, look, our roadmap is always evolving based on customer feedback, and we would love to get feedback from all of you. So there are a couple of ways to reach to us. One is in our management console. There's a little feedback button. If you hit submit there, it'll reach our team in the backend. And then aside from that, obviously, Dave and I both have pretty active LinkedIn and Twitter profile. And if you prefer direct contact via Twitter or LinkedIn, we're happy to connect there too.
Sorry, we're having fun over here. I'm streaming live from the On Air booth. We're doing it from our laptops, a little behind the scenes, so that way everyone can see it. But Mahir, Brian, David, and Courtney, Jillian, everyone from the team, thank you so much for being here, for helping us out to teach us more about this brand new, super important topic around security, data protection, and observability. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for your time, and stay tuned for more from AWS On Air.
Yep.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks so much, folks.
All right. Welcome, everyone. AWS On Air. I see some people in the chat that are starting to say hello. Keep it coming. If you've got questions, we're going to be able to, be able to bring them up and ask your questions here. We'll answer them. So we've got EFS is what we're talking about. But first, let's do some intros of who's here. My name is Jillian, and I'm a startup solutions architect. I've got a fantastic co-host, Kyle. Say hi.
Hey there. Hey, I hope you could hear me. I'm here in the Venetian at re:Invent 2022.
Oh, your mic, I don't know. It's a little bit hard to hear you. I know. And Anant, is that the case too? Were you able to hear Kyle?
How about now?
It's good enough for me.
Oh, maybe it's
I
just
can
me. Oh, I think it was just me. Sorry.
We'll
The
try
volume
this.
down really
Check,
too low.
check
My bad.
1, 2. All right. All righty. Hey, so I'm Kyle Dickinson. I'm a senior threat detection and incident response solution architect. I'm actually here at the Venetian right now at re:Invent 2022. So sorry for the background noise, but we'll make do where we're going to be talking about some awesome stuff today.
Yep. All right. And my name is Anant Vaidyanathan. I'm a principal product manager on the Amazon EFS team. I'm taking this on-air session back from my hotel rooms just so that I can get some quiet spot. And so, yeah.
Great call. And so for those who are not familiar with EFS, can you just give an overview of what is Amazon EFS?
Sure. So Amazon EFS essentially is a file storage solution that's designed from the ground up in that it's cloud native to leverage the cloud, right? It's serverless, it's fully elastic, and it delivers a simple experience for builders, data scientists, researchers, DevOps professionals, essentially folks who are building and deploying cloud native applications and workflows on AWS. And so I think of EFS as providing storage that kind of just works for builders, right? Without them having to worry about resource sizing and capacity planning, or whether it does it work from EC2, does it work from containers or Lambda functions or any of that, right? It abstracts away all of those complexities, and it's essentially the easiest or the simplest way on AWS to share data across share data for cloud native applications and workloads. So happy to talk about some common use cases as well if you want me to do if you want me to do that.
Yeah, and I have actually seen quite a bit of buzz about this feature release on the social media sphere. What is the problem that this is going to be solving for our builders and developers to help increase the performance and functionality of their workloads?
Yeah. So EFS, as I said, it's primarily meant for builders and data scientists and DevOps professionals. And many of these folks, as you're building cloud native applications at cloud scale, you're now operating on large and fast growing volumes of data, right? Your data sets are large and they keep growing. And so you want your file storage solution to automatically scale to meet the performance needs of these applications. Think of applications such as machine learning inference, right? You're doing some sort of training, and then you're doing ML inference for things like financial modeling, computer vision sort of applications, or NLP sort of things, or content management systems. Like you just have a website and you don't know, when user traffic might just spike up because you had a blog post that went viral, or you have a retail website where you just put on a promotion over the weekend and you have a huge unpredictable surge of traffic, right? And so typically when you think about a file storage solution, you want your file storage solution to scale to meet the needs of these spiky or unpredictable sort of traffic, right? So previously what would happen is these sort of performance planning is really hard to do, because you really can't estimate what your performance requirements are, right? You really don't know what they are. And so typically what you might end up doing is you either set your performance thresholds for a file system too high because you just want to be safe, so that so that you meet your application SLAs and your end users don't get a bad experience or a slow experience. And so what ends up happening then is you end up overpaying for your underutilized resources for the time when you aren't using that much, right? Or what you might end up doing is you might under provision because you don't know, and what ends up happening is your users get throttled and your application gets throttled and your users have a bad experience, right? Either way, right, whether you over provision or under provision, that's something you just don't want to do, right? You don't want to actively do that, because as a builder, you want to focus on your application. You want to focus on the business value that application provides. You don't want to focus on storage. Okay, does my storage scale? Do I have to keep monitoring all of that? You just want a storage solution that just works and can meet the performance requirements that your application needs. And so that's what we kept hearing from customers. And so that's why I'm super excited about Elastic Throughput and all the buzz that is generating on social media, because what that essentially means is, for builders building, let's say, containerized workloads or serverless workloads, you now have an application stack, whether it's on the compute side or the storage on the storage side, that just scales automatically, elastically, and from the storage side specifically for storage and performance, right? It just scales up when your application needs it, when your application demands it, and then scales down when your application scales down in terms of traffic, and you only pay for what you use. You don't overpay for the time that you aren't using. So which is why it's like super exciting, especially for workloads, like I said, machine learning inference, CI/CD tools, analytics, SaaS applications where you're building applications for a large number of users and you can't predict application traffic and so on. So a huge number of use cases that really are enabled with this Elastic Throughput feature.
This is awesome. I mean, I know I work with startups, so I can know that a lot of startups, when they're just getting started, they have no idea what their traffic levels are going to be. So this is perfect for that use case. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who maybe have used are using EFS, and so they're like, all right, we've got provision throughput, we've got elastic throughput, we've got bursting throughput.
Yep.
Help me decide what should I use and when.
Yeah. So if you step back a little bit and think about, the throughput capacity, or the throughput of a file system is essentially the speed at which your file system can serve data to the end application, right? And EFS provides, as you said, already provides bursting and provision throughput. And now with the introduction of Elastic, it provides a whole range of throughput options. So I would say that the way to think about this is bursting throughput is great if you want throughput that scales with the amount of storage in your file system. So with bursting, you get a certain set of throughput that scales based on the amount of storage that you have. So as you add more storage, you get like more amount of a higher amount of throughput. So it's great. So you should use bursting throughput if that's the case. But if your application is throughput constrained, right? For example, if you're hitting the limits of what your bursting throughput can provide, let's say 80% of the throughput, and this is something you can look up on CloudWatch, right? Then you should. So this means that your application essentially needs throughput that's independent of storage, right? And you're seeing unpredictable traffic, and you're hitting the limits of the bursting throughput that you get. Then you should consider provisioned or elastic throughput. So let's come to Elastic, right, which is the focus of this one. And Elastic throughput essentially provides as much throughput as your application needs whenever it needs it, and you only pay for what you use. And it's great if like I said, you don't know what your application performance requirements are, or if you have like very spiky or unpredictable traffic, right? Think about the normal state being low steady state, and then you might get like a big spike that you don't know about, right? And that you can't predict. So elastic throughput is great for that. And also if you want to just pay for what you use, right? You don't just for the amount of data that's read or written. So that's elastic. And then finally we have provision throughput that's already been there since for a few years. And provision throughput is great if you know what your workload's performance requirements are, if you know what the throughput requirements are. And typically if your average to peak ratios are, I would say, greater than 5%. What that means is on average you use throughput that's fairly close to what your peak requirements are, which essentially means you know what your application's performance requirements are. And another reason why provision throughput might be okay is if you need a predictable billing experience, for example, right? And so I would say these are the three ways, maybe some of the decision criteria you could use for when to decide. So just to summarize, it depends on the nature of your application. Does it have spiky or unpredictable traffic? Is it throughput constrained? The second is, can you reasonably estimate or understand what your throughput requirements are? And the third is like, do you just want to pay for what you use, or do you want a predictable kind of billing experience?
Best practices that our builders can get started with using the service in a way that will set them up for success for long term.
So I would say if you're thinking about it for a new workload, right? So let's say a builder's coming in, they're building, let's say, a new serverless workload, and they want to make sure that they're kind of set up for success as their application grows in the future. I would say start off with elastic throughput because it lets you understand what your application's performance profile is, right? And you can use a CloudWatch to really understand what the nature of your performance metric is. How much throughput am I driving? On average, what's my peak? What's my average, right? So, let's say that you run it maybe for a week or a month, depending on the workload, you get a reasonably good sense of, what your application performance profile is. Once you have that, then you can choose to continue using ET because you're like, hey, this is still spiky or unpredictable. Let me just stick with what it is. ET just gives me what I need, and so this is great. Or let's say that it's steady. You understand what the range is. Then in which case you might choose to switch to provision throughput, for example. So in essence, I would recommend for a new workload, start with elastic throughput. Just so that you get a sense, and then eventually based on your understanding of the application performance profile, you could continue to use elastic throughput or switch to either bursting or provision.
I love the way that you just explained that. And for those of you who are watching, I know like this is something that I know I'm going to be like want to watch again on YouTube, especially the soundbite of what you were just saying about the different use cases and the differences between elastic throughput and provision. So definitely check it out on YouTube afterwards, the recording. And I guess one other, question I had, you were talking about really the best practices, and I'm curious because you were also talking about the use cases earlier.
Yep.
Do you see any differences? Let's say you talked about a machine learning workload earlier and a content management system. Do you see any differences in the best practices and maybe which choice they should be able to pick?
I would say for things like typically what we hear, what we see customers doing is, especially machine learning inference workloads, typically are super spiky, right? Because you run your machine learning inference or your ML training only for a certain period of time, and for the rest of the time, it's either dormant or you have like very low baseline activity. So in that case, it is a great fit because let's say your average compared to your peak is like super low, right? You're using it, maybe for a few hours each week or a few hours each, or maybe like, a couple of days each month, in aggregate. And so elastic throughput is a great fit, right? If you have, for example, a content management system, or you're running a website, serving web content, again, ET is a great fit because you might have, based on your business requirements, you might be running a promotion, or you might have, and so which may result in unpredictable traffic, right? So in that case, again, you might want to choose ET. But there might be some use cases where, for example, you just have a large amount of storage, and that entitles you to a large amount of bursting throughput, right? Because you just have a large amount of storage. And so in that case, and in that scenario, bursting throughput might just give you the amount of throughput that you need.
That is awesome. Yeah. So for those that want to get started using this, where can they start? Are there any references or articles that they could read, or docs? Always gotta love the documentation, right? Where can customers get started with this new feature that you have?
So I think the best way to get started is by really using the feature itself. And I'm happy to show how easy it is, in fact, to get started, how EFS is really super simple to use and to get started. But outside of that, I'm happy to post in links to our technical documentation or the great blog that was published yesterday as well on elastic throughput. So I would recommend those as immediate next steps if you kind of want to read about it. But obviously, as builders, the best way to obviously get started is always to actually try it out.
Thank you so much for that.
So do you kind of want me to? I'm happy to share my screen, show you how easy or simple it is, if that works.
We're actually coming up on our time. I know it's a party and we can't contain it. However, we will supply the documentation to our viewers so they can understand how to get started, because it sounds like it's pretty simple to get started.
Yep.
So hopefully, they're going to be able to turn it on fairly easily. But it sounds like everyone knows or will know where to get to the documentation and the blog post. And it sounds like some folks will be dropping those links into our chat here. So we'll make sure to get those to you so you can get started using this feature ASAP. It also stands for as soon as possible.
Yep, that's right. That's right. And just to summarize, creating an EFS file system is super simple. When you log into the EFS console, you say create a file system, and you have literally a box and where you provide a name, and even that's optional, and you can create a file system. To choose Elastic, you just choose your throughput mode as Elastic, and you're like literally good to go, right? Fully Elastic, serverless, and you're ready to use in your application. So it's like super simple.
Anything that's super simple, I'm all in. So I love it. I'm really excited. I'm sure a lot of people definitely are wanting to try it. Anand, thank you so much for being here today, sharing us so much wisdom. Kyle, you are always awesome. And thank you for tuning in to AWS On Air. Stick around. We've got more coming up.
Yep. Thanks, Julian. Thanks, Kyle. See you.
Why don't you talk? No? Can you hear me? Cal, can you hear?
Totally busted.
I
That
can
was-
hear
That was
Kyle.
perfect. All right.
What happens
Then
when
you
we
gotta
have
go.
product teams that are connecting the audio?
Go down. Go down settings. Audio.
Yeah, so excited. Everyone, thanks for joining AWS On Air live at reInvent. I see some people. We've got some people from Maryland, Dallas, Fort Worth, Virginia, Montreal. We're going to be looking at the chat. So if you've got any questions, please pop them in the chat. We're going to be looking out for that. And we've got a really exciting session right now on one of the OG service, S3. Coming up. But first, let's intro of who we've got here in this amazing crew going on. So my name is Jillian. I'm a startup solutions architect. I've got a fantastic co-host with a unicorn. So it's like 2 in 1, Kyle.
2 unicorns in 1, I guess. Anyway, hey, it's still me, Kyle Dickinson, senior solution architect that does threat detection and incident response stuff, coming at you live from reInvent 2022 in Vegas. And I have acquired a new friend in the last 10 minutes, thanks to the executive producer, Tabitha Bennett. Hi.
And we've got 2 fantastic people from the S3 team here. So yeah, Peter, introduce yourself.
Hello, Jillian, Kyle. I'm Pete Deming. I work on the S3 product management team.
Fantastic. And Ian.
Hey folks, Ian McGarry, Senior Manager for S3. I think my audio is working. And yeah, excited to be here today to chat to you a bit about what we've been working on.
Oh, fantastic. I definitely want to get into it. And we've got people from all different skill levels and experience levels. So I think we should just start off with really level setting of like, what is S3?
S3, the simple storage service. So as the name implies, it is all about simplicity. So you can pretty much use S3 for really limitless scale. So virtually limitless scale to store pretty much any type of data. So S3, we store everything from data lake information to backup information. And I think, Ian can agree or disagree, but in my time here on S3, the biggest change I've seen is that S3 is no longer just a place to store data that you've made a copy of, but now we're just seeing explosive growth in new data being created in S3. So we've got 280 trillion objects now, Jillian, stored in S3 with 11 nines of data durability. We're processing 100 million transactions per second. So every second that we're talking right now, 100 million transactions. So that's really the biggest change I've seen in S3 is it's now the de facto sort of standard for cloud storage.
So I'm no wizard at math or anything, but that sounds like a lot of numbers. That's very impressive at this global scale that this is operating at.
And how about my ability to recall those numbers like that? It's almost like right? Thank you.
Thank you. On your arm, I see it right there.
That's right. I've got it on my hand right here written down. We're actually really proud of it. So it's something we track pretty closely, and it's what we do here.
I can see why, because that is so darn cool. I can't think of anything that reaches anything close to those numbers and scale. And I mean, also S3 is thought to be the first AWS service, right?
Yeah, 16 years. So every year when it rolls around, March 14th, Pi Day, we celebrate the birthday of Amazon S3 as really one of the original OGs of AWS services. So S3 is 16 years going strong. Again, 280 trillion objects and 100 million transactions per second. So I've been in the storage industry a very long time, as you can see kind of by all the lines on my forehead here, but it blows my mind every day just about how much data is coming in and out of S3 every single second of every single day.
Now, it sounds like you're coming to us today with something that's awesome that even makes the access to this data even more resilient. What are you going to be telling us about today?
Well, Ian's team has been working really hard on a feature that we've been asking them to put together. It's called S3 Multi-Region Access Point Failover Controls. And that's a really long name. We don't expect you to remember that right away. But we'll show you what it looks like and how it works. But it's really all about giving customers direct control over where S3 is routing their traffic between our different regions for really for business continuity. If you want to fail over your traffic from one location to another, maybe you're doing some DR testing or some application resiliency planning. Now you have that control at your fingertips that Ian's team has built to let you change like a traffic cop and shift traffic from maybe a region in US East to a region in US West, all in under 2 minutes.
Sounds like you're making things for our customers and builders a lot easier too.
It is. 90% of our roadmap comes directly from customer enhancement requests. And this is one of those, maybe to a different region for testing, for failover, for failback, for any purpose they desire. And that's really what this feature is all about. So we're excited to talk to you about it today. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I think a question that comes to mind when thinking about, okay, failover, that's going to happen multi-region. So I think, Ian, maybe if you can kind of expand on, like, does the developer who is thinking about how to actually plan for this resiliency plan, do they need to think about it? Is it from like the networking level?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the interesting thing about multi-region access points is the actual routing of the traffic and failover happens at the network level. And so for us to make a decision about which region we route your traffic to is made at that network level. And so you have the same IP addresses that you're routing your traffic to all the time, but behind the scenes, depending on what your configuration you've set, we're making a decision about where to route it. When multi-region access points launched last year on Storage Day, we launched them with active mode only. And so if you set up a multi-region access point with 3 regions behind it, 3 buckets, you would be routed to the closest one to you. So your clients, if they're distributed all over the world, they would be routed to the closest bucket to them. Today, we're changing that a bit in that we're giving you that control to decide where all of your traffic goes. And so you can set one region to active, another region to passive, or conduct a failover between those 2 states. And your traffic will then route to the active region. So that's all happening at the network level. There's no change of IP address, so your clients can't override this behavior. It's same IP address, but the packets are changing based on what configuration you've set. For a developer, it's as simple as making an API call.
And so this is happening at the network level. Or now you mentioned that you were going to show us how this works. You all have a demo, it sounds like, which I'm a huge fan of. I love seeing how these new services work, especially coming from a perspective of how can we enable our builders to use this cool stuff as soon as possible. Is there anything that you want to cover before we go into our demo? Because we want to give you plenty of time to go through this new feature to show our builders how easy it is to manage this.
Yeah, I think Peter's going to get the demo ready, but maybe just while he's working on that, just to cover one more small thing and to help developers kind of visualize how all of this works. When you create a multi-region access point, you set your buckets behind it, and then we create a new endpoint for you to route your traffic to. And then either using the console, the SDK, or CLI, or you can use the APIs directly, you can change the state from active to passive with those API calls. So it has a really nice console experience, which Pete will show you. But there's also the ability to do that and bake it into your If you have software that's monitoring metrics and understanding where you want your traffic to go, you can make API calls directly to that. And then in terms of just in terms of the routing aspect of it, multi-region access point is built on another AWS technology called Global Accelerator, which advertises its IP space globally and will pick up your traffic very close to where your clients are using, as close as possible. So AWS is a very large distributed network. S3 is not in all of those locations, but Global Accelerator is, and it's advertising S3's, its prefixes or IP space on those close points of presence to clients. And so the traffic gets picked up really, really quickly and routed over our backbone. So there's a nice performance benefit out of that as well.
That is like so fascinating. And I think, yeah, definitely, I'm more excited to see the demo now, just being able to kind of visually see how this definitely all works.
All right, let's take a look. So we've got a couple of buckets here, and Ian's done a great job coming up with a really innovative name for this multi-region access point. We called it Ian-test-multi-region access point 1. So great job, Ian. All right, so we've got 2 buckets here, and we're replicating bidirectionally here. So you can see we've got 2 arrows pointing at each other to indicate how we've set up replication. So we're replicating the data with S3 cross-region replication. What we've added here today, we launched it just this morning, is really the failover capability. S3's had replication for close to 10 years now. But what we've added with this feature is then the ability to fail over through this global endpoint between, in our case, we've got Mumbai here in Asia Pacific South-1 and in Tokyo here in Asia Pacific Northeast-3. So really what we're kind of focused on is the ability to change at any time where S3 is routing your traffic. So we've got 2 buckets, 2 regions, and at any time when we select these 2 regions, we can initiate a failover. And the failover is really more like a traffic cop. So in Ian's case here, he can now fail over all of the traffic from Osaka to Mumbai or from Mumbai to Osaka, all in less than 2 minutes. So you can actually watch in CloudWatch as the traffic starts to die down in the region that was the active region and picks up, that was in your passive region and now picks up in your active region as you flip-flop the 2. So let's take a look at what that looks like here. So we've got 2 regions selected. What we're going to do is we're going to stop directing new traffic to our Mumbai region, and we're going to start directing new traffic to our Osaka region. And so this all completes really in less than 2 minutes. And again, you can watch that traffic die down in your previously active region, and then you can watch it ramp up in your newly active region. You have to always keep one region active, but you can flip-flop at any time, and you can have up to 17. Did I get that right, Ian? 17 regions behind a multi-region access point. So 17 different regions, all behind one global endpoint now for S3 that you can then control the failover between at any time. So that's really about how easy it is. And you can see here, as we've gone to our failover tab, we can now see the new status here for each of our regions. So now Mumbai is passive and Osaka is now active. And if we wanted to flip-flop that back, go back to our failover, run another failover, and now that traffic will start shifting. You can see we've successfully initiated a failover, and the console will refresh here. So it really is that easy.
That's crazy. That is so cool.
Yeah. I mean, this looks so simple. I mean, do they actually have to like do anything to really enable this?
Not much. In fact, existing customers that already have multi-region access points, Ian's team has already backfilled those with this capability. So there's no button to turn on or there's nothing to enable. It's just already there, ready to go. So in our launch blog today, we gave an example of kind of Godzilla coming in and maybe wrecking an undersea telecommunications cable. The world is now connected very tightly with these undersea cables. And so we used an example of Godzilla kind of wrecking an undersea cable. And maybe that's the reason why you wanted to shift your traffic away from Osaka and to Mumbai. And then when Osaka's back up and running, you can then fail back over to Osaka after Godzilla kind of retreats back into the deep.
And we know today as well that a lot of customers have replicated their data to other regions for peace of mind most often. This is a nice way for them to quickly take advantage of that data. So it's not just sitting there. You can actually have a multi-region access point set up on your main bucket and your backup bucket, and you can then switch between the two as you please. So it's a really nice way to take advantage of that data that you've replicated for peace of mind.
And if you go back to an active configuration that Ian talked about here at the beginning, you can always toggle individual regions by going to their routing status and setting both maybe to active. So this gives you really direct control over your configuration, whether you want to run in an active where we're now trying to find the closest bucket to route to for an upload or a download from S3, or if you want to run in an active passive configuration where you have one region, maybe that's running S3 intelligent tiering, where that copy isn't accessed very often except after a failover. So you get month after month of cost optimization for that secondary passive copy. Now that controls directly in customer hands.
Well, it sounds like there's some best practices that you can share with us when it comes to something like intelligent tiering and also cost optimization while using this failover methodology.
That's right. I think probably our recommendation is, I think intelligent tiering is a great storage class to choose for your secondary copy or your tertiary copy or even your primary copy. It's really the only storage class in the industry today that provides you with automatic cost optimization month after month. So we look at the access patterns of the data. In this case, if we've got a passive region, let's say in Mumbai, and we'll go ahead and make Mumbai passive here, change that to passive. If intelligent tiering is our storage class for the data stored in Mumbai, every month, every 30 days that goes by, there's a cost optimization happening because that data hasn't been accessed. And then after 90 days, we look to move that data further into a cheaper class of storage. That's our archive instant access tier inside of intelligent tiering. So now you get that cost optimization month after month after month after month. And that really then really helps out after a failover because there's no additional retrieval cost that you have to pay for now this data that's suddenly becoming active after you fail over. Now you're using that data, creating new data. We just simply mark that data now as frequently accessed and return it back to the frequently accessed tier. You don't have to lift a finger to do that with intelligent tiering. So it pairs really well in this case with an active passive configuration that we have here now with failover controls.
It sounds like an awesome opportunity to create these recovery scenarios too, because I know when talking to customers about disaster recovery or business continuity planning, having an active, having a full copy of your data without any sort of way to kind of minimize the cost of having a copy of that is typically something that comes to mind. And some businesses may require it because of their commitments that they have to maybe customers that consume their services. But the fact that you can use intelligent tiering and reduce the cost, but maintain resiliency while using this new feature release is just mind-blowing. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's something that we're really proud of. It's taken us a while, Kyle, to get here, but we're really happy with the job Ian and his team have done with this. And so this is something that you can get up and running in a day. It doesn't require you to make any changes to your buckets. Ian can start with 2 buckets in 2 different locations that he already has today. He doesn't have to make special or new magic buckets or anything like that. He can use existing replication, doesn't have to change any of that. It's kind of a crawl, walk, run. You can start with what you already have today, get your replication going, and then you can layer on this new global endpoint right over the top of those existing buckets without having to make any changes to your current bucket configuration.
I love all. I was just gonna say, I love all these call outs, and especially Peter, like even just going back to intelligent tiering. And for those who maybe that's like something that's completely new to you, haven't heard of it before. I mean, that is definitely something that you want to take advantage of. If you're using S3, you got to use intelligent tiering. In terms of cost optimization, it is, I guess, foundational. And there's another thing that I wanted to go back to, Peter, when you were talking about like you could even have multiple regions under a single endpoint. So like if for other customers where they are operating in multiple regions, is that a recommended approach?
Ian talk about why this global endpoint is so powerful and why it's so flexible with kind of, it can take traffic from 3 different sources. So do you want to talk a little bit about like the 3 different ways to get data through a multi-region access point, Ian?
Yeah, absolutely. The single endpoint is really the most powerful piece of the multi-region access point, because S3 is a regional service. It has different endpoints for different regions. And if you want to use S3 in different regions, you have to use those endpoints. And so in your applications, you have to bake in that understanding that there's multiple regions, and you have to be able to access those, and you have to be able to set up access either through an internet gateway or something like that to go cross-region to access that, or VPC peering, something like that. So the beauty of the multi-region access point is you have a single endpoint that you bake into your applications, and then controlling of where the traffic goes is actually an orthogonal API call to shift that. So you don't actually have to touch your applications and tell them, hey, now route traffic here. That's actually happening all on the AWS side. I think that's the beauty, or the power of a multi-region access point, is you now have that ability to get that kind of logic without having to bake it into your applications. And it's funny, just to go on a small tangent here, but it's very interesting to see how customers are starting to use multi-region access points. It's not just about recovery. We're seeing cases where people are using it just for cross-region access, because, again, at the end of the day, it's private link if you're using it within a VPC, but you can access any region, S3 in any region from within your VPC now. And so we've seen customers setting up a multi-region access point, having one bucket active, the other passive, and they're basically getting that cross-region routing of traffic, which today you either have to have an internet gateway for, or you have to set up VPC peering and use private link in the other regions. So this is a really nice way to do cross-region routing without having to go through VPC peering or an internet gateway. You get that private backbone-only routing while being able to access S3 in other regions. So very, very neat way of using multi-region access points without the recovery aspect in mind.
Simplifying security. I love it.
Yeah. Anything else, I guess, you'd want to add in terms of what, if someone wants to think about this as part of their like site reliability strategy?
Definitely give it a try. That's the biggest way to kind of get really comfortable with this type of feature, is you have to try it for yourself to really get comfortable and gain that confidence, I think, to know that that failover is going to complete when you press that button. In fact, that's probably one of the things I'd love to talk about just for 1 second more, is the failover infrastructure is also highly redundant. So we talked about how Amazon S3, 280 trillion objects and 11 nines of durability and the most availability zones out there today. The failover infrastructure, Ian's team has built that in 5 redundant AWS regions. So when you go to click that failover button here, you can actually make that failover call to 5 different redundant regions that have the failover infrastructure in there, so that even if you don't have a bucket in those regions, even if you don't have any other infrastructure, when you go to press this failover button, you know that you've got 5 AWS regions there ready to go to handle that failover request. So we'd really encourage you to try out this feature. You can see how simple it is here to set up. You can see how easy it is to create replication rules directly from this multi-region access point. You can see how easy it is to fail over, and you can see how easy it is to really kind of get up and running. But until you click that failover button and have that confidence for yourself, I think it's great that Ian and I are here telling you about it, but go try it for yourself. Again, you don't need any special buckets or anything like that. You can start with existing buckets. You can make new buckets, 1 bucket per region, up to 17 different AWS regions, all behind one global endpoint. So try it out for yourself. That failover infrastructure is there in 5 regions, and it's ready to go for you to try it out.
Dang, that's awesome.
It is. We're pretty excited about it. You don't have to replicate all of your data, Kyle. You can replicate just a prefix. You can replicate just by tag if you want to replicate the whole bucket. And that's one of the differences, is that precision and flexibility to replicate just the data that you care about, just the data that you want to have in multiple regions. You don't have to replicate everything, Kyle. You can keep some
That
data here.
is awesome. Because, if you have a bucket that contains different, levels of, business critical information, but you want to have it matched to a different like recovery or availability, you're able to scope that down instead of saying, well, it's the whole bucket. So there we go. You could say, well, it's this prefix that has, our awesome cat meme photos, or any duck-billed platypus photos that we might have, and say, all right, only send the cat memes over and don't send the duck-billed platypus photos over.
That's right. So you can filter by prefix, you can filter by object tags, whole bucket, some of the bucket. You can choose what storage class you're going to replicate into. You can have replication metrics enabled so you can watch the replication progress and understand how far behind are you, how many objects are left to replicate. Do you want us to replicate the metadata bidirectionally? Do you want us to replicate deletes? It's really all just kind of, as you can see here, just checkboxes, kind of point, click, shoot for how you want to configure your replication options to kind of give you that pinpoint control.
And because it's logging the CloudWatch, you're able to set up, metrics and alarms for if something's successful or when something is finished, or if there's like a certain threshold that you need to meet, I would imagine. So, you got that flexibility there too, to extend your monitoring and alerting for this service as well. So that's pretty cool.
Ian, do you want to talk about replication type control? Want to mention that?
We actually, I wish we could. We actually have to wrap up just now. I know this is something I think a lot of people are definitely really going to want to check out. I mean, I say every person needs to be thinking about this, if not now, at some point soon. So where can people start to learn more, get started?
Sure. Just head over to the S3 feature page, and on the features tab, you can see it right down on the feature drop-down list. So if you just go out to the Amazon S3 product page, go to features, and multi-region access points is right there in the drop-down list. So it's easy to get started and understand a little bit more about the feature.
Way too cool. Ian, Peter, it's been a pleasure to sit at the same desk with you.
Awesome.
This is an awesome feature release. Congratulations. Really, I can't believe you're able to accomplish this in such a short amount of time as far as the replication goes. You said minutes. That's powerful, especially for resiliency. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for the people to actually start using this. So thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much, Ian. This is AWS On Air. Yep, stick around for the rest of the week.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Season 2 of the Women in Cybersecurity series Stories, where we will have various speakers come and join us and share their stories of what they do in cybersecurity, their background, and any tips that they have for women that are interested in the cybersecurity field. I'm Sydney Studi, and today I'm joined by Ruchira Pokrial. Hi, Ruchira. Thanks for being here.
Hi, Sydney. Thank you so much for having me here. Hey, everyone. My name is Ruchira Pokrial. A little about me. I have worked as a cloud security specialist for over a year here at AWS. And I recently made a shift to the AWS Customer Incident Response team. It's CERT for short. And here at CERT, we do threat detection and incident response. And a big part of my job role is to respond to potential customer security events. We also conduct some really amazing Twitch training sessions for a broader audience at AWS. And the focus of these sessions is typically security services and best practices that the audience can learn from. And it's been really fun so far. It really keeps you on your toes, and it really helps you come up with secure solutions faster. So I'm really glad to be here and share a little more about my journey.
Yeah, super excited to have you. So what's your story, if you don't mind sharing? How'd you get into tech?
That's actually a very interesting question. So, um, weirdly enough, I actually did not imagine a career in tech at all when I was younger. But I also come from an Asian family. So, coming from an Asian family, my parents have always been really big on education. My mother is a teacher, so obviously. And they wanted me to have a tech degree like my older sister. My sister is an engineer, but the way tech was presented to me when I was a child was it was just scary, So it was presented as this thing which is not fun at all, and you'll probably have absolutely no life outside of homeworks and assignments. So naturally, I was not super into it at the time, but I still decided to enroll for a bachelor's degree in computer science, just so my parents could have a sense of peace. And I honestly wasn't even interested in most of the courses when I started. And there was this one course though that really caught my attention, and it was computer networks. And I was really intrigued by some really, really basic concepts like network topology, types of enterprise networks, architectures. And it's maybe because my professor was also an amazing teacher. But at the time, it was really fascinating to know that network solutions deliver more than just basic connectivity. So I started digging a little more. I started exploring more, and I was like, hey, let's just see what else is out there. And very soon, I realized that this is all connected, and computer science is not just limited to algorithms and compilers. There's so much more. There's cryptography, networks, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and that actually boosted my interest in computer science, to be honest. So as I learned more, I wanted to figure out what I'd like my specialization to be. Um, and after much more exploring, much more research, a full time job for 2 years, and another master's degree, I decided that I'd like to explore penetration testing. And luckily and fortunately, I got my first job out of college as a web application pen tester. I did that for a year. It was pretty awesome. And next on my checklist was cloud security. So then I moved to AWS as a cloud security specialist. And it was a big change from learning and doing how to break things and then working on fixing things again, right? So it was super fun, and I finally, after another year and a half, I decided that I wanted to learn more about threat detection and incident response. So then I made a shift to CERT team here at AWS, and that's like in a nutshell a summary of how I made it to where I am now. So it's been quite a journey, and I'm talking about it like it was super easy, like it was a breeze, but it was not easy at all. I'm neurodivergent, I'm a queer woman of color in tech, and it that all of that comes with its own challenges. Plus, I'm also the first from my family to move to another country for an education. So, moving to the US to pursue a degree in tech and to work in tech, it was difficult, right? Dealing with accent bias, microaggressions, and people just trying to pull women down in tech. It was not a presence experience at all. But the world isn't fair. You have to fight your battles, and I decided to focus on all the progress that I'm gonna make to block out the noise. And honestly, I'm really proud of myself for doing that and believing in myself through all of this process, because it was worth it, and I honestly wouldn't have it any other way. So that is a little bit about my journey in tech so far.
Wow, yeah, thank you for sharing. It sounds like you have quite the story. Moving to a different country for an education, pursuing the career that you're in now, learning along the way, and just being determined. It takes a lot of bravery to do all of that. That being said, do you have any advice for other women interested in tech?
I have so many advice. I have so
Yeah.
many things that I can say right now, but I'll try to keep it short yet meaningful. So, my first advice to all the women out there would be to find a community that believes in your potential. And I don't say that lightly. I know there are a lot of communities out there, but you have to choose the right one because uh, finding a community really helped me grow as an individual and in my professional career. So, this is another thing that I consider a huge win in my career. Find a community that serves as a safe space for you. It's very, very important for your growth. And honestly, like at this point, a big shout out to Breaking Barriers Women in Cybersecurity and VSIS. These are the two communities that I've been a part of for a very long time now. And in my experience, it's very refreshing to be with other females who encourage you to be your true self and celebrate your wins. With BBWIC, I found sisters and role models that I always wanted, but I never had. I always struggled to find those kind of friends and people who understood your passion. And with VSIS, VSIS honestly has taught me to give back to the community and be a mentor to others that you've always wished for, right? So definitely, please, please, please spend enough time to find a community which does not make empty promises, is very active, and actually invests in your potential. Next advice would be similar to finding a community, but find a mentor, a person that you can be real with and rely on, and choose a mentor wisely. And this comes from experience as well. In the past, I've met a person and decided like in 1 second that hey, can you mentor me, just because they have experience in the industry. But don't do that. Don't simply decide to meet a person once and make them your mentor. People have really attractive skill set on paper, but they may not necessarily be good teachers. And moreover, they may not even have the time to mentor someone else. So before you make a decision, I would say set up a call with your potential mentor. Talk to them about what you are looking for, what you need help with. See if your goals align with their goals. And if they have the necessary skill set and bandwidth to help you. If they do have all these things, go ahead and schedule recurring meetings with them. Congratulations, you have a mentor. And people always struggle with this. How do I find a mentor? So, uh, network with people, attend conferences, send cold emails and messages on LinkedIn. Also, reach out to your professors if you're in school, or if you're a working professional, reach out to your manager in your organization and ask them to connect you with someone who can help you out. A mentor does not necessarily have to be somebody who can only help you with technical skills. Find maybe multiple mentors, one who can help you achieve your technical goal, the other who can help you enhance your soft skills. It's super important. Also, here's this one catch. An unpopular opinion, but a mentor can be a person who is younger than you. Skill set has got nothing to do with age. And I say this because I've seen so many people in the industry who feel a sense of shame when they notice that somebody younger than them is achieving, bigger things, or somebody younger knows a concept better. So please don't feel threatened by that. I think you should feel proud that you know somebody like them and you have that opportunity to connect with this person and learn with them. Others don't get that. Everybody does not have that opportunity. Everybody does not have that friend circle of amazingly smart people. And, maybe you can teach your mentor something too and help them enhance their skill set as well. So ageism will only hold you back. Please take pride in learning and growing together. And the next advice is for all the wonderful leaders out there. Please do not miss out on opportunities because of lack of coding or programming experience. I feel you have been there too. I am still learning how to code. So please, you cannot hold yourself back from a great career opportunity just because of this fear. Moreover, there are plenty of job opportunities in cybersecurity that require zero to minimal coding skills. And with time, you will learn how to code. That's what I'm doing too, right? So Don't let go of an opportunity just because you don't have certain skills now. Uh, Even if you feel a little unprepared, I think be willing to take that risk. And that's also exactly why you choose to work, right? Your work, and yeah, as you grow in your organization, uh, your work experience will help you develop new skills. So don't be scared, don't judge yourself too much if you don't necessarily have coding experience right now. You'll gain it as you work. And I would also end this by saying that always please try to give back to the community. No matter how successful you get with time, don't forget your roots. um, Take some time out of your schedule to mentor somebody else, share your knowledge, help students with the referrals. Highlight the contributions of other women in cybersecurity whenever and wherever you can. If you're attending a convention, you're giving a talk at a university, you're going to schools, and even in your own business, we really need to highlight more female role models in cybersecurity that other females who are still in school can look up to. Please do not let get pride to your head, and don't be stingy with your knowledge at work. I believe that you won't gain anything by hiding your knowledge from others. Instead, try to work to lift others up, share what you know. It won't just help your team, but it will also make people want to work and collaborate with you. And I think that's a big plus for your personal growth. And please always remember that someone gave you a chance. Somebody believed in your capabilities when you were struggling and when you were out there looking for a job. So if you have that power now, if you are successful now, you're in an industry, you're a working professional, you can provide referrals. If you have that power now, give others that chance too. And finally, to all the students out there who are looking for a job, learn how to effectively use LinkedIn. Don't simply apply for jobs. Set aside 30 minutes every day to reach out to a hiring manager via LinkedIn. Send them a custom invite, highlighting your best skills, and be clear about how you want them to help you. And finally, if you get a response, set up some one on one time to chat more and get yourself an interview. Do not be disappointed if a few people do not respond in the first go. Follow up just like 2 to 3 more times and then move on. There are plenty of people on LinkedIn that you can reach out to. So remember to send a custom invite to people, highlighting your skills, and how do you want them to help you. And remember that you will and you can reach out to 100 200 people easily in just 30 minutes, and you only need one yes. So do not be disappointed if everybody does not get back to you. You just need one person to get back to you. And I think I have talked a lot, but those are all my advices. I've learned some of these things the hard way, so I'm trying to give back so that somebody else does not make the mistakes that I have made.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing. It's super valuable to hear the voice of experience in this, and I think it's just inspiring to anyone who might be interested in getting into tech, and for myself too. So thank you for sharing your story.
Absolutely.
Thanks to AWS On Air for having us today. This is an AWS On Air and Safe Room collaboration episode. And the Safe Room is the Twitch series that Ruchira mentioned in the beginning of the show. We air on the second and fourth Friday of each month at 11 Pacific time. And we talk about just emerging security trends, various topics related to security. Just join us and catch us next time. Thanks, everyone. And thanks, Ruchira.
Thank you.
Well, hello there. That's it. That's the day. Thank you so much for watching AWS On Air while we're live here in reInvent. Watch us tomorrow starting at 10:30, or the unicorns get it. Said bye. Hey, times 3.